Well, it'd be
towards,
level. Moyak,
span.
the only thing you'd get, something would be level, and therefore it would vary from horizontal.
No, 900
Right.
miles of flat.
Yes, well, yes, 900 miles are flat in geodetic terms is curved. You don't seem to understand
No.
that. I'll explain to you again. Flat, and when we talk about geodetics, like the living salt flats, are curved because they have the same elevation.
I thought you were going to be reading this paper. Here's another one. This one has 26 horizontals in it, so catch up. This is an abyssal topographic experiment from a university. 26 times the word horizontal is referenced for the abyssal plane measurements. So enlighten me how it's not horizontal.
Okay.
26 times, and it's like it's just very obvious because that's what adjacent. Horizontal adjacent to the continent.
Well, they're talking about a vertical and horizontal grid, so that's got nothing to do with it. That's the first one.
They had to use the grid to measure this area, didn't they?
And then the other one they're talking about they're doing it in theory here. So they're talking about what they're talking about, vortex lines in a specific. I think they're doing this this is theory in a container. This is trying to work out the mathematical basis of it. So they're just using horizontal to describe the coordinate system. So it's just a coordinate system, right? That's
to be able to map out the plane, yeah.
No, typical horizontal features. So this I think this is all about fluids in a. This is not.
Yeah.
This is all about experiments, I think. I don't think this is actually to do with. I'm going to see what this is again.
Yeah, what's the experiment about?
It's an experiment.
I know it says that, I said that already.
Oh my God! It's just happening. It's only you got 500. Oh no, it's 20 times 5 kilometers. Okay, so it's over a distance of 5 kilometers, and it's 500 meters by 20. Yeah, so it's 5 kilometers by 500 meters. So that's the only distance it's covering, and it's covering a 500-meter abyssal plane. So there's no curvature here. They're talking about They're talking about if you look at the abstract, it says that the potential temperature on top of the hill that was low, as on the abyssal plane, 500 meters below. Okay, that was 500. Okay, so they're talking about below. Yeah, so the depth. So I think they're just talking about the depth as being 5. So the maximum distance they're considering here is 5 kilometers. Over which,
that's with literally no change at all.
Yeah, but 5 kilometers, you're only going to get a drop of a meter or two, well, 3 meters. So it's effectively, as far as they're concerned, the experiment that is almost equivalent to being horizontal. But it's only over 5 kilometers they're describing here.
No, it's not almost equivalent to anything. It is.
They're only doing it over 5 kilometers, and it's an experiment. So they're talking about flow field over. It's only 5 kilometers.
I have to also say that, like, when we talk, the people who are talking, this is an artifact of speech and how we use words. Because if you ask any of these people whether the Earth is a globe or not, they will say that it is. So it's obviously just an artifact of speech.
What a cool story.
That's how doublespeak works.
Right, okay, so when I say that all flat earthers believe this, I don't mean all. I mean that it's a general consensus. Even though I said the word all, it's the general consensus I may have heard in this arena or this topic.
Yeah, why would you say all? Why not just say most if you already know?
Because it's a artifact of speech. It's how I choose to use words.
So you choose to be incorrect. You choose to knowingly be incorrect when we're talking about specificity. That's helpful.
No, I don't choose to be incorrect. I choose it as a word. In my case, my terminology is meaning most or frequently or
most
stuff like that.
Why not do that?
I didn't choose that at that time.
It's your own laziness then. You know that you're wrong, but you're just going to let other people, everyone else just understand what I mean.
Well, God, you guys do that with words all the time. And
we're trying to be very specific. We're trying to break down words and find out exactly what they mean, and you're over here spouting out nonsense.
Here's a comparison of heat flow measurement on the abyssal planes. Again, has to utilize horizontal.
Yeah,
I'm just going to keep dropping them. You keep on lying.
It's fine. What they're doing, because the trouble is there's no word for just going along the distance of the surface of the Earth. We talk about that and maps and things as being horizontal. And this paper you've given me, the one that we're still referring to, this one with all the 5 kilometers. They're just using the word horizontal as opposed to vertical. They're not using it to say that it's geometrically straight. They're just saying if we move along horizontally along this surface as opposed to down, because they're dealing with up and down here, because they're talking they've got this coordinate system. They're saying if we go down vertically, they're talking about vertical and horizontal. So when they're saying moving vertical, they're just talking about going along their grid. And because there's no word, it's easy. When you talk about we've got vertical, you talk about horizontal. They're just using that for linguistics ease of understanding. There's no other word because they're talking about vertically.
The geometric curvature then? Do you have any geometric curvature then?
Do we have any geometric curvature? Yes, of course we've got geometric curvature.
Well, you're talking about geometric.
Is this your interpretation of the article?
Well, but they've got a grid. Yeah, because there's no other word. When they're talking about this vertical and horizontal behavior, they're going to use the word horizontal for going along, if we talk about going horizontally along a map or something, it's a term that we've used to mean that. But if you were to ask these people, if Whitson is claiming that these people, this deep sea research, think that the Earth is flat, as in horizontal, as in a plane, they'll tell him to get lost and stop abusing the fact that they used a word for horizontal just to describe moving along their model or the area they were covering.
No,
rather than say, because how else can they say it? They'd have to use the word. They'd have to say.
That's the point, Fuzzy. How else would you have these people, presuming, taking for granted these people are probably globers, and what they probably mean by horizontal is probably similar to what Rumpus is saying. Is there another simple or accessible way they could have described it that would have got the accuracy you're talking about with Moyoc about using the word most?
That's why I said
this is how.
But this is how doublethink turns into doublespeak. You can literally present someone with counter information and they'll just say, well, yep, because I already have a belief that it's this way, I'm going to...
No, but I'm asking you a specific question, Fuzzy. The question is there another... Because when you gave the example with Moyoc, I think it's a great one to say all flat earthers do X versus most flat earthers do X. It's a reasonable and meaningful and useful adjustment that makes it more accurate and isn't unnecessarily onerous. Is there a similar adjustment you could think that these researchers could have made that they failed to?
Yeah, they could have shown actual curvature of Earth if that's what.
No, you're not listening to the question.
Flat, if it's her. Okay, so yes, to answer your question, they should just say what it actually is, which is horizontal, because Earth is not curving anywhere that we can detect.
No, you're not listening to the question. Let me try and ask the question again. You've got researchers who think they live on a ball, who are describing how something is conforming to the curvature of Earth and is remaining sort of equidistant from the Earth's center or from sea level or fuck knows what.
The key thing is they don't want you to sort of think it's vertical. They don't want you to think it's vertical. So they're talking about moving in this plane. And they're saying that we move horizontally.
I got this. I'm handling it fine. Thank you.
Yeah, you're doing well. You're doing well.
What is the way you would have them describe it that would split this difference, Fuzzy?
Well, they actually did describe it, and all you guys he's following you down a rabbit hole from your ignorance when they explain that it's adjacent to the continent and it's measured horizontal with barely any variance, and they say it's because of sediment layered up to basically cancel out the curve for a certain distance. You people haven't even caught up to it yet, though. So you're arguing that horizontal means the same as it means curved, but no, they're explaining that the sediment makes it horizontal adjacent to the continent. So you guys aren't even listening. And I'm trying
to ask a simple question. I don't think that's the answer to it. I'm saying if there was another way where horizontal is causing this problem where it seems like it's suggesting a different thing, is there a different, simple, accessible, not onerous term they could have used that would have been more accurate?
No, that is accurate. Doublethink takes over, and that's what your problem is.
No. So they're ballers. I'm going to bet cash on that. If you want to take me up on that bet, we'll take it. But for the meantime, just accept that as given and then go, if they're ballers, what would be the accurate way to describe it if not the horizontal?
Well, it's like, I don't know if this is exactly analogous. No, Well, no, but it's almost like saying, is there a better way to describe reindeer magic? And also keep in mind that I don't believe in Santa Claus, but is there a better way I could describe?
No, describe wet better. Describe wet being better.
That doesn't sound to me like what I was describing, Fuzzy. Like if you said to me, is there a different way to describe something? Like there are many things in Flat Earth that I would say like down, I would go, if I was having a Flat Earth discussion, because I know I'm having a Flat Earth discussion, I would go down and I go, okay, there's going to be ambiguity there. So I say towards the center of mass or something like that, which is not too onerous. It's a chunk of extra words, but it clarifies which one I mean. I'm saying, is there a similar clarification you would be able to say they could have made? Or if there isn't, would we accept that there is a simple, that this is the, I'm sorry, Rucker, I'm still speaking.
Not deviating. Yeah, we've heard you 4 times ask the same question.
I'm not done yet.
Yeah, 4 times asking the same question. We got it. Is there a better way?
Think about what that, I guess it's just going to be Rucker's turn. If we're not able to think of it, would we accept that actually it's a quite difficult thing to describe simply?
It's not difficult. It's horizontal, straight, not deviating.
So for instance,
how many more ways do you need?
Yeah, he's not going to let you. Yeah, he's not going to let you.
Yeah.
Can I give you an example? Can I give you a good example? I've got a sentence here.
No, Rumpus, you can't. No, you can't. I'm answering the question. You are conflating. The verbiage is correct. It's called horizontal because that's what's happening.
Right, okay, can I give you an example of the word?
You're bringing another belief system into. You're trying to ask a question within a belief system that goes against what the actual verbiage is giving you accurately in the first place.
On the curve horizontal.
Really an answer to
can I give an example of a sentence here in this thing that Witsit just cited? It says here, at the 4,800 meter level, so we're talking about vertically, the moored current meters and neutrally buoyant floats gather considerable information on the horizontal currents. Now, if he had to start... Now, he thinks he's a globe. He doesn't believe that flat earthers even exist when they wrote this paper. They don't even need to think that they even considered their existence. So they all know what they mean by horizontal here. And there's no other simple word, unless it was saying, like, following the curvature of the Earth. There's no word he could shove in there for horizontal currents other than horizontal, because he's trying to differentiate between vertical. And these people with science doesn't worry about you flatties. They all know that we're talking about we live on a spherical globe, and they all know that's the phrase they're going to use. And when they're talking about coordinate system with vertical and horizontal, they know that that's going to be curved around the Earth, and there's no simple word to substitute in there for horizontal, and that's why it's in there. It does not mean that the Earth is horizontal or planar. Finished.
Horizontal means straight, not deviating, not curving, or that.
In this example I've given this sentence, it's quite obvious because they were talking about the vertical, because this study is about vertical and horizontal coordinates and what's going on vertical and horizontally. And that one sentence, they talk about these buoyant floats at a particular vertical depth. And then they were talking about the horizontal currents that they were getting at that point. Now, they're not going to, there's no other simple word to use besides horizontal to describe the current going in that direction.
How do you measure vertical change or slope, Rumpus? What do you establish first to measure slope or vertical change?
Well, you do vertical.
No. Maybe you misunderstood me. When you go to measure slope or vertical change, what are you measuring from?
Well, you could use some differential leveling, if that's what you're implying. You use an auto level and...
In differential leveling, what are you measuring? What are surveyors measuring from?
Do you see him dance around the question?
I don't understand the problem. It's obvious. Well, you establish a horizontal. You establish from a vertical. You establish a horizontal from a vertical.
No, you establish a horizontal.
From your vertical, because inside an auto level, they have effectively...
I thought you said horizontals didn't exist.
Let me finish. Stop interrupting. I know you've got into the habit of doing that these days. So in an auto level, you've got effectively... You see, you're doing it again. You're doing... Yeah, you see, now you're trying to deflect from your own behaviour. You're trying to distract people from your own behaviour.
Right, I'm doing it on purpose.
Because you're behaving so badly, you're now... Right, I mean, you seem to be set in a mould here that you just can't get out of, mode of operation. Anyway, so an auto level establishes a little vertical inside itself, and then because it's got something that's 90 degrees, that then establishes a horizontal to that, and obviously over a short distance, as I've said about 50 times now, over a short distance of less than a few hundred meters, horizontal and level are the same thing. Finished.
So horizontal, right? Horizontal and level over any distance are the same thing. It's not curving, not deviating.
Look in your book. Look in your book. Okay, go ahead.
And when you join these straight line segments, these horizontal straight line segments, The horizontal continues as far as you want them to, brother.
No, it
That's
doesn't.
what. Oh my God, you interrupted again. It's impossible. What do you want me to do?
In your book.
I've looked in my book.
In which case, you'll know what you just said was utter gibberish about joining lots of
No, not straight line segments.
Yeah, if you join straight line segments,
nothing to do with a
but they have an angle. They have an angle to one another.
No, they do not.
They have an angle. They are not straight to one another.
You think horizontal lines aren't straight to each other?
When you join them, if you join two lines which you think are horizontal, but they're both not
horizontal lines.
Yes, they're two horizontal lines come together to form a little pyramid at an angle. They don't join at 180 degrees.
That's not what any book says.
It's exactly what every book says on surveying. If you get two horizontals, and you can do this yourself, if you get two theodolites and point them at one another, you will see that they point above one another.
Show me in any book that has two theodolites pointing at each other, please.
All surveying books
shut up.
Right, here we go. I'll tell you. Reciprocal. Have you heard of reciprocal?
Don't tell me. Show me. Cite it.
Hold on. I will. I'll do that in a second. Reciprocal zenith measurement. You can go and look that up in your own geodetic surveying book. They'll talk about reciprocal zenith measurement for measuring refraction effects.
Slopes. Measuring slopes and angles.
And they will show you that those two horizontals will cross over and they will not join to form a straight line. They will cross over.
That is slopes, not curves.
No, we're talking about auto levels here. We're not talking about anything slopiness. We're talking about
horizontal
lines. Yes, horizontal lines which will cross.
Not curved lines.
Every horizontal at a different point is different, and you only
live on a disco ball.
No, we don't. That's just the measurement of an auto level. No, I'm not. I'm saying it's very, very flat. No, I'm saying you can only measure it over a distance of more than a few hundred meters. A theodolite will not be able to pick up the difference in horizontalness unless you go over about, say, 600 meters. If you do then you. So if you point two auto levels at one another at the same elevation, they will not be pointing at one another. They'll point above one another because they've got different horizontals. I don't understand how you cannot know this.
So a horizontal line over 600 meters, is that possible?
Well, if in your auto level, obviously you've just got one line. If you then go 600 meters away...
Is it possible? Jesus Christ, man, what is wrong?
No! Obviously, if you're the line in your auto level, obviously it's horizontal as far as it goes. It goes off into distance. You could look at the sun. You could have the sun in your crosshairs. That would be horizontal with you. But yes, but there's no horizontal... But if you get another auto level... Hold on. Perhaps I misunderstood the problem. If you get another auto level and you point back at your first auto level, they will not be pointing at one another with the crosshairs cutting one another auto level because the horizontals are different.
Nobody does that in
Everybody does that, and Main Surveyor's got a video demonstrating exactly that. And if you go
He's not a surveyor. You'd have to prove he was a surveyor.
And if you go and look in any surveying book, they will talk about the difference between level and horizontal and the fact that the horizontals are different.
Yeah, horizontal line, 600 meters. Is that possible? Yes or no?
Well, we can't create it physically. A 600-meter thing that's very straight is a very difficult thing to manufacture.
Manufacture? No. That's what the tool
does,
what
line are you talking about then? Through an auto level, you can look at the sun, you can look at the stars, and therefore you could say
line.
Hold on, a horizontal line in your... Am I trying to answer you? If you're not referring to manufacturing something physical, obviously the horizontal line in your auto level goes off to infinity, to a star. So if you're looking through an auto level at some stars, or a theodolite through its stars, it means you've got to go to the other side of the universe.
What about the 600
horizontal line goes?
Which was the question. 600 meters, Rumpus. Not the stars and sky, not infinity, 600 meters.
Yeah, but what horizontal line are you talking about creating? What's possible? I don't understand what you're trying to... What is possible?
God, the one from your theodolite, the one you said is possible.
Right, you will not be able to get two theodolites to point to one another and create a horizontal line.
One horizontal line from a theodolite, 600 meters. Is that possible?
But it can go off to infinity. It can go off into infinity. The end of the universe, you can create a horizontal line. Yeah, okay. If you're referring to what an auto level's got is this graticule...
He doesn't want to answer. Ladies and gentlemen...
I am answing. What you mean by... When you say create a horizontal, what do you mean by create a horizontal? What do you mean by creating a horizontal? If you're referring to the graticule line in your auto level, that goes off to infinity.
Do you know what horizontal line is from vertical?
I didn't hear that. Someone overtalked you.
Do you know what horizontal from vertical is?
I absolutely do. You don't.
Would it be 90 degrees from that vertical?
Certainly would.
Perpendicular?
Certainly would.
And could you create one with any tool that's 600 meters long?
What do you mean by create one? What's one?
Oh,
what are you
my
creating?
God.
What are you creating? I don't understand.
Would the
You've got
equipment
You've got a graticle in your auto level. Now, what are you creating?
What would you call it?
What would I call what? What would I call what?
When the machine,
I don't know what you're referring to.
Yeah, if you would shut up. The machine that you refer to that is creating, making, establishing the horizontal from vertical.
Auto level, okay. So an auto level establishes a horizontal, right?
Yeah, you moron.
The only way it does that is by showing a graticule in the viewfinder, and that goes off to infinity. It goes off to the edge of the universe.
So could you measure 600 meters?
Could I measure 600 meters?
Yeah,
but the auto levels don't measure 600.
Would it work over 600 meters?
Well, it would show you. It goes off to. It shows you horizontal off to the universe, end of the universe.
So it would work 600 meters then. Would be the.
Well, if you allow for refract, there's an issue of refraction. But if we can ignore refraction,
and then you got to calculate in refraction.
Well, do you want to talk about refraction or not?
No, I want to talk about if you can use that over 600 meters accurately.
Right, but do you want to include the subject of refraction? Are we going to pretend there's no atmosphere? For the subject of this discussion, do you want to consider atmospheric effects or not?
I want to consider everything that would affect your measurement. You're taking.
So you do want to consider refraction.
Hang on.
So you do want to consider refraction then?
Using this
Can someone else ask him? Can someone else ask him whether he wants to consider refraction or not? Because I can't get him to answer that question.
I want to talk about.
Hey guys, my ears are starting to hurt. Can we just tone it down a little bit?
Vansor, can you ask him if he wants me to consider refraction?
I'm not going to ask him.
He can't even not rumpus you.
I just want you guys to tone it down a little bit because my ears are starting to hurt and the audience's ears are starting to hurt. So just tone it down a little bit.
But I can't get him to answer a simple question.
Rumpus, shut the fuck up.
No, I'm asking a simple question and he won't answer it.
Yeah, let me explain what I'm talking about then. Rumpus, go on mute, please. When you use this equipment, oh my God. When you use this equipment and you're in the atmosphere, in reality, you can't use it over distance like that because then you have to take in not only human error, tool error, refraction, and other factors. You can't differentiate between what you would call Earth curve, refraction, or human error or tool error. It's not possible. When you have to calculate something into your measurement and you just want to add and say it's pixie dust from unicorns, then you can't differentiate from if it's refraction up or down or tool error or human error. That's my point. He knows it, right? That's why he didn't want to answer the question. That's why all of a sudden he had to bring in refraction because he knows good and well that when you do that, you can't differentiate the difference. Thank you. I'm done with this guy.
Someone put him on mute, please. Put Racky on mute.
I put myself on mute, you moron.
Go on mute. Right. This moron, I asked him about refraction, and you can allow for it. You can. This is what I was talking about. This simultaneous zenith reciprocal measurement has done. It can establish what the refraction conditions are, so you can eliminate it. The fact that he doesn't know this, I mean, just means he doesn't. So you can include and you can allow for the curvature. And the curvature of the Earth is much bigger than the refraction effects, unless you're in some sort of black swan, strange refraction situation. So that's why surveyors do this, and they can. Geodetic surveyors, for instance, establish the height of the Mount Everest from a distance of 80 miles away, and they allowed for refraction, and they got the distance within a few feet over a distance of 80 miles. So you can do observations and measurements over long, very long distances, much more than 600 meters, and the graticule line that you're looking through, and then where that appears on the sky. You don't seem to be on mute here. You don't seem to be on mute here. So you can, if you want to, measure the position of a star, which is light years away, using an auto level. Then if you allow for refraction, there are tables to do this for you, you can establish position. So it's perfectly possible to do everything I've described with an auto level and make measurements. And Rack is completely wrong. Finished.
Yeah, he's obfuscated and went to measuring stars and mountains. We're talking about 600-meter horizontal line, measuring the vertical change down to, let's say, I don't know, water. And now he's taking you to the sky. And you can't use that vertical change measurement over long distances because
I've just demonstrated they did it with Mount Everest. They did it. So the reality, it is a vertical. Of course, it's measuring the bloody height of Everest. That's a goddamn vertical change. What are you talking about?
Stop yelling.
Jesus Christ! But it demonstrates the accuracy of being able to use things like theodolites to measure vertical change. Measuring the height of Mount Everest over from a distance of 80 miles away. It seems to me that's an acid test of being able to make measurements over long distances.
You're getting the angle.
So you're just rejecting this, and it's a well-established fact they got it right.
Anything.
You're rejecting. You said you couldn't make an accurate measurement over more than 600 meters or something, and I'm telling you that they were able to do it over 80 miles away.
Yeah, that's an angle measurement, and then you're using
all theodolite measurements, angle measurements, you idiot.
Calculating. No, they're not.
Of course they are. That's what a bloody theodolite and auto level are. They're angular measuring devices. Don't you know this?
Horizontal line is not what they're using to measure to the top of the mountain. You're getting your distance away from the center of that mountain, taking the angle measurement to the top of it, and calculating the height. So
it's valid then. So the measurements of the angles are valid. It's even more demanding. What I've described with Mount Everest is a much more demanding thing to do than an auto level over a few hundred meters. Is much more demanding.
I'm not talking about angle calculations. Tops of mountains.
All auto level. I know that Bev doesn't understand this, but theodolites and auto levels are angular measuring devices.
Have you ever used any one of those?
Yes.
You've used one? When?
I've used it many times last year. No, I haven't. I've used it many times, and I will be using it, and I'll be doing it, and I'll be using it. Oh no, not theodolite. You asked me. You said any of those devices, and I also included an auto level.
You use an auto level?
Yes.
You have one?
Yes.
Right.
I was using it all of last year as part of my build up to my rect test, and you will be seeing me using it live in a few months' time with my rect test.
Awesome. Can you create a horizontal line 600 meters with your auto level?
Will it be affected by refraction? But when you say create an horizontal, well, I know, but when you say create a horizontal, that means you don't really understand what you're talking about. All you've got is the graticule in the auto level, and you can then say, well, then you go and put something some distance away, and then say, well, that is therefore horizontal to me. But you have to allow. But you have to allow for refraction, and also if you're going to do a single measurement, you have to allow for the curvature if it's over a long distance. Finished.
Okay,
you're a good seller. You're a good seller.
You're great, Rumpus. I can't wait for these videos of you using auto levels, creating or not creating, doing whatever you're going to do with your auto level with the horizontal line over distance.
Mine's going over 8 kilometers.
And then,
I suspect that I'm using my auto level over a longer distance than you've ever used one.
I suspect, you know why? Because it's not possible.
It is possible.
No one's playing
shit. See, this is what Rakia's following the Bev line here, and he thinks that an auto level only works if you can make out the resonance. Here we go. He's doing it. Make the point.
That's a lie. Here we go. I used them this morning.
Yeah, and I'm about to explain to you why you think they only. And I'm about to explain why you think they only work over short distances. And the reason he thinks they only work over short distances is because usually they're used by people, by plane surveyors, as against a staff. So you've got to be able to read off a staff in the distance. And obviously, if you have one at 8 kilometers away, you don't have a big enough staff to be able to read it. So he then thinks for some reason the auto level stops being horizontal. No, it's just the fact you can't see the markings on a staff, and he and Bev have got this limited idea of what an auto level does, and thinks for some reason that the horizontalness of the graticule somehow wears out after the fact that you can't see a staff measurement. Absolute
no, that's not exactly. No, exactly. You made my point for me. Yeah, you can't see you're measuring the point you're trying to measure. That's the whole point.
But I can see what's horizontal. That doesn't change. Your graticule is still valid over any distance, if providing you allow for refraction.
Okay, chill. Well, man, you got to calm down. We get it. You are very religious. But while you were talking...
Don't tell me I'm religious. I'm absolutely not. What a wanker thing to say. You're clearly the religious one here.
That didn't take long.
Yeah, but I mean, what? It's just but when someone says, I mean, friends, if I were to say you were an atheist, I think you'd be understandably annoyed that I'd said that about you and I'd misrepresented you and basically lied about you.
I wouldn't care what you say about me.
Well, okay. If you don't care, then fine. But you would have the grounds. You'd have grounds saying that rumpus he just lied about, and I'm sure you would.
Why is Rumpus getting a ramble on about nothing?
Stop with the rubbish. Stop with the rubbish.
Okay, so anyway, I just want to. So we were talking about the abyssal plains and how they're remarkably flat, and the globe Earth's explanation for this is sediment buildup that allows for these remarkable spans of flat horizontal measurement.
They're not horizontal. You just made that up.
Adjacent to,
so silly, man.
So adjacent to the continent. So what I've done while Rumpus was losing his mind over here, I've posted measurements of acoustic backscatter from the abyssal plain measurements. I've posted long distance turbidite correlations, which turbidite just meaning like a slope differential. I've posted megafaunal variation in the abyssal landscape. I've also posted NOAA.gov ocean floor feature measurements, all referring to the horizontal adjacent to the continents. And it's literally an attempt to explain the facilitation of horizontal properties. So, and that's just 4 of the probably 12.
Yeah, they all agree with me. They all agree with me.
Oh my God.
And they all mean flat is curved, which means at the same elevation. And the fact you seem to think there's something about, I don't know why you keep on citing adjacent to the continent. That doesn't change anybody's argument. It's not in your favour. I would say the same thing. What you don't understand is that flat means of constant elevation, which means it's curved. And that's the term they're referring to. These people, where they've used the word horizontal, as I described earlier when perhaps you weren't here, they just use that because they don't have another word to use for when they were describing something in the vertical plane and the horizontal. So they just talk about moving horizontally just as a term, as a reference of a coordinate system. They're not implying, because these people do not believe in the flat Earth. They all believe in a spherical Earth. So they do not using that term to imply that the surface is horizontal. They're just referring it as a coordinate thing.
Okay, again, so I actually posted the data, not your opinions. And so the reason it's important that it's adjacent is because the horizontal measurement is adjacent to the continent. So again, if you draw a straight horizontal flat line adjacent to the continent, you draw the straight line out, okay? So perpendicular to a vertical coming down from the continent, right? You go straight out. Now the globe Earth would dip down below that. Now, the reason they're explaining on a globe that it looks like it keeps going out horizontal for insane spans is sediment has built up, and they're trying to find a relationship from how it builds up proportionately as you increase distance away from the landmass or the continent, okay?
To make it maintain horizontal.
You don't seem to understand
them.
So they are explaining how it is flat.
They explain how it's flat, but not horizontal.
No, dude, I just now posted an NOA. Do you know what NOAA is?
I do.
It's .gov. Okay. They say it is horizontal. So whenever
they don't.
I posted it all in here.
Where? Give me a link to where they say it's horizontal.
Well, why don't you just look up to where?
Which one of the links? Which one of the links do you want me to look at? I'm happy to go use.
Yeah.
All datums of constant elevation, therefore they're curved. Which link do you want me to look at? Which?
Any of them. So
which link? You just mentioned the NOAA one as being somehow compelling. Where does NOAA mention it being horizontal? Give me the link you want me to look at. Or just tell me. Either put it in there or tell me and I'll go and look at it.
Okay, so just look at the last one I posted. How about that? Measurements of acoustic backscatter, okay? And so they're using acoustics to map out the topography of the ocean floor, okay? And it's all horizontal data.
Oh, is that the... Oh, I can't see...
It's all horizontal. Anyway, I have to get out of here, but here's the point I'm trying to make.
It's the geology one, the Atmos Albany edu.
I'd rather...
I'm just trying to find which one you're referring to. Jesus. Oh, just put the link in so I can click on it, for Christ's sake.
He has. It's the last link he posted.
Well, no, that wasn't. He didn't agree. He said it was a NOAA one, and now he's saying the last one he posted was a
the NOAA one I posted most recently actually is not that in depth. I posted 2 NOAA, I think. But here's the point.
Just show me the one you want me to look at, for God's sake.
Just look at the last. I just said look at the last one.
Okay, the last one, which was measurements of acoustic
backscatter.
Right, that's the one you want me to look at. Brilliant. Okay, now thank God for that. Now, where does this say that the ocean floor is horizontal?
Yeah, maybe you should read it. So I'm
Okay, you want
I'm
me to just
leaving.
search? I'll search on horizontal.
Rumpus,
Okay.
I have stuff to do today. I'm
Okay,
going
go
to
ahead.
finish off the point and leave. Okay, so all I'm saying is that the globe Earth actually explains it that sediment builds up as you leave the landmass. The sediment keeps building up more and more and more, accounting for that drop in curvature and giving us a horizontal flat.
No, they don't claim it's horizontal.
So you don't understand it, but that's what it actually says. If you are anyone's interested in this, because of course we see the water looks flat, right? Well, the floor is flat as well, and you can look at the measurements. I've posted plenty of all credible sources. Go look at the information you want to. I gotta get out of here. Peace out.
Cheers, Richard.
Right, so in this thing that he claimed was somehow compelling, it only mentions horizontal twice, and it's talking about transmission loss and horizontal coherence talking about horizontal coherence. There is nothing here about the geometry being horizontal at all. So his own citations don't support him in any way whatsoever. Unbelievable. Incredible. I only need to be able to cite everything he cites. I can cite back at him as actually contradicting. He's self-contradictory. It's incredible. Because he doesn't understand what the word flat is. He sees the word flat, and he doesn't understand that means it's curved. That's his problem. And every citation so far that he's presented, I've agreed with. Fantastic. They're all globe-based, globe-compatible, support the globe. Brilliant. It's just because he doesn't understand that occasionally horizontal is used to refer to coordinate system, and that flat is not horizontal. It's curved.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it is. You go and look at a surveying book. If you've not got one, do you want to go and look at a surveying book? If you want to go and get yourself, I can give you a surveying book for you. And if you go in there and you go and look at it, it will make it very clear the difference between horizontal and level.
Can you show us where it's curving? Can you show us some geometric curvature, please?
Yeah, I'll be doing that in my rect test that I'll be performing this in a couple of months' time. I'll be able to show you live. I'm being interrupted for some reason. I'll be able to show you live. I'm being interrupted again live for some reason. I'm being interrupted as I'm mid sentence in my rect thing in a few months' time. Jesus Christ! Can I just finish a sentence here?
Isn't it super fucking annoying?
As my rec test will be showing this live, be showing some curve live in answer to the question I was asked.
How's it going?
Jesus Christ!
All right.
Bro, you're manic. Chill out.
So you're going to be the first person to show geometric curvature.
No, I'm not. No, absolutely. Everybody's done many times before. But the only time you seem to accept it is when it's on YouTube.
Can you please show us where anyone has actually documented geometric curvature?
Well, George has done this already in Michigan. He demonstrated how the thing drops. If you just look through a theodolite through a horizontal, you can see that the horizon drops. If you go up in an aeroplane, use your little app on your bloody little phone, it'll show you the horizontal, the horizon, and therefore it's curved below the horizon, which on a flat Earth it would not happen.
Now you can see Chicago from Michigan. What are you talking about?
You obviously didn't. You completely ignored what I said and just said something else. I was pointing out to you. You said, "Hold on." You asked me how you can show Earth curvature, and I've pointed out to you. You can do it from an airplane. I've given you a really simple example from an airplane. If you're on a flat Earth, let me finish my sentence. He's interrupted me in the middle of my goddamn sentence. So I'll give you an example. If you wanted to see on a flat Earth, the horizon would rise to eye level. Go up an airplane and you can see the dip there, and you can even see it go to a reasonably moderate mountain or even a hill or something or building, and you can see the horizon drops below horizontal, and if you take up an auto level in there, you can see it drops, and there you are, curvature sorted.
That's geometric curvature. No, I asked very specifically for documentation any time in history, or I could go and find geometric curvature of Earth ever.
What would you want visible? GPS can do that. If you look at the GPS signals, they give you a three-dimensional coordinate of where you are, and you can then, if you then decide your reference system is horizontal, then you can see that if you then go any distance left or right of where you are, you will actually be dropping in relative to that horizontal. If you look at make your own observations of, say, the horizon, you'll see that it dips away. If you look at any documentation on geodetics, you will see it. What do you want? When you say you want to see it, what do you want? A photograph? Do you want some measurements, or what?
Well, yeah, it's a physical place, right?
Right, so what do you want me to give to you? Do you want a picture? Do you want a picture?
Yeah.
Right, okay, then, in which case, just go and take a picture outside of an aeroplane and you will see that the horizon drops below the horizontal. And there's your curvature. That wouldn't happen on a flat Earth.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said that you can't see curvature from 120,000 feet. Planes don't go
Yeah, he's wrong.
higher
He's
than
wrong on that. Yeah, I mean, he got that wrong.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Have you told him this?
Yeah, but what he
Have
was
you let
talking
him
about.
know?
Yeah, hold on. What he was talking about curvature there was left to right curvature. I'm talking about curvature along your line of sight. He's talking about curvature left to right. There are two very different things there. You can easily see the curvature along your line of sight. That's why boats disappear below the horizon. But left to right curvature, which is what he was talking about, in other words, across your field of view, that is more difficult to see. But you don't need to be going at 100,000 feet to see that.
Wait, so then what did Baumgartner say? What did he see when he said I could see the curvature of the Earth? He was
referring to left to
ocean.
right curvature. Yeah, he was referring to left to right curvature, and he could see it. And Neil deGrasse Tyson was wrong. You can actually see left to right curvature if you take a nice sharp camera. If you've got a high res camera, for instance, if you've got Oblivion salt flats, even at ground level, you can see left to right. And there's a guy famously on Metabunk who took pictures from 700 feet up in Mallorca, and his pictures, and he actually put a horizontal piece of tubing across it as well. And you can see how the horizontal tubing remains horizontal, but the horizon behind it bends. So you can actually see left to right curvature, even from, say, as he did, from 700 feet up with a photograph. You can't see it visually. I mean, obviously, your perception, you can't really see it. But if you take a photograph with a high-resolution camera, you can see the curvature, as demonstrated by this chap on Metabunk, who took it from 700 feet.
What kind of lens should I use?
Well, obviously the rectilinear lens, but even dodgy lenses, if you position the horizon in the middle. Can you listen? Can you listen?
15,
even a dodgy
25
lens,
millimeters?
even a dodgy lens, if you keep the horizon in the middle of the lens, it will not be subjected to curvature. Go ahead.
But I mean, should I use my 70 to 200 lens, my 50 millimeter?
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's nice. I mean, you could do that, but obviously the 50 millimeter would be better. But you could use a 70 if you wanted to. But if you've got the horizon in the middle of, if you've got the horizon in the middle, you didn't listen to what I said 2 minutes ago, did you? If you put the horizon in the middle of your lens, if you put the horizon in the middle of your lens, it won't matter what your focal length is. Jesus Christ, you won't let me say that.
How about my 14? Will my 14 do it? Can I use
that would be less good. But even then, if you position that in the middle, you will actually not get the effects. But that wouldn't be such a good thing to do. Let's stick to your 50 or 70, shall we? How about doing that?
All right, great. I'll use the 50.
Yeah,
so
use the
50 millimeter lens shows Earth curvature.
It will do, yeah. If you keep the horizon in the middle of your lens, and then if you've got a nice high-res pic, you will see. And then if you can do the second picture to help you, if you can find something that's very straight, if you've got a straight ruler or something, an engineering ruler, and you put that in the picture, and you manage to arrange that to be horizontal, and you put that in your photograph just above the horizon, and you have those two things in the same photograph, you will see that the water. So you do this against some water, you will see the water curves against your horizontal, and then you can compress the picture horizontally to amplify the effect, and you'll see your straight ruler will remain straight, but the horizon will be curved across your line of sight. And you can do that yourself. Yeah, indeed. Yep.
Wow. No.
Well, you're just in denial, I'm afraid. Many people have done it. Okay, well, go and do it then. Go away. Just go away, go up, say, just get up so you can see some water. You only need a few tens of feet. Get your camera out, and then try and stick an engineering ruler in the same picture. Make it dangle down so that it's nice and horizontal. And then you put that in the same picture. Make sure your camera's also aligned horizontally, because you don't want it. You can avoid it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be, but it's better if your camera's also horizontal. So you need the ruler to be horizontal and the camera to be horizontal, and you need the horizon to be in the middle of the lens. And then you just take a picture, and then you will see the left to right curvature that Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about actually in the picture. And by the way, he denied you could do it. He was actually wrong about that.
Damn. Go figure.
So you could go and do this. You could test this yourself, but you won't do it, will you? Even because you know that I think you know that you don't have the intellectual cap. Well,
don't be going there, Rumpus.
Okay. Well, but I think you'd be frightened of being contradicted, and you wouldn't want to do that. But if you had the courage to go and test your convictions, you would find that it contradicts them, and then God knows what you'll do then.
You're one big contradiction, Rump. You just double spoke. You said it was difficult. You can only see it line of sight. And then you said left or right was difficult. that Neil deGrasse was wrong, and now you're telling us how easy it is to see left or right.
With a camera, it's difficult to see with your eyes. You just don't listen, do you? So with your eyes, it's difficult to see the left or right. But if you've got a camera and you've got it nicely positioned and you put the horizon in the middle of the lens, you will be able to see it. So unfortunately, you just don't listen. You don't have the detail. You don't have the nuance, the detailed analysis of what people are saying, and that you willfully misunderstand or willfully misinterpret what's going on.
I hear what you're saying. You have to have a lens. And if that's what you got, if you assume that the horizontal line that the horizon makes is curving, and you put your lens in the center of it, and that the drop from horizontal is Earth curve. And not just an optical phenomenon. You can use
that's why Rakia. I said if you include in the picture. Hold on, let me finish. Let me just finish dealing with Rakia. I'll come back to you in a second. Rakia, if in that picture he's just claimed it's an optical effect. Rakia, if you to put, that's why I said if you put in the same picture an engineering ruler. If you do that, you will see that the engineering ruler will not be curved. So therefore, that will invalidate your claim that it's just an optical effect.
How close should I put this engineered ruler? How close?
Any distance you like, preferably to keep everything
in focus.
And
how far is the horizon?
Well, to keep everything in focus at the same time, I would suggest you put this engineering ruler, say, about 20 feet away from you, put it on something, make it horizontal, and then in the background have the horizon, then have it and position your vertical height the way you've got the camera, so that the horizontal ruler and the horizon are quite close to one another to help with the effect, and you will see that the horizontal ruler will not be affected by the curve that the horizon will have.
20 feet from you, not 20 miles or whatever.
You do understand that? Yeah, you see, you don't understand how lenses work. Do you? Lenses only work on angles.
Matter in optical effects?
You don't understand that lenses work on angles.
About the lens.
You are. You said it's an optical effect. Well, you're gonna now claim, are you, that refraction causes things to bend left to right?
Are you claiming that it doesn't?
Yes.
So now refraction doesn't bend light in the distance.
Not left to right, not in the way it bends it more at the left-hand side than the right. I mean, you're getting desperate now.
No, I'm not. How we see things in a radius, you don't think that affects things?
How we see things? I don't know what you mean.
Well, you stand in one point, and your vision, right, when you're looking out, you're seeing a what?
You mean across your line of sight, your field of view, right? So across your field of view, right, left to right.
So does that and distance affect optical illusions created by the atmosphere?
No, you'll have the same. The atmosphere will be if you have a uniform day. Obviously, if you had a sort of rain cloud on the right hand side and not on the left, that would make a difference. But if you had a sort of reasonably clear day, what's going on the right hand side of your eye, in the middle of your eye, and the left hand side of the eye will be the same, except the fact that they will be curved.
Why don't you see drop or dip from short distances? Why do you have to go way up in altitude to see it?
You don't. When I'm doing my rect test, I will be looked from the top of a bridge. It's only 10 feet above the water, and I will be showing that the distance 8-kilometer water will be dropped from the horizontal by a substantial amount.
We're talking about the measuring to the horizon. Why is the horizon? Where's the horizon going to be when you're only 16 foot above the water? Shouldn't it be dropping away from you if you go up 16 foot?
Yes.
Yeah, but not when you look at it from 16 foot, right?
It does, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. At 8 kilometers away, that I think actually, oddly enough, that 15 when you're about 15 feet high, the horizon is about 8 kilometers away. So in fact, it's right on the horizon, your visible horizon, where my last marker point will be, my last post. But obviously, I don't have a body of water. I've only got a canal. But they're very close to one another. So then that point, which effectively would be the horizon,
you're doing a low-level observation over water.
Well, it's 15 feet, yeah.
And you're doing that over water?
The canal. Well, it's just a canal.
Water.
Yes, water. Water? Yeah, but it's not a wide body of water, but it's a canal. Yeah. So
you're doing it over a canal, water.
Yeah.
And what's your distance again?
8 kilometers.
So long distance, low level observation over water to prove what? Are you proving refraction again?
No.
It seems like you are.
Well, because you don't understand. When you get the effect,
right? I understand perfectly.
No, you don't understand. Rowbotham went to the same place, and he managed by getting to being 1 foot above the water. He managed to get refraction conditions that made the Earth look flat. When you get up to 15 feet, I mean, when surveyors, for instance, they recommend that you get up to at least 3 or 4 feet. I'm at 15 feet, so the really big refraction effects don't happen here. You'll still get standard refraction, but you won't get the outrageous levels of refraction you'll get down, for the first couple of feet. So I'm at 15 feet at the bottom of the bridge. There's another 3 feet on top of that for the theodolite, so it's actually 18 feet. So from that height, surveyors would be happy that I'm in a zone that's not being affected tremendously by refraction. And as I say, you can also allow for refraction effects because you can do something called simultaneous zenith reciprocal measurement, and that can tell you what the refraction conditions are. We also know from the temperature gradient, the vertical temperature, which I will be measuring using some thermistor arrays at 3 points on my thing, what the vertical temperature gradient is. From that you can determine what the refraction effects will be. So I'll be able to eliminate them from my test. And so, yes, the horizon will dip and will drop, and I will be able to show you and point to it in the live demo. There, that's where the horizon is, in effect. But it won't be clear cut, unfortunately, in my case, because I haven't got water the other side. I've got this bridge and other things. But that's where the horizon would be for someone at 15 or 18 feet.
As you rise up above the ground, why wouldn't you expect the horizon to lower, be lower?
It does.
Why wouldn't it?
What do you mean, why wouldn't it? On a flat Earth, the horizon should be at eye level.
Oh, you think we could see forever?
No. Well, you can.
Well, if you can't see forever, then horizon would be the distance.
Okay, when you say see, yeah, if you can, for instance, you can see stars that are many millions of light years
away. No, I'm talking about at the horizon point. The subject matter that we're talking about.
Well, yeah, but about the horizon, yeah, but your view is obscured by the horizon.
Why? It's just a conversion of the sky and ground, and it gets worse and worse.
And if on a flat Earth, it would not be where it is. On a flat Earth, it would be much higher up in your vision.
But there's
the reason it's down low. If you had an auto level on a flat Earth, the horizon would be at the auto levels. Would appear at the auto levels.
Why the auto level's higher than the?
Yeah, but if you understood the geometry, which you don't. If you understood the geometry of that, on a flat Earth of any reasonable size, then the edge of your horizon...
The two horizontals would be parallel. But due to optical effect and refraction,
you interrupted me before I finished my sentence. I'll say it again. If you're on a flat Earth and you looked out of an auto level, say at 15 feet, the horizon would be at the horizontal graticule in your auto level. On a globe, it wouldn't do that, and that's one of the two things I'll be demonstrating on my test, that the horizon and this body of water will be below.
Yeah, put your whatever you're using 1 foot above that water and see what it does.
No, I won't do that, because then you'd be introducing refraction effects that are not well understood, or they're very variable. I'm not interested in going down to silly levels where you are going to get silly refraction effects. I'm going to go at the level that the surveyors recommend.
Silly refraction. It's just
I'm going to be observing things from 18 feet up to do what is the recommended for surveyors to do to minimize refraction effects.
Yeah, if you put something 18 feet above a parallel horizontal surface and you create a horizontal 18 foot above it, guess what? It's still 18 foot above it, no matter where.
And that's what I'll be demonstrating it won't be. That's the whole point.
But if you're looking long distance over water through an optic, like a theodolite, then you're going to be getting some distorted measurements.
No, I won't.
You will.
There's established theory, and using reciprocal zenith measurements, you can establish exactly what the refraction effects are. And I will be showing, and anyway, the refraction effects, when you're that high, are much less than the curvature of the Earth. So, for instance, the refractive effect will only be something like 10% of the drop that I'll be showing.
He's weird. So let me guess. Once you calculate your standard refraction, it's going to match Earth curve perfectly.
I hope so.
Really?
Well, no, the refraction won't match Earth curve. My results will match Earth curve. So I'm going to be raising up this post, and I'm going to be then.
Once you calculate refraction, you're going to get there in your area, or near the pole, or near the equator.
There's so little difference; it doesn't make any difference.
You can't measure that difference. There's a little Earth curve difference over that difference.
You asked me the difference between the Earth curve at the pole and the Earth curve at the equator, which is indeed very slightly different. I'm not asking you anything.
I'm pointing that you can't differentiate between anything.
Yeah, because they're so similar. Yes.
Are you going to factor in human error?
I could probably not. Well, actually, you can measure the difference, because that is of course what the expedition in the 1700s the French did, because Newton said that the Earth was an oblate spheroid, and this was an area of dispute.
Right,
So
we're saying history. We're talking about your test.
some geodetic surveyors. You asking me whether you asked me whether I'll be able to tell the difference. And in fact, although I said you couldn't, in fact you can. This is because exactly what the geodetic surveyors did in the 18th century to establish that the Earth is an oblate. That established that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. So in fact, you can measure it. With my,
that's not what they did.
That is exactly what they did. And
no.
so,
are you going to factor in human error?
Which one?
What?
So you're talking about?
Hang on. Are you going to factor in human error?
We're taking
you
lots
talk
of measurements.
About refraction error. Refraction error. Refraction. You're going to calculate that in. What about the human error?
Well, I'm hoping to avoid it. Obviously, there'll be a small amount, but I've got to calibrate. I'll have a calibrated auto level, and the only other error I can making is auto levels are difficult to get wrong. Really, once you've got them calibrated, the error in that is rather difficult. And the only other errors I can have is the fact that measuring the height that I'm having to raise these posts up to match the graticule in the auto level.
Cool. Rumpus, I just want you to know that it's really Rakia's time to talk, because I can keep on hearing just talking in the background every time you speak, so I figure it must be his turn to talk.
Yeah.
I would say Moyak's a little biased. I can post a DM to prove that bias if y'all want.
You already posted it, and I agree with what I said.
I'll post it again.
That's extreme refraction conditions. But if you have normal refraction conditions,
right? Well, but what's normal? How is that ever established? Because I guess if we're always looking,
because you measure it
at the where did you measure Earth curvature?
Right. Sorry, there were two. You asked me about refraction conditions through the.
No, I said no. You interrupted before I actually got to the fucking point in question.
Okay, ask me the question again.
Yeah. So, right, if you're going to say that you are going to figure out you're going to use standard refraction, how was that standard established? Because all you're ever going to
that's what I was answering when you said I wasn't answering your question. I was about fraction is.
Was establishing you have to make up Earth curvature in order to come up with refraction.
No,
Earth curvature comes
we can
first.
establish
Earth
using what I call that
first. Then you have to use. Then you can use in your.
Well, no, hold on. There are many. Yeah, well, there are many ways of measuring Earth curvature besides doing a measurement with the horizon, which is subject to refraction. There are many different ways of measuring the radius of the Earth.
Someone established the radius if they're always going to be ever looking at refracted effects. And
well, you don't have. You don't.
Because one day I'm able to see 300. I could. The radius would be hundreds
See, that's not a good way of measuring the radius of the Earth. Yeah, it's not a good way. I mean, I know that Oakley goes down this line all the time, but that's not a good way of establishing what the radius of the Earth is.
Right, and
you
so
do not use.
How was it established? Because apparently it has been. So how was it?
Yes, indeed, many different ways. But what you can do, for instance, the Aristophanes method, for instance, is less subject to refraction, and that would give you a better answer for the radius of the Earth than using this technique of seeing the distance.
You know the assumptions involved in this Aristophanes. You know this at this point. It assumes farther away parallel lines, all this.
Yeah, that's fine, which we can establish. We know the sun's a long way away.
Wrong also when he says Aristophanes 2 wells or 2 sticks don't do it enough, you need 3. Is he wrong about that too, or is it just?
Well, no, it's just the reason they use 3 is it establishes it can't work on a flat Earth. If you had 3 sticks, then the measurements on a flat Earth would disagree, whereas on a globe Earth they don't. They all agree. So the reason of measuring 3 sticks is to invalidate the flat Earth.
Right, and so no one's done that yet. And so the Aristophanes at this point, Aristophanes is a draw.
Of course we have. No, it's not. Slice Barkane did exactly this.
It doesn't prove one way or the other.
Yes, it does. Absolutely does.
No,
we can show that the Earth. We know that the sun is a long, long way away, and the lines are parallel. In effect,
you have the distance to the sun.
The distance to the sun. Yeah, we know that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. We'll please enlighten me. How was that established?
Well, do you want the way it was first established?
Well, because the way it was first established was wrong at 3 million miles. So how was it actually?
Well, okay. Then I don't know which one you're referring to. The first reasonable one was done in 1681 by
what's reasonable?
Cassini.
All it does is keep changing.
Well, doesn't keep changing. Well, obviously, someone in antiquity. If you're citing the Aristotle method, if you're citing the Aristotle or Hipparchus method, can I answer the question? Can I answer the question? You asked me how the distance of the sun is established, and I'm trying to tell you, and you keep on interrupting me. So the one you mentioned about 3 million miles, I presume that's something to do with the Aristotle. Was it Hipparchus where they used the angle on the moon? Yes, that wasn't really no one thought that was accurate. The first reasonable one was done in 1681 by Cassini, and what he did is he worked out the distance to Mars using trigonometry. So having done that and then using Kepler's laws, he was then able to work out the distance of the sun. So that was 1681, and they got an answer within, I can't remember how many percent of the accepted value today is, but it's within a few percent. So 1681 was the first reasonable measurement, first scientific measurement of the distance to the sun. And obviously we've improved it since then, and we've even done things like bounce radar beams off the radio waves and things, and radar off the sun to establish. And obviously we've sent things around the sun as well. So we know very accurately what it was. And so it's only been changed by 2% since 1681.
Well, I'll just say something on that one. Sorry. Cassini thought that the world was prolate. If that throws off your argument slightly.
Thought it was what? Sorry.
Prolate. So the polar.
As opposed to oblate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't. We're talking about distance to the sun.
Yes, I know, but this is the same person that's argued about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, but we're talking about distance to the sun, aren't we? That's the subject of the discussion at the moment.
Yeah, I know what you mean, mate. I know what you mean.
Right, so he did one thing for the distance of the sun. So we're talking about distance of the sun, and he's using a method, and he's used a method. He used a method in 1681 that has been within 2% of the accepted result today. So he got a result within 2% of the accepted value today. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we were just in a cycle, in a circle. Right? You're using one thing.
So I'm not hearing you. You're gone a bit quiet on me. Can you say it again? Can you say it again, Fuzzy? I couldn't quite hear you.
We're in a. Can you hear this?
Yeah.
So yeah, we're in a cycle, right? We're in a
cycle,
loop, right? You're using someone's.
I don't know. That's not what you mean.
Where you expect the known distance to the sun, you're using that. You haven't proved the distance to the sun.
Yes, we have.
And you're using that. You haven't proved.
We've used millions of different ways of doing it. I just gave you.
I was super talking.
Sorry, you're right. I did interrupt you.
You can't hear me, right?
Yeah, no, sorry. I did interrupt you. I agree. I interrupted you. I agree. I interrupted you. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, all of these things you're using to justify the net. And that justifies the net. Yeah, that justifies the net.
You cut out. Anyway, so I'll respond to that. No, I'm not. These are all independent ways of measuring the distance of the sun. All the ways that we have measured to the distance of the sun, once we've got decent scientific instruments, have all agreed. They're not dependent on one another. So this idea that somehow
we're now talking. So you interrupted.
So you interrupted me there. Hold on. Yeah. I was trying to make a point there. We've got many independent methods of determining the distance of the sun that are completely independent of one another, not dependent on some previous idea. And all these different institutions and methods over hundreds of years have all attempted to find the distance of the sun, and they all agree. Go ahead.
All right. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that when we started this conversation, we're trying to talk about how you prove Earth radius. So you're saying that you had to have proved the distance to the sun in order to, and you're using all of the distance to Mars and the distance to the sun and all these known other distances to make calculations to make ideas about what you think the Earth radius is.
No, for the Aristophanes technique.
People were trying, does Aristophanes, did he know the distance to the sun in order to?
You don't need to. All you need to know is that the sun. Hold on. All you need to know is that the sun is sufficiently far away that you can treat the lines as effectively parallel. That's all he needed to know. So from that piece of knowledge, you then end up with the radius of the Earth. Go ahead.
But that's all he needed to assume. When all other objective looking at the sun through clouds and stuff makes it look not parallel from very far away.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
And on top of this is that, again, until you're doing a bunch more wells to prove this point, 2 wells, the way Aristophanes did it, doesn't prove it one way or the other. It just makes an assumption one way
Well, Slice Barkane has done it.
uses that.
He got people around the world to do solar measurements on the sun, well, their local solar noon, and he ended up with the radius of the thing. And there are many different ways. I mean, this is just the first one that's documented. I mean, obviously we've established the distance of the sun by many thousands of times by many different ways.
Okay, but then could I take measurements of shadows and wells?
Yes,
and calculate for a flat Earth and a local sun, and come up with equally valid.
Yes, and if you did it 3 times, you would find that if you did it with 3 observation positions, it doesn't count. It would not work. You would end up with 3 different positions of the sun. Whereas if you would go for the globe position in a distant sun, you will end up with 1 distance, and then you end up with the radius of the Earth that we have found by very many different ways.
Right, but I just asked you, could I come up with math to make it work? And you said yes.
Well, no, it wouldn't work. As I pointed out to you, if you did it for just 2 observations, then you would end up with a value. But then if you did a third, you would find it contradicted that. So you would not end up with something that was mathematically valid. Because if you just do a diagram and you can say, well, I make these 2 things and assume the surface arm is flat, and you end up with a position of it. And then if you take a third position, then you'll say, oh, they won't agree. And then you're stuffed. So you then have to change the geometry of the surface you're on. And if you make it curved, then it all works.
If I'm in a room and there's a light bulb in the center of the room, and I put beer bottles on the floor in various distances from the center of the room, I'm going to come up with different varying shadows on all 3 bottles, right?
Yep.
And I can calculate that all the math will equal with the fact that, are you saying that my math won't work?
Yeah, it will work in that condition. Yes, exactly right. Because you're on a flat surface and you measure the angles to your light bulb, and it will all agree, of course, because that's the situation you're in. You're on a flat floor. Assuming you're on a flat floor, and you made the calculation, then yes, it would work. And that's why, because the bulb is close to you, and therefore the maths will all work. The difference is that the sun is not close to us, and therefore it will not work, and the surface is not flat. And that doesn't work in reality.
But okay, we can't. The sun goes away every once in a while for part of the world. So how it's not local? I mean, it can be very much local. It's here one day, and it takes 24 hours to come back.
If you make 3 simultaneous measurements, I mean, I've got a diagram here somewhere. If you make on a flat Earth, you will find.
Obviously we should do this, but you're saying it. My point is that math. Well, I could make the math work.
No, you can't.
Yeah,
not for 3 observations. No, if you have 3 sticks, it will not work. You cannot make it work on a flat Earth.
And it's really too bad that Eratosthenes only used 2 wells. So again,
yes, I mean, from his point, yes, you do have a valid point in saying that just from what he did, because he only did 2, you could end up, and if you use his results, then you will end up. If you assume that the Earth is flat, then that makes the sun only 3,000 miles away.
Right. So yes, you brought up Eratosthenes, and I'm just saying that's kind of And
but the point is, he didn't assume that. He assumed the sun was distant. Hold on. No, it's not. No, because he got it right. He worked out from the other reasons. He worked out that the sun is distant. So once you make the sun distant, then that makes the platform which you're doing the measuring curved. And then he got the curvature from that. And he was right, because he's been confirmed. So he made the right assumption. He assumed that the sun was a long way away. And there are good reasons to believe that, as well as the fact that we obviously now know we've measured it and it's incredibly far away. But there are ways of knowing that it is a distant thing, because it isn't subject to parallax when there are various things it doesn't do. If you had, for instance, a local sun would change in size during the day. Local sun does not do that. The sun does not change its size at all over the period of a day.
Why
so therefore,
would it do
it can't be local.
Why would it do that?
If it was local, if it's only 3,000 miles up, for instance, if you imagine a sun that was only 3,000 miles up,
right,
and then we know.
How do you know what it is?
Well, it doesn't matter how size it is. Can I just finish?
Right above you is 3,000 miles.
So if we have a sun that's 3,000 miles up, and therefore its circuit, it's got to get to places that we know that are many tens of thousands of miles apart to be in a particular position. To do that, it would have to travel a long way. It would have to travel, say, 10,000 miles. An object that's only 3,000 miles up and moves away 10,000 miles will become, I think, something like 1/4 of the size that it started off at. So therefore, a local sun is impossible.
That's perception.
But it's a light in the sky, right?
No, it's a disc.
Okay. Well, who is this?
That's Brenda.
What happened to Rumpus?
Hey, Brenda.
Shift
The light,
over.
the light in the sky that's above you, Rumpus, where there's less refraction straight up, right?
Correct. Yes, there's less refraction straight up. Yep.
And we're assuming at this point that it's a physical light. Like that is the physical. That is the light source. That thing you're seeing that you're saying would be 3,000 miles up is the actual physical light.
Yep.
What if it's not?
Well, it is. We've been round it. We know we've been there. We've sent satellites around it. We know exactly what it is. And we've also been able to bounce things off it, so we know it's solid.
You bounce things.
Radio waves. Okay, I'll say bounce things. Yeah. In electromagnetic waves, we've bounced electromagnetic waves off it. We know there's something there, and also we've been there and we've sent satellites that have orbited it very close to it. And in fact, we've currently got one that's only a few million miles away that's actually taking off bits of the solar flares and things that are coming off, and actually sampling it as we speak.
That's a fantasy story. Well, let's stick to reality. Where we see it in the sky, does it look like it's far away? Or does it look like it's local?
Your perception of whether it looks far or close is absolutely irrelevant.
No, I'm talking about your perception.
My perception is that it's 93 million miles away.
No. That's the distance you've learned and you agree with.
No, it looks to me like exactly that distance.
It looks determine distance by just looking at something.
I'm just talking about perception.
Yeah, so how do you determine distance by just looking at something?
Have you ever seen anything to compare it to that's 93 million? Like, I don't get how you
stars. They look even further away.
Right, but
moon looks closer. Venus looks a bit closer, and then the sun looks further away, 93 million miles away, and the stars look even further away. That's my perception.
But Moyat was kind of making my point. How would you perceive that?
Well, I'm prepared to say my perception is not accurate. I'm therefore prepared for people to. I'm prepared for science or astronomy to tell me exactly what the feel is, but that's what I perceive.
Oh, so you're trusting other men. Your faith in other men.
Absolutely. I'm trusting people who are cleverer than I am, who've got instruments that are better than I am, and who understand the subject better than I am, and spent 20 or 30 years.
We're talking about.
I mean, you don't trust anybody, but that's the reason. That's why you. I mean, you haven't designed aeroplanes. I trust people. I trust scientists because they give us the computers, aeroplanes, bridges, and it all works. So I trust that they do a good job because they've got predictive capability and they're shown to be competent.
Yeah, we're talking about your eyes, where you perceive it.
I got a thought on this. Basically, there's other ways of also determining distance. Like when you see a solar flare, you could determine the amount of time it takes for the physical matter that travels from the sun to Earth. That's measurable. It arrives at Earth after leaving there. But you can also determine by the arrival times at different places on the Earth how fast it was traveling. So you can also determine it by more physical means that we see an effect. We know how fast that effect is happening, and therefore we know how far away it is. It's not a real clean thing. It's sort of a snappy.
You've calculated.
It gives you millions of miles as opposed to thousands of miles.
You've made.
And I was talking when you were speaking. I mean, I know you
need these things to be at. Yeah.
I just said that you measure the speed by
desperate stuff you're trying here.
Yeah, I'm not being desperate. I'm just spitballing.
You are desperate. If you're thinking glare, somehow you think that's not an issue, and that eliminating. You say, why do you need to use a solar filter? Because things like cameras get upset by glare. But if you use a solar filter, you can eliminate the whole issue, and then everything's wonderful, and you can see that the thing doesn't change in size over the period.
Why would I want to distort what I'm actually seeing with a filter?
Okay, why don't we use
glare? We know that glare causes a distortion. If you want to eliminate or sources of distortion, you want to eliminate glare. This is a desperate
Why don't we just use the moon? Because the moon does the same thing the sun does is on a flat Earth. It goes about 4,000 miles away, 6,000 miles away, and it doesn't change at all, and it doesn't have any of the glare effects, and it's at least it's almost as far away as at least as far away as the sun.
In the calculation, absolutely correct. So, so it would have to change it'd have to change a factor of 4 as well. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, If the sun is on a racetrack around the equator on the flat Earth, how come nobody ever sees the opposite side of the sun?
Now that's a great question. And how would you know? Yeah, how would you know?
Because everybody on Earth,
sorry, Brenda.
See the same. Yeah,
Can I just interrupt you? I'm sorry, Brenda, to interrupt you. The sun does actually rotate, so you're much better off with the moon. You'd definitely be able to see the backside of the moon, and you can recognise it. Brenda was correct, but it's just a better example with the moon. Go ahead.
Well, yeah.
Don't use the sun, Brenda.
But with the sun, right? Everybody will see the same sunspots on the sun, right? They never see the opposite side of the sun.
Yeah, good point.
That is a great point.
Yeah, whereas obviously, if it was locally, yeah, exactly. So in the case of the moon, it's a classic one. If it's sitting on the equator above it, the people in Australia should be seeing the back side of the moon, and we'll be seeing the front side. And of course, that doesn't happen. The only way that can happen, what we see, is if the moon is a long way away and we're a long way away from it. So we know, therefore, the moon is not local because we can't see the back of it, which you would be able to do if it's only 3,000 miles up.
And they see it upside down, don't they?
Correct, indeed, which is exactly what you'd expect. Exactly. They see it upside down, but they see the same face. Whereas if you want a flat Earth, you wouldn't see it upside down, but you would see the backside of it. And that's one of the best, actually, it's one of the best globe proofs, actually.
That's the best one I've heard so far. Y'all should spout that off every time.
That's Professor Dave's proof from like over a year ago. Where have you been?
I've been using this for several years, that very same thing. I've even got diagrams, and I've made several presentations on this very issue.
But even the sun and moon flatten out as they get toward the horizon. You guys use the excuse of refraction to explain it away, but the sun does appear to flatten out to show a difference.
Refraction isn't an excuse; it's an explanation. That's
it does flatten out because he said, Brenda, that it would flatten out, and it does flatten out toward the horizon. So that appears to be prima facie evidence of what he's talking about from a flat Earth perspective.
No, it validates refraction.
So are we going to explain it as a round globe, sun and moon that are refracted over a ball, or like a flat disc or something like that just appears to flatten due to perspective as it gets further away from the observer? How are we going to?
There should never be refraction on a flat Earth. If the sun is 3,000 miles above it, there should never be refraction.
Refraction is a thing flat or round. That doesn't follow.
No, refraction is a thing on Earth, regardless of its shape. But the sun isn't on Earth. It's 3,000 miles above, so it should never be refracted.
So refraction is only a thing for the globe with its astronomical distances. Refraction is a thing for a globe with astronomical distances, but not a thing for a flat surface with much smaller distances. I don't understand that, Brenda. That doesn't make any sense.
And also, like if you draw an arrow on a piece of paper and put it behind a piece of like a cup of water, it will change direction right there in front of your eyes, like a foot away.
Same with the mirror.
Yeah.
But refraction does mean the negative refraction.
We're not talking about mirrors.
But we are talking about negative refraction where an apparent direction can reverse. So negative refraction can reverse an apparent direction.
Yeah, so it's not refracted.
Yeah, that's not what I was also adding, that if our upper atmosphere is like a glass, like some type of glass with water, then it could have those same effects, right? Just like you can do in your kitchen,
glass
like a foot away.
What do you mean a glass? Yeah, you mean there must be 2 layers of glass then, right?
Like a bilayer dome, maybe.
Because we're not.
I just thought about this. As you go away from your glass, does not the image in your glass shrink? If it was behind the breccia, it still is it's going from 3,000 miles away from you to 6,000 miles away from you, and it doesn't change its size. So I'm not sure your answer has any explanatory power.
But it could happen, right?
No.
It could.
There's no examples of it.
Right there on my kitchen table.
Let's look at the globe excuses.
That glass, if you step back 10 feet from that glass, that object will shrink by. If you double your distance, it'll half in size.
Right, because we're not dealing with the same size of the dome and or the light beyond it. We're dealing with smaller things. So you move an inch away, it would change.
And you have the ready-made excuse of glare to explain away the apparent size change of the sun that we do see with or without a filter. So maybe once we peer past the globe excuses of refraction here, refraction there, we just see a flat surface.
Yeah.
Wow, maybe the rakia is a glass-like structure with waters above after all. Amazing.
The Rakia.
No, that doesn't explain anything. If you're still going from 3,000 miles away from the Rakia, when you're looking horizontally, you're going from being only 3,000 miles away to 6,000 miles away.
Wow, so we'd have to
actually
only
even
figure
more
out
than
the
6,
distance
like
problem.
9.
So it would work. The effect would work. We just have to figure out the distances. Yeah, great, awesome.
Well, no, the distances are known. We know how far across the surface of the Earth the
Yeah,
sun is, the ground position is, right? We use it for navigation, so we know the ground position, right?
Yeah, about 3,000 miles away for the sun, moon, and stars, roughly 3,000 to 10,000 miles, roughly.
6. Well, that's vertical. Now, horizontally, it doubles in distance again.
Horizontally, it doubles in distance, sure, and appears to set bottom up due to perspective and diffraction limit or something optical.
But when the angle changes, you know, things would change, right? Like, not just distance is the only factor.
So I'm going through I've got a piece of glass. It's in a dome shape, roughly. And I've got this, and it's behind water also. So I've got this weird dome shape, and I've got this object. We should be able to tell. It's going to be, first off, a concave lens. We should probably be able to make some determinations of what we would expect.
Well, I would say there's a lot of unknowns
at that
there,
water
right?
glass.
Yeah, but
I think there's a lot of unknowns.
Sorry,
But
mate.
let's look at what we do know. We do know that creators, when they want to cover a large area with a very strong structure, they use a dome shape. And then when you, just so happens, when you go to the source that talks about what the creator did, he talks about a dome with waters above, which would give us some of the effects that we're seeing. So
You've got to actually verify that, or at least show what a convex lens would do.
I did it on my kitchen table. You can get a bowl full of water, like a dome, put a light source on the outside of it. David Weiss has done this too, and project the light into it, and it makes it go around. You can move it closer and further. It makes it smaller and larger. It's amazing.
All right, so
with this water, sorry, 2 seconds. The problem with the water is that you can use the water as a magnifying glass. You can actually use water and the sunlight to burn stuff.
The water doesn't magnify in and of itself. You have to shape the water.
What would
superfluid do? It would give you a concave dome-shaped water against the surface, so it looks like we have testable, observable, repeatable, quote-unquote science.
Yeah, it would have to be.
Now, all you have to do is show that makes something stay the same size at any distance.
Maybe we could talk about a type of water or liquid that's just now being discovered called superfluid that may be above the dome. The glass structure that's above it.
Do you have any indication that superfluids refract light differently?
Oh, no, it's brand new science. NASA is just now telling us about it.
Yeah, because helium can make...
Well, just about for the past, 60 years.
Yeah, which is very brand new in science. Yeah.
Yeah, and helium is magnetic and can create electricity itself. So we've got a winner of
electricity necessarily. We're trying to figure out how the sun stays the same size at any distance you look at it.
Holy crap! You're right.
We got to change its size. The thing is, you guys have ready-made excuses about solar filters to try to salvage your theory. There's glare off of the dome, Moayak. We're good with or without a firmament, with or without it being flat.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. We're going to use the moon. We're going to use the moon. The sun is a bad example because you guys are retarded. But we can use the moon, which will actually function, and you don't need solar filters, and we can see it at 6,000 miles away. We can see it set, so we know it's 6,000 miles away. We don't have to worry about glare. It doesn't change in size appreciabely.
Well, we have things like supermoons that show that it's changing size. So, what ready-made Glober excuse do you have for that?
No, you don't. Actually, I heard this claim that it changes size on the horizon, but when you measure it, it's not changing size. So that's a lie.
I don't know how
it would set early. It would set early due to perspective since you're too close to the ground. You only get a dramatic size change if half of the object is above the level of the eyes and half of it's below.
We know it happens at about 6,000 miles, depending on where you're. Like, it happens about 6,000 miles. So it sets at 6,000 miles. We know how far away it is. It's doubled in distance because you said it was 3,000, then it went to 6,000. So that's going to be a doubling in distance at least. I'm not sure how you're justifying this. It doesn't need a filter, and angular size of it will remain uniform across that time period within 1%.
So you're saying everything is possible except for this, right?
Everything is possible except for this.
Yeah, except
no,
for
I
what
don't say
I'm
everything
saying.
is possible.
Wait a minute, why not? Like people say that it can be this or that, or both, or you're not into that? You think they're wrong? You think
I don't see how
everybody's
general
wrong?
relativity applies to this, but do tell.
What about the people who are saying that it can be both? Yes or no? Black or white?
Both
It's
what?
all one thing. Like
It could be both
anything
what?
possible.
You're giving two alternatives with no explanation.
You don't know what I'm talking about?
Both what?
Both of anything. Just take any two things and then both are possible. Like everything's possible. Anything can happen. No one's wrong, right? You see what I did there? No one's
No,
wrong,
actually,
right?
flat earthers make an art of it.
Globers don't? Everybody
They
does,
make
right?
mistakes. Yeah,
Well,
I'll say they make mistakes, but usually they can be corrected.
Yeah, Rumpus said Neil deGrasse Tyson, the astrophysicist, was wrong earlier.
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
Not really.
Brenda stated that
Neil deGrasse Tyson speaks to an audience and speaks with a cavalier attitude that I think if I spoke with Neil deGrasse Tyson, I believe that he would say, "Oh no, I agree with you."
You think he would agree with you?
Yes, no, with the majority of people I've spoken with on this subject, so not just me.
Right. It was funny the way he said.
When I showed him the measurement using those red. I know you guys don't like the measurement, but from 200 feet, they take the two parallel lines and they look across those two red parallel lines set up on a table. You can see the horizon curves. He would have to say, "Oh, yeah, well, yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying seeing with your eyes, seeing it naturally, seeing the curve."
You think Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks that boats go are obstructed bottom up as they go over a geometric curve? That's actually
I
not
think there's no
geometric.
question in his mind that happens.
So he wouldn't agree that it's an optical phenomena ever?
Ever? There's times when there's shit that happens and obscures your vision, like the mirroring and stuff that we see. Yeah, that happens.
So you say it only when you see.
Do we know the conditions that happens under, and can we eliminate those conditions?
The mirroring is one of the effects of the conditions of that day, but what if there's other things besides the mirroring that would obstruct?
Well, you want to talk about fog? Are you saying that the object is occluded? Yeah. I'm not going to count that as the same category.
Yeah, everything. I would account for everything.
I wouldn't count that as the same category. If there's something in my way like fog, that's something that's tangible and identifiable, and we can tell it. When it's foggy out, you can't see things.
What would fog
be?
Things
didn't disappear. They didn't disappear. They're actually still there, surprisingly enough. But
so the fog is just a more dense layer, right? Like more dense medium. It adds to the density of the medium, right? So
fog has its properties. Fog doesn't change the size of things.
I didn't.
Because it's a scattering of light.
Yes, it does, and it changes the color of things too. You ever
look?
It
changes the color, yes, but it doesn't change the size.
Sure, it does. The sun looks extremely small through a fog layer.
Not the moon. If you're talking about glare, you got a different situation. And if you use a solar filter, you're not going to see it change size in fog.
Wouldn't
so
the moon
no, it
have
doesn't
more
change
glare
things. You want to try and find this one little obscure thing that, yes, the sun does look smaller because of glare. We know that because when we put a filter on it, the size remains uniform.
Yeah, I definitely am coming up with alternative methods because I think all the methods that I was taught, I don't get. I mean, I get that if it's concave or a sphere, what the effects would be, that things would obstruct bottom up on a sphere, right? I get that if there's a water.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, I get that. But then I also get that I would very easily be able to measure that curved water, that downward curve drop from horizontal. And because that's
a ridiculous. Well, let me show you clarification. I think that sounds like a ridiculous argument because, by all accounts, the Earth is at least around the belly of it, 25,000 miles in circumference. Around at the equator.
If it was, that would be easily measured over a mile. That's 8 inches.
No.
Roughly. No.
That's 8 inches of drop. And we do measure that.
That's what I was talking. No, who's we? Where have you measured it? I've been asking, what tools and methods did you use?
Okay, you've seen it. I mean, I know you've seen the blue marble across his lake at a quarter mile, showing like what is it, like 3 inches of drop?
Blue marble measured 3 inches over how many miles?
Over a quarter mile, I think it was.
3 inches over
I
a quarter
can't remember the
mile?
exact numbers, yeah, but basically you've seen him show his across the lake measurement where he shows the drop of an object.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got main surveyor shows that horizontal lines aren't parallel. Let's see, what else? You've seen ships go over the horizon.
No, I've seen my actual boat go into the horizon. Get it straight. My boat. I've seen it personally go into the horizon and be obstructed bottom up where the thickness of the medium is.
Why'd you see your boat? Were you driving?
What?
Were you driving?
No, not at the time. I had someone else driving.
Oh, okay.
Other captains. We actually had several captains at once. We did a triangle. And we also had a helicopter one time and drones many other times. It's neat. You ought to do it yourself. Because on some days, that obstruction happens way early, right? On other days,
as
it
expected,
doesn't happen at all.
No, actually, it always happens.
Yeah, no, really. The boat just fades out.
Always disappear into the horizon.
No, that's wrong. Yeah, into the horizon, not over it.
Whatever you want to call it.
No, I call it what it is. It's going into the thicker layer, which is more dense the lower you get.
You're saying that when there's a weird refraction.
No, I'm talking about on different days. Whatever day you want. Some days it's obstructed bottom up. On most days it's obstructed bottom up. But on some days it just glitches out. Depending on the condition.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah,
it's probably just your terminology's got me.
You don't know what glitch is? Like, just blinks out.
I know what it is, but I haven't seen glitches.
Yeah, just because you haven't seen it,
not
don't
by
mean
your
you can't
definition.
talk about it and know what I'm talking about. Just imagine, right? You can imagine a boat going away from you if you had one, and most of the time it disappears bottom up due to the layer and your angle. That layer closest to the surface, you would agree, is more dense. So of course it's going to be obstructed bottom up on most days. But then some days when the conditions are right, I guess it has to do with temperature, maybe. The object, in this case, which is a boat, just starts to like fade away. Like you lose the information all at once and then blink, it's gone. Just like when I'm going offshore, we have a bridge.
So you're talking about turbidity.
Whatever you want to call it. There's lots of things that.
Well, no, these terminologies, it'd be nice if we could speak the same language. So turbidity, you're talking about it's occluded by too much haze.
Okay, haze, yeah, that would be one thing.
So we're back to you don't understand how fog works.
Oh, no, I'm actually explaining it, right? You said I was. It's haze, fog. More dense layer of atmosphere. Most of the time it's going to block, that layer of atmosphere is going to be closer to the surface. So, of course, something on the surface is going to disappear bottom up because that's closer to the surface.
Are you making this up, Ricky, on the spot?
No.
No, he's talking about all the optical conditions we see. Turbidity, which is a completely separate category from refraction. Yes, we can. Like if I put my finger in front of my eye is occluded now. Yes, I understand that. I'm not going to include that as an optical effect.
Well, what about optical illusions? Could it just be an illusion that our mind is interpreting something different?
Well, not just our mind, devices also see it, so it's definitely not an optical or mental optical illusion.
Oh, okay. Good point. Yeah, good. Because my camera picked up a bridge curving towards me when it's actually straight. And when I changed sides, when I went to the opposite, like I was on the east side, and when I went to the west side, the concrete and steel structure that's straight, parallel, actually started curving towards the west. So yeah, definitely.
No idea what you're talking about.
Just not in my mind, right? I captured it with my camera.
Cool.
Like I wasn't.
Cool. I don't know what you mean by that. You guys have such bizarre geometric terminologies. It's kind of hard for me to understand what you're saying.
No problem. I'll give you a visual on it. Hey, let me.
Okay. Cool.
What if Earth is curved? When you see something behind something, it's actually behind it. Wouldn't that be fucking crazy?
Oh, that's weird.
Wild, wouldn't it?
All the evidence points that way too. I mean, it's kind of weird how it's.
No, that is not weird.
Imagine just accepting it, and saying, yeah, it is a curb.
An arc bridge right now. I'm approaching it, and the cars in front of me are going down. I can't even see them no more. So yeah, that definitely would happen. But you know what? I can measure this. I can measure this bridge right here.
Compare it to a road on a hill, and carry on believing in flat Earth. Why don't you?
What do you mean? That's the same thing, right?
No.
It's a road that's arcing, curving, and when objects go over
Seeing
it,
a car on a road and a hill is not the same as Earth curving away.
Well, the road is curving down away from me, and the car is like the boat going down. It would be the same thing, but it would be easily measured, right?
It's been easily measured, and we've figured out it's definitely a glow and boats go over the curve.
I think you're just saying that. I think you're making it up.
Well, the thing
just a
is,
quick
we
question,
found
Ricky.
bottom-up obstruction simply by getting close to the surface, be it the wall, the floor, or the ceiling. Life Assured has shown it and demonstrated this is testable, observable, repeatable science.
Of course it is.
Yeah,
we lose the information from the bottom first.
Ricky, are you going to post that image, or is that something for the future?
I posted it.
All right. You posted it?
This image again.
Let's see. Oh, I'm in the chat. Wrong chat.
Mirage, so flat Earth. Oh, what is it?
Well, a mirage implies a flat surface for reflection.
No.
And normally the image that's miraged is inverted if you talk about it as superior and inferior mirage.
All right, that's interesting that you think that road is curving towards you. That's actually a mirror image of the top of the bridge. It's not the road that's continuing in the direction towards you.
I agree.
That is a image of what's above it.
No, I agree with you. It's a straight parallel bridge that appears to be curving towards the viewer. And when you get at a certain angle to a parallel object, I call it the soundly angle, it appears to curve in a different way.
That's
right down.
The bridge isn't straight.
Yeah, appears to. It's not actually. Just like this picture right here is not actually curving towards me. It's actually.
Why don't you guys check Soundly's picture for refraction? You invoke refraction all the time for the black swan and other flat observations. Why don't you check Soundly's thing for refraction? There's obvious swamp gas and refraction right here.
That's pretty simple. Refraction works the opposite of that, so it actually is something that makes the bridge more. It is more curved than we're seeing.
So
you're saying it's exaggerating.
Refraction.
Wait, he's saying it's exaggerating a slight curve in the bridge, is what you're saying, right?
No, it's minimalizing. It's minimalizing it. It's making it less curved.
So you're saying Soundly's power line and bridge is actually more curved than what it appears in the picture? Oh my God!
And you can see that with the GPS measurements. The GPS measurements actually show that it is curving at a greater rate than you see optically.
Actually, the GPS showed a horizontal plane with humps in the bridge, which it has 5 of them.
Oh, it had humps. Yeah, it went over the bridge, but when you get towards the end, you can see there's a diversion between the GPS and the bridge, where it actually goes below the bridge.
What? Below the bridge? No, he's driving over.
He was riding on the surface, and when he does it in 3D coordinate system, it deviates from the bridge in a greater rate than the bridge turns than we see optically. Which is what we'd expect.
He's not doing it optically. He's doing it with a GPS.
We looked at it optically. We compared the optical observation with the measured, and I say we.
Okay, I got you.
And they showed that the curvature was actually more severe than we were observing.
You compared the miraged image over 24 miles over water to a GPS coordinate systems measured that showed the bridge being exactly level for a great distance, and then going over a hump, then leveling out to the same measurement again, and then going over another hump that was taller, and then going down and coming to the same exact, like 5.7 meters all the way across, except for the humps.
Oh, the 5.7 meters is true. I mean, that's true. But when you looked at it in 3D space, you can see that it's curving downward, away from you. And you can see that the bridge curves, the optical bridge curves less than the actual measured bridge.
He didn't say it was
both of
curving
them in the
downward.
3D coordinate system.
He didn't say it was curving downward from a starting point. He said it was going up 90 feet and then going down 90 feet. Said it was a 90-foot
Really
hump.
depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about to the mid-span and you're trying to compare from end to end across a sphere, there will appear to be a hump there when you look down from both observation points.
I'm comparing where he started his measurement.
You're looking down from both observation points.
Yeah, he
That's not
started
really a
at
hump
one
in
end of
my
the bridge.
book.
He started at a 0 point at one end of the bridge, drove over at level, like
And
not
when you compare
curving.
the points from end to end, there's a hump.
No,
But
there's
when you
not.
look,
He ends up at the same 5.7.
for fuck's sake, you just don't understand elevation. I mean, this is so
I do
stupendous.
understand elevation. Elevation above sea level, 5.7 is the starting point.
Yes,
It
and
goes
on a curved
exactly
surface, that
horizontal.
elevation. Can I take a basketball and measure a 1/4 inch off that basketball and
He's
all
not on a
distances
basketball. He's
around
on a
it and find
bridge.
out and make a concentric ring that's going to read the same elevation of 1/4 inch? Yes.
He's on a bridge.
God
24
damn.
miles.
All right, I'm sick of talking to you. Have a good one.
All right, talk to you later, buddy. You
Don't
did
call me
good, though.
buddy. I don't like
Yeah,
you.
You did. Oh, apparently by your DM. But you did good, man. Keep selling it.
You didn't.
Right.
I agree.
So anybody else want to
well.
talk about my picture that I posted that was only 8 miles away? How the concrete structure appears to curve? Now, and you're going to tell me that it wouldn't curve.
It's literally curved.
I know.
It's by refraction. It's swamp gas in the ass refraction. You need to check Soundly's picture for it.
You're showing a hump of a bridge that is curved, Rick, here. Saying, look.
I know, but it's not actually curved.
It is.
No, that bridge in that position is not curved, sir.
That's the hump. You're showing the hump.
No, I'm talking about how it curves towards me and it's covered by
I
water.
don't agree it curves towards you. I think that's a
so you think I doctored the
explanation of
picture?
what you see.
Yeah, I agree. It's actually parallel. That is caused by the atmospheric condition and the angle that I'm at.
It's not curving towards you. It's just mirroring.
Right. So you don't think it can do other things like appear that there's a hump of water in front of you one day and not the next?
No, I don't.
You've never been out and seen that? I have.
I don't think mirroring on Soundly's bridge through your camera is any evidence for a flat Earth at all.
Well, what about if I told you Soundly is the reason that I became a flat earther because I was a glober agreeing with Soundly? Well, I don't care what. I'm just going to tell you the story. I went out to the same spot he did and saw a hump of water and went, "Holy shit! That water is curving. I never noticed it before, right?" And then went back on a different day and could see the shore. The hump was gone. So then I said, "Well, hang on a second. Can't be physical because if it was, it would be there every day. Must be optical." I knew shit about optics at the time.
Soundly proved the globe, and you got obsessed with the bridge.
No, Soundly approved refraction and miraging. And I didn't know anything about either one of those. And thanks to Soundly, I've learned a lot about it. So now I know his Earth curve proof, which isn't there on some days, isn't proof of Earth curve. It's proof of a refraction.
It's proof of Earth curve too.
Not really.
Yeah,
if you really think about it. If you really think about it. Because the Earth curve would be there every day.
If it was refraction, we need to check Soundly swamp gas and the ass refraction just in case we're missing something because it curves up, it curves down. It's all over the place.
It curves down and it curves less down. Never curves up.
We need to check it with experimentation to get past this idealized theory, Moyak. These idealized theories of how perspective works, refraction works. We need to check it with some, reality or something.
How is that idealized? If it curves up and less up.
So you're saying that when light refracts, it curves upward?
Yes. Well, it depends on what you say. The objects appear higher than they are than they should be.
Okay, you have a hump in the middle that's higher
light
than
is bending downward.
It's actually flat, but it's just this hump that's being refracted upward. There you go.
Stanley proved the globe and then gave up. You've been obsessed with the bridge ever since.
With your bias, you can't see the forest for the flat trees. It is what it is. Somebody else with another flat-charted bias is going to have to point out your bias and how you're accepting swamp gas in the refraction.
I have a bias, but I'd work on it. You've tried to show me the forest or the flat. You've tried to show me the flat for 3 years, and I can't see it. It's
You
invisible.
accepted Swampley's obvious refraction.
If you can't see the miraging and refraction in Soundly's picture, then you're the one that's biased. Obvious miraging and refraction in his pictures. I can post all of them and point out the mirages in his very pictures that you say are Earth curve. That's a bias.
Sometimes bias blinds us on both sides. That's why somebody else with another bias has to point out the bias. It is what it is. I mean, would you accept this as flat Earth evidence, this obvious miraging, these obvious optical effects? You'd be crying the way that you're crying about the black swan with the bent oil rig on.
Long distance over water observations aren't valid. Yeah. Oh, but Soundly proved the globe with a long distance observation over the worst water ever. Salt and fresh water mixing, cold and hot water mixing.
Has nothing to do with refraction.
Are you kidding me? Shit.
Wow. Boy, step back for a second. Cold and warm water is mixing in that causeway. That's going to lead
cold and warm water, yes.
Creating a
salt
huge
water
turbulent.
And fresh water has no effect on refraction.
You know why that bridge is bent towards me like that on that particular day, Moyak? Because a huge amount of cold water was dumped. Yeah, because the warm water of the lake was mixed with cold water, sir. And then it
had
caused
nothing to do with salt water.
Salt and
temperature.
Salt and fresh water mixing together create a different electrical effect. Wouldn't you agree? Different current?
Different electrical current. Yeah.
Did you know that power line has a lot of electrical current going through it?
Not in any way that you would change light.
Did you know that that bridge, those things on the side of it, are huge electrical boxes creating a current?
That's so cool.
That is amazing. So if you got
amazing, but it happens on the other side of the bridge where they don't have them. Whatever.
What do you mean? It's very near. It's like 50 feet. You kidding me?
So
should it be less on the other side? The bridge warping the other way.
So this is where science comes in, Moyak, and we explore different theories, at least from a theoretical level. Perhaps the electrical gradient of those pylons, that salt, that fresh or whatever, is making some sort of weird swamp gas in the ass refraction effect, don't you think?
Okay, so the bridge that we have, Soundly's bridge, are you saying that carries the same amount of voltage as the power lines?
There's an electrical environment around it at the very least with the power lines.
I understand that, but is it the same potential as we see at the power lines? Because the power lines seem to do about the same thing.
I don't know, but it's a possibility worth exploring.
You should know that before you assert it's a possibility.
Well, you know it, but you're not willing to look at any other possibilities. So we have a bit of a standstill here. You have the knowledge, but you're too stultified in your thinking process to bring to bear a new solution to the problem. And I may not know shit, but I'm at least willing to explore another explanation for the problem. So what are we going to do, Mr.
Seen power lines.
You know too much to do anything, and I know too little to not do anything about this electrical thing. So what are we going to do?
Well, one would think that you would actually try and learn something and like say, okay, well, in a condition where there's a high electric field, we should see this. And we don't see that. We look across power lines and there's no change. You can turn the power lines off. You can turn them on. The background's not going to move based on those power lines. It's not.
But most power lines aren't over water like
going from a massive change up to like the high tension lines or something like 300,000 volts.
But most power lines aren't over the water like this. We're looking over land. Water is conductive of electricity. We have all that moisture in the air. Maybe we should look into this with the salt and fresh water as well.
You got 300,000 volts compared to the Soundly's bridge, which has substantially less than 300,000 volts. So why are we seeing the same effect over both of those objects? It's a stupid assertion. It has no merit from the beginning.
I think you're close-minded with your blue pill theoretical nonsense. I think we need to look into this with an open mind, a bit more.
We're not always seeing the same effect. We're not always seeing the same effect. It's
we
different
don't
every day.
See the consistently. We don't see the power lines doing different things than the bridge does. Hence, the electricity, which is vastly different between the two of them, carrying millions of amps or
Yeah,
tens,
the power
millions
lines
of
are
amps, yeah,
metal and the
millions
bridge
of
is
amps at
concrete.
300,000 volts versus what you're seeing at the bridge, which is probably like 240 volts and
Now
a
you're
few
just throwing
dozen
out
amps, a
numbers
few hundred
of two
amps.
different conductive layers, right? The metal would be more conductive than the concrete, wouldn't you agree? So there would be different effects, but even on the power
I don't know
line
why I'm talking
itself,
with you again.
just the power line itself is different on different days.
You could tell the voltage by the insulators on the power lines if you're that interested.
But my point is the power is different on different days. I mean, just the conditions of the atmosphere changes the shape of the apparent shape of the power line. I don't know why you can't see that. You can go out there and observe it yourself. You can go out there and observe it yourself.
Difference between the bridge and the power lines as far as the
What do you
power
mean
goes.
there's vast?
Yet they have
What do you mean?
similar optical effects.
Okay.
The power lines have fuck all to do with the amount of change of those towers.
So electrical current
Besides,
or electrical
there's no
field
mechanism for it to work either. There's by no means no mechanism in optics that allows for optics to change based upon power, the electrical field.
Really?
You've never seen water move based off of electrical stuff?
Yeah, and air moves too, doesn't it? So
Physical water? Yes, you can make water move, but can you make
well, then
the
if you have
atmosphere?
movement, you have more turbulence.
Can you make the atmosphere bend light differently? No.
No, but you can make it move, and if it's more turbulent near the electrical poles, then the way you see through it is going to be different.
Oh yeah, the little coronal discharge that's happening around the actual power line at the insulator. Yeah, that's gonna cause everything, for
Dude, you think
you're
that's
saying it would be a small effect?
and 100 feet below the tower to change.
So you're saying it'd be a small effect?
Rakia, you think a little bit of whatever's not going to make a difference, but you thinking that you see a little bit of curvature makes the Earth a ball?
No, this is drastic curve what they're showing. Like this is you live on a grapefruit type curvature.
Yeah, no, Soundly. Yo, big up Soundly. You ever heard him whistle? I had him on. We used to do music. It's hilarious. Big up Soundly.
Soundly says you can see it if you have 20/20 vision. He also says you can see left to right curvature within like a 5-mile stretch. I'm like, Jesus, Soundly, you're a special guy. And notice all his pictures are at the same angle towards a parallel line. What if you go like 1 or 2 degrees off of that? Does the curve go away? I say it does. The apparent curve does anyway. I would be willing to bet Moyak, who is fighting so strong on this curved power line, has never been there. And when I tell him that it changes day to day, he's going to fight against that, although he's never been there on different days. Am I right, Moyak? Oh, I bet you won't talk to me now. I'll add jackass to the end of that. I only know those power lines change from day to day because I've spent many days on the side of the highway, which, Moyak, by the way, that's where you would have to be to get that view, which you probably didn't know that either. On the medium of the highway, that's actually elevated right there. It goes up on an elevation in that curve of the highway, and you look down parallel to those power lines, and on different days you get different effects. Now, I will say, on most days, it does appear to curve off into the distance, but it always has a mirage over the water. Like it gets glassy, miraging effect, and oh, just a coincidence, that's where the curve appears to start. Strange, right? And by the way, I don't blame y'all for not liking me. If I had a fantasy model that I'd base my whole entire worldview and I spend every day defending that worldview like y'all do, and someone was given good evidence against it, I wouldn't like that person either.
Looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. Looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. Yay.
So I walked away and I came back and now it's quiet. Hey, good morning, good afternoon, shalom. Quiet.
What up, Blaze?
What happened? Do we have a disagreement among ourselves?
Nah, the ball is.
No, it's been jamming in here this morning.
I was in here.
I know, it's been good.
Yeah, you were holding your ground and trying to help educate them. And I did hear you say that, yeah, you used to believe what they believed as well. And that is the key.
Absolutely, I did. That's why I went out to the bridge. I was like, I fished under those power lines all my life. I was like, I never saw the water curving like Soundly's picture. Let me go out there and test it myself. Went out and bought a camera. My son and I went out there, and to be honest, the first time we did it, the water was bulging up in front of us and blocking the distant shore. And I was like, holy cow, I never noticed that before. That's amazing. You know, flat earth is stupid, right? And then I went back and started studying how that could be an optical effect. And I said, well, the only way to test that would be to go out on different conditions and take shots. And lo and behold, we went out there again and got different results. We could see the shore the next time clearly. There was no water in front of us. So then we started questioning, well, how could the water be in front of us one day and not the other? So there's only a couple things to conclude there, that the distant shore is being lifted up above the water that was there before, which would change the angle of the shot, or the water in the foreground is being lifted up in our vision, like optically, you know, like a mirage or an optical illusion, which is what a mirage is, and it's obstructing the information trying to get back to our lens. It's hard to explain even now that I've seen it 100 times, but when you look up the definition of mirage, it says optical illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions. Mm-hmm. Well, that's pretty self-explanatory to me. And it's just in case people think I'm making that up, I'll post it.
I think we take for granted sometimes that we're able to seek the truth, right? Question what we've been taught rather than regurgitate and defend what we've been taught. You know, at some point we were like, wait a second, you know, we were all confronted with like, I could be wrong. They could have been lying to us this whole time, you know, and there's people in all aspects of truth. You know, I'm not the flat smacker, right? I come at it from like a biblical standpoint, and you wouldn't believe that like the pushback in the biblical area as well. It's like, are we truth seekers, or are you just want to be comfortable and wrap that up in a nice little package and think that that's handled? You know, there's different layers to it. So, and it's crazy because we're trying to help people and they don't want it. They don't see it as help. That's what you guys are here doing, educating, you know, the Globers that come in here. And you know what I always said, I've been, I guess it'll be 5 years in July for me, that knowing the shape of the earth. Well, knowing that it's fixed and immovable, right? We're not a sphere or stationary. Is a lot of people love the alien movies, the scientific, you know, there's got to be more to life than just this, you know? And they think that maybe, you know, aliens could come and abduct us or
Yeah,
have
life
a better,
would be better.
yeah, right? Because
Yeah.
it's such a nihilist word. So a world. And I think that that's what a lot of people, like my brother, you know, I mean, he's come a long way from me mentioning it to him. The first time I mentioned it to him is like, that's the stupidest thing. Don't ever mention that to me again. That's ridiculous, right? So, you know, now he's eased into some things, but he still is not there because he watches Ancient Aliens, right? So these people that don't really know that there's a creator, that's what they hang on to because, you know, the nihilists, like, what's the point, right? What is the point? And I think that's a lot to do with their hesitancy of researching both sides. Because then that's going to take away their Star Trek and all those other. Pardon me?
I do as well. Let me run this by you since you're biblical. I am too.
Yeah,
So they mentioned earlier, like when something passes over you in the sky, it's in like upside down for this person and this person, or back to front. You know what I'm saying? Like it changes direction. And I said, well, wait a minute. You know, the Bible tells us that there could be a glass structure above us with water above. Would that change? Would that make that effect? Now, I personally have. All you got to do is take a glass of water, put it on a counter, draw an arrow on a piece of paper, and pass it behind that glass of water. When it's pointing left to right, when you pass it beyond that glass of water, it will change and appear to point right to left. It is it's just a mirroring phenomena, whatever. If that is what, that's what the biblical is telling me is above. And if that's the effect that you say you're seeing, well, maybe it could be that, right? Well, they immediately try and discredit that, although that's exactly what you were just talking about. A glass structure with water would do this phenomena that we just talked about. And lo and behold, the creator told us about a glass structure that's holding waters above from the waters below.
Yeah. And then when I was doing my 3-week study of researching, what really kind of boggled my mind as well, it was like, what, Operation Fishbowl, Operation Dominic, what did they hit? You know, up in the heavens, what did they hit? So I was like, okay. And then different movies talking about the dome, and so for me, this is what's really important. I finally researched the researchers, right? And nobody understands it. And I was thinking the other day, you know, if people really stopped and thought about who researches the researchers, they act like it wouldn't make a difference. But if you have a child that's in 2nd or 3rd grade, would it be advantageous to understand who's teaching your children? You know, if they were a Satanist, they were a Luciferian, if they were a Kabbalist, I mean, I'm pretty sure it would have a little bit to do with it. And that's what I deduced, that a lot of the early, pioneers, and, I was like, okay, well, who are these people? And did they have something in common? And yeah, they did. They're all pretty much Gnostic Kabbalists and, not godly people. So that it seems like they had an agenda.
Yeah, I think of the spiritual realm. I think Satanists are ruling the world, and we're fighting that spiritual war. That's where I come from. I don't push it a lot because it doesn't work well in certain settings, but I do. Everyone knows that's where I come from. And when I can go to the Bible and it talks about all of this, like it tells me exactly what to prepare for. And when you get into talking about creation, it tells me that there's waters above and that there's a glass-like structure above. That's why you're seeing these phenomena. It tells me how the sun and moon circuit above me, just like I see, right? In the wintertime, my sun sets underneath the bridge at the marina, and in the summertime, it sets further to the north because it's in a tighter circle. That now makes sense to me. it also makes sense why if the sun is the light source and the heat source, that's why when it's further away from me, it's colder, and when it's closer to me in my summertime, it's more bright and it's hotter. I mean, it just adds up. I don't need anything else past that.
Yep. You know, I mean, I became a truth seeker first, and I had no idea why, right? I had no idea. I was not raised, with any kind of AK religion, which I hate that word because that is man-made. And I had no idea in 2008. A friend tried to send me some information about 9/11. I thought that was so ridiculous. I was like, what are you talking about? So there's a real spiritual awakening happening. And doesn't Morals and Dogma, what's that guy's name that wrote that book? He talks about how the nihilist and the believers are going to, duke it out with each other. And do you know what the guy's name is? I can look it up. He talks about it, how, you're just going to have the non-believers and the believers going at it. And essentially the non-believers kind of win. In the New World Order, like I knew about that in 2008, right? Well, it wasn't until like 2017, 18 that I saw it in the scriptures. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's right there. So we're just in a spiritual battle. You guys can do what you want to do all day long and everything. And you do make a difference. You guys definitely make a difference. Some are going to have eyes to see and some don't. Just the way that it's going to be. So thanks for everything that you guys do all the time in here, because it can't be easy. Same conversations over and over again. It's just crazy. But maybe get into the alien part of the fake aliens that they love their shows, because I know my brother likes alien shows. Those people are the hardest ones to break through to, in my opinion. Wouldn't you say? Beautiful.
Sure.
feeling Indians, where we touch the moon. If I know what a minute, and I'm with Afghanistan, in the house of such an angel, too far down to get back home. Smoking spirits on you. Yeah, same anybody told me that them things are bad for you. I said many folks who want me. There been several people that tried up to now. There ain't been nothing that I couldn't be. Say, oh, close my ears. So sing it along. Only tell me how your love goes true. I can feel you. There when the bullets fly, I want across the river just to hold you tonight. Circles it has raised like a river, feathered Indian, calling out the clouds for rain. I go running through the thicket, I go careless through the phone, just to hold you for a minute. Wait, leave me close my ear. It's been so softly in my ear. And I will sing it along. Tell me how love is true. I can't count you. Yeah, when the bullets fly, I run across the river just to hold you tonight.
Nice. Thank you.
Yeah, man, welcome. Thank you.
I still ask my same two questions. I'm not quite sure when we talk about topics that are known, right, in science, phenomena that happen no matter what the surface is. And it doesn't take away their ball, right? Like if we're on this playground called Discord and I'm discussing things that may be taking away their ball and they get so upset. Why do they get so upset when I'm talking about things that don't really take away their ball? It's actually reality, what we're seeing in the distance, right? There's obvious a mirage in my picture that I posted, right? They'll tell you that. You can't take observations over water at low level because of the turbulence. They'll list all the reasons, right? Temperature variation, blah, 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 refraction this, mirage that. But when Soundly did it, definite proof of Earth curve. Even Dawn, I think that was Dawn earlier, Soundly proved Earth curve instead of, yeah, there's refraction and miraging and, long distance observation over water soundly, right? I'm not sure. We can't really use that. It was over and over again, soundly prove Earth curve. It's globe, right? It has to be. That's a strange thing. And my other question that I always ask is, if you know that water is curving, then you must have measured it, because that's the only way to truly know a shape in reality. So I ask, what tools and methods did you use? I didn't ask you what a surveyor named, whatever his name is, I don't even remember, that didn't know how to set up his tools that he was using one day. I asked, which methods did you use to know that water is curving? Because all I want to do is take that same tool and go use the same method and see what results I get on different days. Because if you tell me you measured it one shot with a theodolite or auto level over water, then I'm going to tell you, yeah, can't do that. So I'm not going to, I'm not going to waste my time again. I've already tried that method. You yourself would tell me that's not a good way. But that is really the only way they've ever attempted to do it.
I've come to figure it's just like, is it good enough for somebody to make their decision? And for some people it is. It's like, that's all. It's such a nominal amount of, like, even if it is, like, it's like, I mean, I don't even know. It's just a moot point. If the information is good enough for somebody to believe it's a globe, sell them Coriolis insurance.
Just turn it back into a smaller thing. Like, you and your buddy are sitting around and you go, okay, I think the distance to that tree is, 100 feet. And he goes, oh, no, you're crazy, dude. It's 200 feet, right? It's something drastic. What's the first thing you're going to do? You're not going to go on Discord all day and fight about the way we measure trees and, blah, 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 how refraction. You're just going to go measure it. None of these people go do their own measurement. Strange. They would rather argue about someone else's, interpretation of the measurement that they made. Both ways. They argue the way I did it, how it's wrong, and they argue the way someone else did it that they know less, that they've spent less time with, and that they haven't checked in on. They believe that person because it fits their bias. But even though there's that obvious discrepancy, they won't take the time to go do it themselves. That's the strange part, that we disagree. Of course, people are going to disagree about things. It'd be a dull place if we did.
Yeah, I think it's kind of also too, man, when you're arguing, I was thinking, like, in this debate, it's like telling someone, like, they're trying to explain a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and, like, it's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich because you can taste the peanut butter. That's all. Like,
yeah, it has to have jelly on it, right?
Right, it just has to have jelly on it because you can.
Well, did you see the jelly being put on there? No.
Right, no, right, but it has.
Did you see them buy it at the store?
And then
no.
And then they're like, but you see, there's peanut butter on it, so there's a sandwich called a peanut butter and jelly, and that's how you have that sandwich. So
absolutely, gotta be jelly.
You know what I mean? Like, and then they start showing you the proof of the peanut butter, and that's how we know it's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And then you're like, wait a minute, where's the proof of the jelly? Well, they're like, because of the peanut butter.
Like, well, don't you see the peanut butter, you big dummy?
Right, exactly. What are you, lying? You don't see?
What are you, idiot?
Butter? There's an obvious. That means that there's jelly.
What are you, a bread earth?
Like,
a sandwicher?
Yeah, a sandwich earther. Like, or I don't know. It's like, like, you can't have just peanut butter and bananas or something, maybe, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, it's like, no, if there's peanut butter, it's got to be jelly. And that's how we know there's jelly, because there's peanut butter.
Yeah, there's definitely.
And that makes a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I can't go to McDonald's and get a peanut butter and nothing sandwich. I got to get a peanut butter and jelly. Everyone knows that if there's peanut butter, there's got to be jelly. I feel like this conversation goes on and on and on.
It sucks you brought up food because I am starving.
All right.
You know you're hungry when the talk of peanut butter and jelly makes you really hungry.
Yeah, who doesn't like? And that's where they're like, who doesn't like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches?
Yeah, everybody likes peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. You've been eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches all your
That's
life. What
right.
did you do when you went to elementary school? You learned about peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. You know, like they say peanut butter and jelly sandwich so much, you start to think, well, maybe there is jelly on that peanut butter
That's
sandwich.
right.
Yeah, I kind of see. Yeah, I kind of taste it. You know. Wait a minute. No, I don't. Shit. I lifted the bread up, right? I went
No, it's
out
like it's
myself.
honestly, yeah. It's funny. We're over here like, look, there's no jelly on the sandwich, and they're like, but dude, there was peanut butter. I tasted the jelly, dude. I don't know what you're talking. You're like, dude, you're fucking nuts, dude. Like, you have a
I
disorder.
just lifted the bread in front of you and took a picture. It's just no jelly, dude. No, you can't see it. It's being hidden.
Yeah,
It's
it's
soaked
special
into
jelly.
the peanut butter. Yeah.
It's a pseudo jelly.
It's refracted into the peanut butter,
pseudo
man.
jelly.
Oh my god. It is amazing. I know I sound triggered. Like I listen to myself, I'm like, God, I sounded upset. I'm really not. Like I'm smiling a lot of the times out, but I am passionate, right? Like this is important to me. These people attack my kids and I just talked to my daughter, you know, like that was one of the ones that was in the car when they said my kid should be taken away. Or, you know, they heard when I posted a picture of the bay that guy say, that's the bay I'm going to drown you in, right? Repeatedly death threats, repeated, you know, this, that, and the other. Yeah, I'm going to be passionate. They woke up the wrong bear. Shout out to that comedian guy that bears as this group.
I think I know what you're talking about. Owen Benjamin.
Owen, yeah. I haven't heard him in a while. I think he switched, like he does his shows on other places.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people that were out here still do their thing, but you know, you kind of gotta keep in touch with them or find them instead of get it like. You know. I don't know. I find myself more on here listening to just because I like the current events and shit. Like, you know, I think of it like, you know, that's why like flat Earth annoys me a little bit, but I like flat earthers.
That's why I hang with Bab's group a lot because it's like flat Earth is just as stupid as saying it's a sphere. Like I can prove it's not flat easier than I can prove that it's not a sphere. You know, that stigma type thing. Don't put me in that group, you know, because it's not flat, you know.
I used to always add the caveat of like in proportion to the whole.
Yeah, I get it, you know, but it is aggravating because they lump you into that group. And honestly, people in the public, when I used to tell them it was flat Earth, they really thought I thought there were no elevation changes. I mean, seriously, that's how people, you know, take it out in the public.
Well, I think what's interesting is that it like haven't been in a minute, and just, like yourself, you've been in it a while. It's like, you know, seeing how it's almost become like the media and like the same people I think that have attacked flat Earth have like attacked the whole like, you know, anything that's not the left. And like people have generally woken up. Like, how many people do you know that are like in Facebook jail every now and again because of something they posted? Or, you know what I mean? Like, it's like more and more people are aware that there's this like slander going on, which is really cool because back, I think years ago, not many people understood the slander effect. Whereas now they've used it so often. You know, it's kind of like most people are like, yeah, I don't know about that. And then they're going to look into it to themselves because, you know, but initially you're right. Like, it is, it's an uphill battle, you know, like trying to talk about, especially if you class, like I always say, like, what do you think about flat Earth theory? You know, the theory of flat Earth. Like, I don't propose it as like something that necessarily is because no one really knows. Yeah, I'm gonna get moving for a bit though, Rakia. It's good talking to you, brother.
Dude, like before I took a shower, there was like 15 people in here. After I took a shower, it was like 10 minutes. You were the only one left. I don't know where everybody went.
Yeah, it kind of happens. Sometimes too, like if people were AFK, and then, I think it disconnects you after some time too.
Really?
Moron flat earther.
See, you know what's interesting is this all started because he said, I don't know why flat earthers still think water being level somehow proves the earth is flat. LOL. And I said, perhaps that's because you've never had a conversation with a flat earther without trying to win something.
Yeah. That's a ticket right there.
Yeah. It's like just honestly talk to a flat earther about why they believe what they believe, and they'll tell you. But if you're just trying to win something over the internet, then you're not going to get anywhere. It's
That's
like
what
that
he
talk.
won. Go ahead.
I was going to say it's like what you were talking to Bob about last night.
Yeah, that was. I know. I have to go back and clip that. That's going to be a good exchange too. Because what he does is he'll take these little sound bites and then put them in a video as if he's debating you, but leave it out what was being said back and forth for full context.
Right. It's so dumb, man. Everybody's a moron. Come on.
Yeah, like he's some sort of emperor of man that's got it all figured out, a master plan.
What did you say once? It's like they're all pinky in the brain.
Yeah. What did they do today? Oh, they debunked flat Earth. What they did yesterday? Oh, they debunked flat Earth. What are they gonna do tomorrow? Debunk flat Earth. It's like pinky in the brain. And you ask them, what is it? What have you debunked? They don't know. They don't even know what it is. He said, like yesterday, Bob was like, it's science. Flat Earth is science denial, and science denial is dangerous. But he said, flat Earth is harmless and it doesn't matter. Okay, well, go out there and find somebody who's doing some science denial that fits your criteria, and spend 4 years triggering, or 5 years. I don't remember how long Bob's been around. So it's a self debunk, because he says he's worked up by stuff that he sees as dumbing down humanity, but it also doesn't matter. So he's not. He's basically pissing in the wind, and then telling himself it's raining. Oh, I gotta get going.
Oh, all right.
I just saw your DM and I was like, oh, what about that car? I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah.
So, a Tesla did some sort of Grand Theft Auto jump, right? And then they looked for the driver and they couldn't find him. A Tesla's a self-driving car, if you believe, right?
Yeah, pretty good.
I know. I thought it was super funny. See, look at just me talking about flat Earth is a troll to him. How? Like, walk me through that logic.
Like, he thinks that flat Earth is a troll to begin with, but he debates people. So he allows himself to get trolled by his logic.
Does he actually believe that flat Earth is a troll?
Oh God!
He thinks it's a conspiracy. I mean, he thinks I'm a troll. He thinks Crit is a troll. I've never seen him refer to anyone as any. I've never seen him refer to any flat earther as not a troll. Like that guy, Facts. I don't know if you ever heard of him, but he's in that server.
Which server?
Kicking chickens.
No, I meant which server. Like, is his server kicking chicken?
Oh, I'm not in it. I think it's just called Kicking Chicken.
Okay. There are guys like that too on the flat Earth side, though. Like, I haven't heard Rakia call refer to any globe, or not, let's say not refer to any given glober a troll. Like in his book, every glober is a troll, and yet he talks to globers, so he kind of lets himself get trolled then.
I think some people lend themselves more to it than others. Just a vibe that certain people put out and they get it back. But I mean, I think everyone has a tipping point when they eventually do start to troll because they're getting pissed, right? But there's
sure, and yeah.
No, go ahead.
Sure, and there are, like, I'm not disagreeing with you. Obviously, people troll when they get pissed, but there are also other motivations to troll. Like, there are very many motivations, and when I think it's really a problem is if you cannot do anything but, then you're kind of trolling yourself instead of trolling others.
I agree. That's why I really don't talk that much anymore, because it's all the same people. Everyone knows everybody's arguments and, whatever. So I try to talk to new people as much as possible.
Yep.
But new people always have the same questions.
Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it? That's actually, I know somewhat the scientific research about online communication, and that's a prevalent problem, that it's always the same topics time after time, and you're like, well, you're like the 500th guy to ask me that, but okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, and this is what I bring up sometimes too, is that flat Earth is a psyop if you get caught up in the debate back and forth for years, because it's just another thing to, distract you. But if you find that it leads to, I don't know, some kind of greater purpose in your life, if you see life differently, as a result of, looking into the whole flat earth thing, then that's, that's what it should be. As, everything should be. Like, you shouldn't get stuck on a hamster wheel talking about the same shit every day. Like, when I started, getting into this, of course there were the debate topics, but I just started looking at things differently. I looked at the stars differently. I looked at the moon and the sun, and I just read about all these different things that I didn't know. And while I'm not making any more money or anything, I just feel like I have a broader understanding of how the world works.
Sure. Yeah, the same with me to some degree. Like, I've learned a lot of new stuff. It's kind of hard to, wait, because on one hand, it's quite easy to feel that the whole discussion is just a waste of time, but then you also learn a lot. So it's hard to tell whether it's a net positive or a net negative.
Right. Plus, some people are just fun to, hear argue, like Jin, Jeremy,
sure.
Brenda. I like hearing them, go at it.
Yep.
But
yeah,
for me, I was going to say, for me to get in it, it would just be pointless, because because my points are very quick and simple, and I don't want to go back and forth. You believe what you want, I'll believe what I want, and that's it. So, but I interrupted you, so go ahead.
No, I kind of forgot what I was gonna say, but it's fine, because we were both talking at the same time. I'm actually currently in lockdown. I probably got corona.
How'd you get that?
I'm not sure. Maybe from a movie theater. I went to see a Japanese movie, or then in the university where I'm studying.
How do you feel?
Either of those two. Not too bad. Like I don't have any strong symptoms. I have, I feel a bit more fatigued than typically, and maybe a bit lightheaded, and that's just about it. But I'm not going out because I know I most likely have corona, because I live in a cell group type of situation, or cell house type of situation where there are many people living here, and one of those people just put, like, the person in room 4 just put a note on the fridge that, yeah, I by the way have corona. So since they have corona, they know that they have, and then I have symptoms, I most likely have it as well. It's just mild.
Well, that's good. I mean, do you have any kind of protocol as far as if you experience any worse symptoms or something?
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. If this is actually corona, I'm not expecting it to get any much worse than this. I'm more pumped about missing my Japanese classes, and I also bought tickets for 3 French movies this week. Like, there's a French movie week in the cinema, and of course I will have to skip those. And I already paid for the tickets.
Well, I hope you feel better.
Yeah, thanks. Since I can't go to the cinema, I'm watching movies instead on my laptop. Do you watch any movies, Jerry?
Mic check. Me now.
Check, check.
Hey, crit. They did. Hey, crit.
Yo, Crate, I'm about to tag you in a video. Let me know what you think. Oops, I think that's the wrong one. No, that'll still work.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Inside the double. Yeah.
Dude, when I go into gems and start pitching something, I can't be battling you and them guys, bro. Why'd you do that to me?
Bro, it's not personal, bro. I'm here for a reason, bro. I'm not against flat Earth. I'm not against you. It's not personal,
have
man.
nothing to do with concave Earth. Concave Earth doesn't rotate.
It's nothing I say is personal against anyone except maybe Gem Panda. I have something personal against him because he always mutes me every time I speak. I don't have anything personal against you, but from what I know, I'm here for the reason of sharing some of this info, and I need people to go and consider on their own.
That's cool. Listen, I have nothing against concave Earth. I'm fine with it. Okay, if it turns out to be concave, great. The point is, I can't be going against you, and it's hard enough going against them guys alone because a lot of them want to pipe up at the same time and shit, and it just makes it more difficult.
Man, to be honest with you, what we were talking about, really, the shape of the Earth didn't have anything to do with it. We were just talking about the Coriolis effect. So
Yes,
I
and
wasn't.
if Earth is rotating, or not, yeah.
They're what they're gonna do is assume. They're gonna pull their bullshit of, oh, it's rotating, but everything's rotating with it, and you can't feel it. That's what they're gonna do. And they're gonna say, "Oh, Earth's rotating at the same rate of at the bullet, so that everything evens out." And this is bullshit, dude. I'm trying to fucking point out that the airplane's flying. The faster it goes, the more it tips itself up. You don't do that when it's curving down, man. You're just running into drag if you're doing that. And they don't understand. They don't understand that either. So I feel you, man. Since you're telling me personally. Since you're telling me personally, yes, next time I hear you speak, I'll take it into consideration. Just because you're telling me personally, I will do that.
I mean, if you got something that's going to help, if you got something that you think is going to help, great. That's great. Maybe pipe up real quick and, get something out real quick. But I can't be going against you and them dudes. It's too crazy.
Yeah, that's typically what I do when I try to speak is what you just said. But I'll just keep. I know you're really passionate, man. So I'll keep this into consideration with what you just said. That's it. Easy. I don't want to bother you. What I was trying to do is truly try to help. All right.
Jeremy. I know their game. I know what they do. Like I'm playing in their spinning globe model already. So like.
Yeah, but dude, like the argument you're trying to make, if anything, by me saying that, it's trying to help. It's not the argument that you were trying to make. It's just like, it's just. I don't want to say it's wrong, but like, it was just incorrect, man. Or maybe you were thinking something that I wasn't thinking, but I was just trying to create I don't know. Like I said, what you said, I will do that. I'm not trying to ruin your thing, So I'll do that. Like I said, your ultimate purpose is my ultimate purpose, which is spreading truth and all that. So I'm not going to stop you from doing that.
So wait, what do you think the Earth is?
Probably concave.
Gotcha. But you agree the Earth doesn't move?
Yeah.
So the Earth doesn't move and it's geocentric, but you think it could be concave.
Yeah.
But so you would lean towards flat Earth before the traditional globe Earth model?
For sure. I would lean on a flat Earth Pac-Man before the normal globe Earth model.
Okay, cool. See, for me, I have no inclination to try to convince you otherwise because, like, I think that's really all that matters is people honest enough to acknowledge the lie, and then we're all kind of trying to figure it out. I will tell you, my opinion is there's a 0% chance that it is concave. It has very interesting explanations for celestial observations and stuff like that, but either way, like, yeah, dude, you're cool. I was just curious as to where that last comment was coming from, I wanted to kind of know where you were.
All right. Jeremy.
Yeah, like, just how long have you been looking at this?
Years.
Okay, cool, yeah. Yeah, like, I don't know, dude. The water has to bend up that way, dude. So it gets weird. I don't know. Like, when I'm going on observations, I don't even think about any terms, any models, nothing. I just go look at the Earth, dude. Like, you are looking out vast distances over a horizontal plane, and then sometimes you can see further than other times. And, when you see really far, it's just, like, mind-blowing. So for me, it's like the only way there's any type of curvature, whether that's convex or concave, to the Earth, it is mind-blowingly big, and it makes the continent layout much more complicated. If it's curving, then the continent layout gets really tricky because the distances on the Earth have to change drastically. So it's I don't know. I think the biggest, like, if we could just get everyone to accept that the Earth doesn't move, and that means it's geocentric, that would change the paradigm in and of itself. That would move us eons closer to figuring out what it really was.
That's not that did not geocentric doesn't even have to be added onto it. Just the fact that it doesn't move, we could still not be geocentric and it not moves. They need to accept that as step one.
Well, not so much, right? Because if the Earth doesn't move, if we factor in all the observations of the sky, they all move central to the Earth. So the only really two options are either the Earth moves with everything in a way that it looks like it's even dispersal, or it's all central to the Earth. And that's the biggest part of it. I mean, the geocentric part is the big lie. That and electricity, everything's electric. So for me, like, you know, I don't know. Like, flat Earth is a big part of it. It debunks the R value, but yeah, I don't, the fact that it's geocentric is a big deal. There's literally not a viable alternative. It's important, dude, because not only preaching to the choir here, but children aren't even taught that it's a possibility. And the reason that's important is because if the Earth is geocentric, then there's literally no other way than a creator. I don't know. Like, I talked to one of my good friends in my hometown recently. He was really going on to me about the concave thing. When I started showing him Canada and asked him how it works on a concave Earth, he just changed the subject. So, and this guy's super smart. This guy's read a lot of Tesla. So I'm not like the flat earther that just hates concave earthers. I think that people, they get a couple more answers from concave Earth than flat Earth, and so that's kind of where they rock.
We know they've been lying to us. That's like the main point. So it's something other than what they said, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the water's not bending either way. I look at it every day.
Yeah, it's definitely not heliocentric. That for sure is in the bin. It never should have been. That line of logic should have never been explored from a starting point. The only reason why it gained traction is because the Catholic Church forced it down everyone's throat.
Like what you said yesterday, what's it about the Vatican and their little library museum thing they got going on? They probably got so much shit in there.
Dude, like, even mainstream tells you that just their library alone is more valuable than all the possessions on the earth.
Jeremy, I was trying to say something to you earlier. You were in here earlier this morning before I got to work. I don't know if you heard me. Did you hear what I was saying about the lady who was talking about space?
I might have missed it. What guy said?
So I was listening to a podcast, The Problem with Jon Stewart, and he had on this lady who's apparently the first black woman in space. And she essentially implied that the reason we haven't gone further or gotten more done in space is because of the lack of diversity. There wasn't enough. There was people that didn't think it had to do with them. Space travel didn't have to do with them. And then she invoked the fact that previously it was just all white males. And so people didn't think that it had to do with them. And that's why we haven't done as much in space as we could have done. And
spaces. So she was essentially saying that space, we haven't progressed in space travel because there wasn't enough mixed races involved.
Right. Space is racist, Jeremy, is what we need to understand. But anyway, she's allegedly the first black lady in space or whatever. And she has been given, I guess she's in charge now, heading up or whatever, this 100-year Starship program. And apparently, I thought it was a program that would be part of NASA, but it seems like maybe it's not even necessarily linked to NASA, but has been given an entire, a separate budget, a different grant for this 100-year Starship program that's supposed to, I guess, foster research into space travel or something. I'm not even sure exactly what it's supposed to do, but it's supposed to be, I guess, this 100-year program for space stuff that she's heading up. And her reasoning for why we haven't done more in space is because there's just not enough people or not enough different people were interested or whatever. Not enough people were interested. or thought it had to do with them.
Yeah, and that in a way they're telling the truth. What they're saying is that they weren't able to get enough people like overly excited about the space story. Like, see, if the Earth was actually a globe and you could actually go to space, like almost every living man or woman would be obsessed with space. Like, would be obsessed with it. Like, we would have 24-hour live feeds. We would see outside views of lunar eclipses. It would be the most incredible thing. Everyone would be obsessed with it. Everyone's job would be about it. See, this hasn't happened because it's a lie, though.
Like, hold on, the part inside of us are like, I think there would be this thing that would be like, there's things out there to go find, and like a lot, if not everyone, would have that thing inside them saying, go find, go see, go discover, get out there and go. And I think they might try to play on that. I think they might try to like evoke that in people, even though they can't go. It's like they almost.
Well, they have been trying that. Right? Like that is what they tried. That was a deception that they tried, was to get the younger generations excited about being astronauts and to be obsessed with space and stuff. But it didn't work. Meaning, like, majority of the world doesn't think that NASA's images are fake and stuff. They don't know anything about it, but they don't care. They don't know anything about it. Like, when I go into the real world, no one knows anything about NASA or outer space or the moon. So basically, this is like a cover story where it's like, well, the reason people weren't interested is because it had white privilege, and they felt like it for real, because they're still trying to desperately get people. They're trying to turn the tides to where people are really obsessed with space and interested in it. It didn't work, but the reason it didn't work is because they're lying. So your spirit doesn't like resonate with it. Like when you were in 7th grade, at least for me, I'm like, dude, how do they know this? You know, when they showed you the pictures of where you are in the galaxy, you intuitively are like, wait, what? How do you know this? And then you don't ever think about it again. And so the lie didn't work as well as we give them credit for, I think. I think they're really still trying to get people interested in the lie.
That might be true. I think
well, it's a trick when you step back and think about it, because it is pretty clearly the case. Because most people have never watched an ISS live stream. You know, most people have never watched the moon landing footage that are under 30. So the lie didn't really work that well. I mean, it worked well enough to put off the truth being revealed for a few decades, but I don't know. We're at a very climactic time in history where something will have to happen. They'll either have to fake a tragic event, say space exploration is too dangerous. They'll have to up the quality value of the fake footage. Something will happen in the next 5 to 10 years, because it's at a standstill right now, and they're not particularly happy with the results. So flat earthers should actually kind of keep their head up. You know, I think we get bullied so much in corners of the internet we don't see it. But the lie didn't work as well as they hoped.
I wanted to say something.
Oh, go ahead, Jeremy.
Go ahead, Bob. No, because my shit's off topic. So if you wanted to respond to that, go ahead.
Just let me read just some things from this 100-year Starship Wikipedia thing here. The goal of the main study grant was to create a business plan that fosters the research and technology needed for interstellar travel within a 100-year time frame. Now, like for me, like why isn't that NASA? Why isn't NASA doing that? Like, what, are they too busy faking images from space? They can't work on interstellar travel? Like, why is this an entirely separate project from NASA, this 100-year Starship thing? Okay, they apparently they were awarded this grant to a consortium under the lead of Dorothy Jameson Foundation for Excellence, which led to the foundation of an independent organization with the name 100-Year Starship. So it seems like maybe it's not connected at all to. Well, no, NASA announced it. Well, anyway, but down below that, there's criticism under the criticism section. The 100-Year Starship was named in 2012 by U.S. Senator Tom Coburn as one of the 100 most wasteful government spending projects. Coburn specifically cited a 100-Year Starship workshop that included one session titled, "Did Jesus Die for Klingons Too?" that debated the implications for Christian philosophy should life be found on other planets.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say earlier, the room was so fucking chaotic though. When you guys were talking about having a camera on the moon, and they're like, no one's gonna watch that. I wouldn't make any money. There used to be a channel back in the late '90s, possibly early 2000s, where all they did was show Earth from space. Okay, and I had 2 TVs in my living room. One of those TVs was always on that space one, and the other one was playing GoldenEye. It's not important. The point is, people would definitely watch that. The camera would make a lot of money because people would be watching it, especially during an eclipse. Selling little ads in the corner during an eclipse would be the equivalent of a Super Bowl ad or something. You know what I mean?
Hey, I posted. Yeah, I totally agree with you, Jeremy. I posted
Maybe
a
that.
meme.
Maybe. Go ahead, conspiracy.
Oh, I was gonna say, look at the meme I posted that goes along with what you were saying. So I think you're gonna kick out of it.
Maybe that kind of connects to what Witsit was saying earlier about like the lie not resonating. Like, yeah, if it was real, Jeremy, and they did what you just described, and it was real events that were taking place, like it's possible that would resonate with people in such a way that it would just be a moneymaker. But it's not real, and so like even if they did that right now, it would be them faking those things, and I'm not sure that they would make much money off of that because, like, maybe it wouldn't resonate the way that the truth would. You know what I mean?
Well, that channel I used to watch back in the '90s, I thought that was real at the time. You know, looking back on it now, I clearly know that it wasn't real, just because the graphics and shit. It wasn't real. But if it was real, they would have a camera on the moon, and it would be pointed at Earth. It'd be a television station on the TV. And a lot of fucking people would watch it because that's interesting. Oh, look where we live. You know what I mean?
But maybe you watched it so much because you're a breed apart, and your brain was like telling you there's something wrong here, and so it kept telling you to watch it until you figured it out.
I don't know. Maybe
not.
I think we could do an empirical test based on this idea that what resonates with people is the truth. Let's have a Flat Earth live stream 24/7, 356 days a year, and then a NASA or a global live stream.
Say it again. How many days are there per year, Lori?
365. You are saying, Grit?
Yeah, say it again.
Yeah, we could do an empirical test based on this.
I still don't.
That would be a lot of streaming.
I still don't understand why
already.
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's showing muted on mine. What's going on?
Yo, Discord's messing up. The first few words every time I talk keeps getting cut off. It's been doing that. Sometimes it does this.
They got it.
Then again, I'm thinking we may have already done that experiment. Like there are Flat Earth live streams, yet people are not too many people are watching, so maybe it doesn't resonate because it's a lie.
Hey, so I'm curious, as I think there's a Glober here. I heard a very familiar voice of zealotry. So I just filed a motion to dismiss for violation of the First Amendment in the Yellowstone court case. And of course, the First Amendment covers religious expression, and then my section A of that is biblical cosmology, in which I present the fact that the description of the Earth being a geocentric stationary topographical plane can be further proven via the practical use cases of various military technologies, scientific experimentation, physical measurement, and proper application of natural law. This is on the federal court record. I'm curious what any maybe Glober thinks of that. What do they think is going to come of that? Do you think the court's going to challenge that? Do you think the government is going to challenge my flat Earth assertion in federal court? Because it's so crazy and stupid and, patently absurd and false. And So you think the federal government will challenge it?
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you may stand some ground on the religion base there, but as for the rest of it, it's just complete garbage.
So do you think that the government will challenge the specificity of the evidence?
I don't really know. In order to really answer that, I should know much more about how the U.S. government works than I currently do. I'm in
Fair
Finland,
enough.
Europe.
Would it made you think at all if the government avoided it at all costs? Would that make you kind of second guess what you think about the Earth at all?
Oh, by no means. Like, I'm under any pretense either way of what they should or shouldn't do, so it doesn't speak anything to me.
Well, I asserted that the government is lying about the Earth and that they're actually censoring cosmological beliefs based on their religious preference. And then I say, in fact, NASA names majority of their space programs with religious undertones. I cite a few examples, and I say that the religious beliefs of the government do not allow for prohibition of the exercise of alternative beliefs. So, nor does it allow for censorship of any challenge to said religious and cosmological beliefs. So I specifically state why they're lying, that they're the ones lying, that they're actively censoring any challenge of their lie, and with specificity of evidence. My question for you is, just as an outside perspective, do you expect the government to challenge that? Because if it's provably a globe, they should be able to do so easily, right?
I'm not sure that they would need to challenge that. Like, you said that you filed a motion to dismiss, right?
Yeah.
Is that relating to the just to know the context? Is that relating to the stunts that or the public speaking and that stuff?
Gotcha. So I wouldn't have put it in the motion if it didn't have legal relevance. So the legal relevance is they restricted and restrained religious expression, and they actually stigmatized my specific content, and they said it as flat earther, as something they needed to coordinate with each other amongst fellow federal agencies to proactively censor. So they actually don't have to respond. You're right. I see what you're saying. So I'll help you out here. When it comes to my ability to freely speak and their violation of my First Amendment, no, they do not have to respond to the specifics of the Earth. However, it is a fundamental part of their violation of religious expression in the motion. So to specifically rebut the motion, it would be very beneficial for them to prove my entire foundation inaccurate, right? So you're right. And just so you know, I'll help you out even more. They 100% will not respond to it. And so this is for many reasons. I have the U.S. attorney coming to me with his head between his tail, or whatever you call it, right? Like just crawling up to me right now. But my point to you is, if you're the federal government, so you have the accessibility of all federal government resources, and there's a guy saying that you infringed on his First Amendment because you wouldn't let him talk about the Earth being flat, and that the government's the primary source of.
I'm not sure you cut out for me with it.
Wouldn't you just immediately refute that if you were the federal government?
Here's the thing. As far as the legal grounding of your case stands, it's quite clear cut. Like even I can see that you were doing this in an area that you weren't supposed to do, and if you just walked a few meters different direction, you would have been allowed to. So there's That's no wrong. Need. Well, it's neither here nor there. It's basically a simple matter of wasting resources. to look at your case in any specificity, and they will do this in court. Yeah, they will do this in court very often. For example, they will dismiss a case in the discovery phase if they possibly can, because they want to spare the resources wherever they can. So yeah, absolutely, they will not look at it any further.
So just to clarify, and I actually like you in a way, because you're decently reasonable. I just think you're dishonest about this subject. But just so you know, they don't have to provide discovery of anything not material to the case.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Right. So it's not about resources. So if they dismiss it, it has nothing to do with resources. But I'm curious, because they have already been destroyed. You can rest assured. I'm curious as of right now, because I know the circles you run in. What would you say that my percentage chances of winning this case pro se against the federal government right now?
0.
0%. So you think I have a 0% chance of winning? Okay. Now, what would you think when I do win?
If you do.
Yeah. So if I do.
Well, then I would have to say I was wrong and consider why I was so drastically wrong.
What would your take be on it? If I was able to pro se beat the federal government with a 99% successful prosecution rate, what would be your honest opinion, in recollection?
Well, at least my honest recollection of you personally would change a lot, because I'm not trying to offend you, but I wouldn't think you can do that.
Okay, and so, have you by chance got to read anything that I've sent in?
No.
Okay, I can send it to you, but I guess I'll accept that. What you're saying is that your personal opinion of me would change because you wouldn't think I'd be capable of such. But here's my next question for you. I'm not trying to debate you. I think we're not even supposed to debate here. But anyway,
yeah, sure.
I don't even like debating anymore. It's stupid. So what I'm saying to you is, would you at least reconsider the idea that you have previously held to be true, that I'm stupid?
Sure. That
right.
would be an obvious grounds to do so.
Right, because if I'm able to pro se, no experience, take on the federal government with numerous U.S. attorneys working together against me at once, if I'm able to beat them pro se and even change the law they charge me under, you would have to admit or concede competence, right?
Sure.
Okay, so now here's my big question here. So when that happens, which it will, you would recognize that flat earthers aren't just like these delusional, stupid, incompetent people if they're able to pull off things like this, right?
Oh, I already am not under that illusion. So I may be under the illusion that you're incompetent and you're stupid, but not under the impression that every flat earther is.
Gotcha, cool. So then you would also concede then that flat earth itself as an idea isn't incredibly stupid if there are people that are not stupid and are competent that hold that to be true?
Let's put it this way. There are some good reasons why people become flat earthers. I think it's a misguided idea, it's a delusional idea, but there are good reasons why people become flat earthers. That may seem like a contradictory statement, but there you go.
No, I see what you're saying.
Ultimately, there's no such.
Go ahead.
Ultimately, there's no such thing as a flat earther. That doesn't exist. There's human beings that have their own beliefs, that have their own, and they all happen to think that the world is flat.
Yeah, and so actually, human is actually a deceptive term because it's the hue of a man, meaning you resemble a man. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Okay, so I'm just to ask the other guy though. So you would at least concede that there's enough holes in the modern story, or enough that has been taught to us as fact that in fact is still up for debate and not factually proven, that a reasonable person can find themselves in a position that they challenge the mainstream model?
I think the biggest problem with the mainstream model is like it doesn't necessarily give people a symbolical worldview to believe in. Like in my humble opinion, flat Earth is a symbolical worldview that tries to solve the, let's say, the meaning crisis, because science as it stands doesn't offer too much in terms of okay, why are humans here on Earth? What are we supposed to do? So in my humble view, flat Earth is a way to try to fix that, a way to try to get some meaning into life.
Right, just so you know, the reason that that's the case is because the heliocentric model is actually an attempt to explain why humans don't have a purpose. So to look for it to propose a purpose is contradictory. But the simple question I'm asking, boiled down, is you agree that smart people can think the Earth is flat?
No.
Okay, we got a no. Okay.
Zen Garcia did this already. He roasted the globalists 3 times in court. So this idea,
this is federal court, dude. This is federal court, and it might go to Supreme Court. So I'm just trying to help the Globers. I'm giving them a life jacket preemptively. You know, because if you can at least, because we can all agree to disagree, and we're all living men and women on the earth, and we're trying to grow in knowledge and stuff like that. So I'm trying to get.
Can I give you my answer for this? Clever people and non-stupid people can believe Earth is flat somehow, but if you believe Earth is flat, that is stupid in itself. So even if you're slightly smart, you've made a stupid mistake by believing flat Earth.
Speaking of growing in knowledge, check out that Livestream 2 text chat. I just posted some pics in one vid. Just looking at this is gonna unlock some shit within you, baby. Get ready.
Austin, what's going to court?
What's up?
What is actually going to court? I just joined.
Yeah, so I filed a motion to dismiss for facial invalidity of 36 CFR Section 251, which just means that the federal regulation that they charged me under for First Amendment violation is unconstitutional on its face. And then I filed a motion to dismiss for violation of the First Amendment as applied, which just means the personal case I'm involved in, what personally happened to me. And within it, of course, the First Amendment allows for the free exercise of religious expression. And so Section A is biblical cosmology, as they specifically relay to different government officials that I was talking about the earth, which is illegal because the content of my speech should be irrelevant. So what's technically in court is that they violated my First Amendment. What's within the motion, which is publicly available, is the specificity of evidence regarding the earth. So I was just asking, like, do you think with the federal government, with all their resources available to them, they would easily refute my claimed evidence of the earth, or do you think that they'll ignore it? And what would you think of that if they ignore it?
Yeah, they're going to ignore anything about flat Earth. Do you understand that? They're going to look at you like a fucking crazy person.
My tip to
because
you
you
is
are.
for the flat Earth.
But that's what they're going to do.
Right. Focus on your religious rights. Don't try to prove the flat Earth on this case. Just prove how. Yeah.
Okay, you have to understand. I didn't try to prove the flat Earth. The only reason that it was integrated into the motion was they specifically said the term flat earther when relaying information about me, preemptively coordinating to censor my speech. Okay. I destroyed them as applied. The very conversation is nothing to do with the earth other than they censored me based on the fact that that's what I was talking about. And that's called content-based censorship as opposed to content neutral. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so focus on that. It's just my opinion. Don't try to make any argument on what the shape of the world actually is. That's irrelevant. You want your argument to be that you got your fucking rights violated, and you might have if you do it that way.
Okay, so I would like for you to read it because I have much more than a chance, which is why the U.S. attorney's in my email trying to be my best friend right now. But what I'm trying to say is that the reason it's relevant is because they called it out, right? So I have the religious expression of biblical cosmology. This is just a paragraph in a 16-page federal motion that I wrote. So it's just a portion. You're like, I didn't. In fact, the only thing I even talk about that proves the earth, it's one sentence. It says it's based on the scriptural description because it's under the religious freedom section, right? And so the only part is that this description can be further verified via practical use cases of military technologies, physical measurement, scientific experimentation, and proper application of natural law. And then I just move on. I'm not dumb. Okay, I wrote the paper. You're right, as in you don't focus on the earth. You don't send a motion about free speech, and it's just all about the earth. Of course not.
Bro, I didn't read it. I was just giving you a general tip. That's all.
And I actually appreciate it because I see what you're saying, and you're right in a general sense. But just so you know, I already knew that. And so my point is I'm accusing them of coordinating within federal agencies to censor flat earth specifically. Isolated 2 individuals of the federal be on the lookout based on the fact that they were talking about flat earth. And in fact, that is a conversation where in which the counter argument is primarily sourced by the government, which means the government has proposed a cosmological interpretation, forcibly censored alternative expression of cosmological expressions, meaning it's antithetical to the First Amendment. And so that's why it's involved in the motion.
So in terms of those 2 guys, they're gonna counter you and win in terms of that they have free speech to do that. And in terms of what the government is doing, they're gonna counter you and say that it's fucking mainstream science, and no one's gonna deny that.
So you're not understanding. So it doesn't matter if I ran around and said fairies give birth to reptilian royalty that run the world. I'm allowed to say it. So the point is that they can't censor the speech based on the content. It's a very simple concept. It's been to the Supreme Court like 50 times. In fact, I encourage the Globers that are rooting for me to fail and know that I'm going to, all the Globers that are rooting for me to fail, they know I'm going to fail. I think the first step would be go read the motion that I filed and go read the response from the government. And then you be non-biased and you decide who won, because I'll let you know it's very obvious. So I can drop the link.
Yeah, that's what will happen when it's dismissed.
As soon as if they rule against you, then atheism is done too. If they rule for you, then that means free speech is back. So either way,
will you accept that you're wrong when it's dismissed?
Oh, they're going to dismiss it to not have to address the argument, but I'll just file a civil suit. So they're going to have to address the argument.
I would say if you do win, it'll be on the free speech part, not because because the Earth is flat. It would have nothing to do with
the conversation isn't about if the Earth is flat.
There's free speech. That's it.
That's right, bro. See, I rep the squad going at the federal government. Since they want to talk about what I'm talking about, and that's the Earth, it's become as applied relevant. And so I know they can't respond to it because what I said is factual. I tested it myself. So whatever, dude. But my point is, the government,
I'm afraid.
Various use cases of military technology prove it. Or are they going to rebut that? Because then I'll just immediately I'm entitled to discovery. They're not going to talk about the Earth. That's not the point.
I don't think this is a free speech thing.
Except there, sorry.
No,
it's not a free speech thing. You did what you did where you weren't allowed to do it.
Right.
Okay, so I get it, guys. Yeah. And so if you want to go read it and inform yourself, then you understand. I'm going in circles trying to tell you guys it's really dumb. But anyway, so if you guys want to read it, you can. I'll drop the link in here. I got to go. We're at an alley mall. But anyway, so yeah, just my point is that they will not rebut it. And of course, they'll use that it's not particularly relevant even though they brought it up. And they can't rebut it. And the flat earthers are going to win with the chip tooth and beat the federal government. If it makes you mad, I'm sorry about it. Go ahead and get ready to lay in the bed you made.
All right,
We're going to go shopping.
Bye.
All right, so peace out.
Yeah, that's not going to stop Artemis 1 from launching and going around the moon. So thank you.
Oh, yeah,
It's already over.
when's that actually? That's got to be
It's
pretty
done.
soon.
It's canceled.
Hang on. What's this one?
Fitsit believes in the law.
May.
That's his own problem. Isn't Artemis 4 the name of a science fiction movie from the 80s?
I don't know. Artemis 1 arrived at the launch pad. Boom. Yeah, so all glory, dude. You were correct to tell Austin not to fucking argue flat Earth in his motion. The judge is going to have no time for that shit.
It's not free speech, it's direct preaching speech.
My understanding of what happened is that he's allowed to say whatever he wants, but he can't set up a fucking speaker on a federal property and annoy the shit out of people. That's all it comes down to for me. It's not his content at all. He just can't set up a fucking speaker. And he thinks it's going to go to the fucking Supreme Court. He pleads insanity, he'll have a better shot.
And what is the fastest, best way to make Flat Earth look retarded?
Yeah,
Shout
do
it
this.
through a loudspeaker.
I don't think he actually thinks he's gonna win. I think his game is to troll Globers by harassing us by pretending that he's gonna win until he loses.
Maybe.
He basically, you're on the level of someone that's on a street corner, right, shouting, "You've been lied to about the devil, man. Jesus is coming back, man." That's the level he put himself on, and then he wants to be taken seriously.
You don't need to believe in the devil. The people that run your world worship the devil. That's a fact.
I know.
What's a fact now? Wow.
Me too. What about it?
I worship the devil.
Yeah, so do a lot of people. It's no longer hip and edgy anymore.
No, I'm just saying, you want people to know stuff. Just standing on your own or shouting it when no one actually wants to listen, it's not a good way to push ideas. It makes you look crazy. And the idea.
I'm assuming when you say devil worshipper, you mean atheist, right?
I think you mean the actual satanic elite. Pollock worshippers.
I mean, my point was going to be that atheists don't believe in God or the devil. You almost have to be a Christian to be an atheist. Not to be a devil worshipper, sorry.
Yeah, most devil worshippers are accepting the Christian paradigm.
Most devil worshippers are anti-Christian. Be conscious when you speak. Making words out of your mouth doesn't mean you're conscious. Be present and aware of the words that you speak, of your thoughts. Because if not, you'll catch yourself saying something fucking stupid, like most Satanists or most people who, yeah, you said most Satanists are Christians.
They
So
accept that God and the devil
if
exist, right?
one is conscious of themselves and present in the moment, they won't say something so fucking stupid like that.
You didn't answer my original question was, when you say Satanists, do you actually mean literal Satan worshippers or do you mean atheists?
No, literal Satan worshippers.
Yeah, atheists aren't running
So they-
anything. Atheists can't even get elected dog catcher. They can't even run their own life.
Yeah,
They're going to run the government.
Isn't that a sad indictment on the fucking society you live in?
No, it's perfect because even atheists won't vote atheist. That's a blaring showcase as to just how much of a dumpster fire atheism has turned into.
I'd say
It used to be
it's
great.
scary and brilliant and natural that atheists can't get a say.
It's like in the 70s and 80s, atheism were like these really powerful speakers speaking truth to power, and now they're like Dawkins. I mean, like just cringe. Like every word out of their mouth is like, is that guy can? People gotta go vomit after hearing him.
Yeah, I actually used. I listened to Sam Harris and Dawkins in order to help me slim down because whenever I overeat, I just then puke it out. That's my method of diet.
Bulimia.
But it works. It's unhealthy.
I actually listened to Sam Harris quite a lot at some point.
Very smart man, but he cuts himself off from a lot of knowledge, so he's not that smart. He's smart in the areas that he's smart in.
Yeah. He's not a good philosopher. Dawkins.
No, it's not
Dawkins.
Dawkins is a shit philosopher.
Oh, Dawkins, yeah. Which Dawkins are we talking about? Darth Dawkins?
What? Oh, no. Actual Richard Dawkins is a shitty philosopher.
Yeah, I was making a stupid joke.
Fuck. Oh, man. Fuck, if Darth Dawkins joined, I think I would fucking leave. Holy shit. He's one of the most irritating dudes on the fucking planet.
Just talk to him about flat Earth. You guys will spend the whole day being buddy.
Yeah.
He screeches more than you do about flat Earth.
Yeah.
If you even say that you have some ideas about flat Earth or you're curious about it, that's a ban from his server. Religion and politics. You're done. You can't even dip your toes in the content. So he's you. He's just the opposite side of the coin. Just a hyper-religious version.
Yeah.
Instead of a hyper...
You're pretty annoying as well, Grit, remember?
Yeah, and ditto to you too.
Okay.
The thing is, though, I don't go into your spaces and tell you how dumb you are. You guys
this is your
here to do
space.
that.
I'm sorry. I didn't know where this was. Wasn't aware this was your space.
I'm pretty sure if Geo only wanted flat earthers in here, he would ban all the Globers and kick us all out.
Yes. Thank you, B-Roll.
Yes, not even what I was saying. You weren't even listening. This is not about flat Earth or globe Earth. This space is said so clearly what it's about all ideas, all people.
Okay. And that excludes me how exactly?
And mostly flat Earth, because that's what we normally always talk about.
No, the conversation about free speech and religion and dominating the world, you just wanted to take it to flat Earth because you're obsessed with it. And that works. You do you. And you know why you come here. You've got your spaces where all you do is shit talk flat Earth inside this echo chamber. But every once in a while it gets pretty boring. So you leave and go to other spaces.
I hate echo chambers.
Well, Crit, I mean, if you don't like your ideas about flat Earth being challenged, then
you don't even know my ideas about flat Earth are. You don't even know them to begin with to challenge them.
Oh, come on, Crit. We've had discussions before.
Okay, go. Which is the one idea that you thought you could challenge? I know. We talked on the menagerie or the zoo. What idea was that you thought you were challenging?
All of your ideas that the Earth is flat.
Okay, if all, pick one.
I don't know. That sun moving away and not going below the horizon.
Yeah, you talked about clouds, right? The cloud distance.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
How did that work out for you?
How does what work out?
That you have this cloud. We drew this cloud formation. You said, look at this picture. How far away is it? How high is it? Which model ended up getting challenged?
Yeah, how the clouds were touching the horizon?
Yeah, which model ended up getting challenged? Mine or yours?
Well, I was challenging yours.
You weren't. You challenged yours because once we ran the numbers.
I was challenging yours because.
No, I made no claim to clouds.
I was challenging yours, saying that
you made the claim to clouds, not me. You were talking about clouds. You, not me.
Okay. So again, I mean, we can go back to it if you want. The clouds were touching the horizon. How?
Yeah, when you figure that out, post something.
No. I figured it out. I understand it because I can draw a diagram and show you how it works.
Yeah, and we ran the numbers, me and you together, step by step, and it destroyed your claim of a globe.
How did it do that?
Because it turned out that the cloud itself was would be 100 feet off the ground or something like that.
And how did we determine how far away the cloud was?
You just eyeballed it. I said, how far do you think it is? You were like 50 miles.
Right?
You were like, hey, that's about 50 miles away.
Yeah, that was a guess.
Yeah, so just your idea, your model, your conceptual idea of these clouds produced a model of reality that is vastly different than what you think Earth really is. Your fault. Your model.
All right, so so how would clouds appear to touch the horizon, Crit?
Yeah, when you figure that out,
I'm asking
know where to
you.
post it. Use any answer you need.
Oh God!
You said you've got it figured out. You've got my whole worldview.
So I see that you don't like to defend your flat Earth. You just want to say, use whatever answer you want. That's your go-to answer when you don't want to answer a question.
No, it's my go-to answer when you don't even understand answers being presented to you. If you're not following the answer, just use any answer you want because you're not listening anyway.
You're not giving me an answer.
Yeah, so use the answer you want.
So the difference is I can draw a diagram and show you how it works on our model.
Okay,
Can you do the same for yours?
Because we tested your diagram, and your diagram said that that this cloud formation would be just a few 100 feet off the ground to match the curve of the Earth.
No, it could be really far away, but on a flat Earth, 50 miles away, it would have to be a specific angle above the horizon.
Yeah, good thing it was your claim, not mine.
So if let's say the clouds are 6,000 feet, right? How far away would they have to be in order for them to be cut off?
There,
by
back
the
to a
horizon?
question. Run the numbers and see what you think. If you've got a model, you should have this stuff figured out ahead of time.
I do. I kind of do.
Okay,
and it works on our
bring
model. So, like, my next question would be, what would me bringing it to you do for you?
It would at least show that you've got something in your head that you're able to process that would include you and not someone else.
So like I said, the difference is I can do all this.
No, your claim, if globe, is that Crit doesn't like to have his ideas challenged.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that claim, if globe, I can use me to debunk you because I would be the variable. I would be the cause in that formula. I know me like
but
no
you're
one
not
else.
producing anything. You're not producing.
Therefore, use any answer you need. You don't need me.
There's your go-to answer again because you don't want to actually go through anything.
Yeah, because I'm able to go with that because you're not understanding even your own answer.
Okay, help me understand, Crit. Help me understand.
You said you understood already. So do you understand or you don't understand?
Help me understand your model.
Okay, but you said you understood it already.
No. Just help me understand.
Yeah. Okay. Well, do you dial back that claim? Do you understand it or you don't understand it?
Help me understand.
Okay. Do you understand it or you don't understand it?
Understand what, Crit? I'm asking.
You said that you've got it all figured out, and the only proof of the globe that you're able to.
Yes, I understand how the clouds would appear to touch the horizon on my model. Yes.
And then you also said you had to figure it out on flat Earth.
On flat Earth,
to me.
On flat Earth, there would have to be a hell of a lot farther away.
And that's what it was.
Are you sure about that? Because they were pretty visible clouds on the horizon.
Yeah, and it was you said 50 miles.
Seemingly cut off at the horizon.
Yeah, and you were saying 50 miles. And it had to be way further than that.
Which was an estimation, which I'll conclude that might have been wrong. It's an estimation. But again, how would the horizon, which is supposed to be at eye level, seemingly cutting off clouds in half?
So you're back to the question again. So do you have it figured out or you don't have it figured out?
I have it figured out. Yeah.
Okay.
Somewhat, to my knowledge, yeah.
Which one, flat Earth or globe?
I can draw a diagram about it and
Which
show
one,
you exactly
flat Earth or for globe?
For the globe, I can draw a diagram and show you how the clouds would look if they were being cut off by the horizon, by the curvature of the Earth. On flat Earth, those clouds would have to be a hell of a lot farther away, and they wouldn't be cut off by the horizon. They would probably be floating above the horizon, very far away.
How would you defend Earth against that, Crit?
That's a baseline for you, Lori.
No, I was just asking a question.
So again, I mean, if I'm wrong, Crit, you can help me understand your model.
Yeah, are you wrong or you're not wrong?
I believe that I'm correct. Okay, and now, if you can show me that I'm wrong, I'm open. I'm open to that.
Okay, well there you go. You have a belief system. This is a server. This is a server for you to talk about your beliefs. I would not want to take your belief away from you. You believe what you want to believe. And if I try to change your belief, that would be improper. So you believe what you want to believe.
Me how I'm wrong would be a step into me changing what I believe, right?
Yeah, I don't want to change what you believe. Matter of fact, the more you don't get it, it's a boon for me.
And if you keep saying that I don't get it, but you're not demonstrating how I'm not getting it. You keep saying I don't get it, but you're not demonstrating how I'm not getting it.
You said you don't. Do you get it or not? Where are you at right now?
Yes, I do. I think Yeah, I get it, Crit.
Okay, now you're back to getting it.
You keep telling me that I don't
if you get it, you don't need to ask me anything.
You keep telling me that I don't get it, but you're not
Yeah.
showing
Okay, if do you get it or you don't get it?
Yes, I get it, Crit.
Okay, then you don't need to ask me anything because you already got it.
So can you show me how it works on your model if you believe that I'm incorrect?
Yeah, you just said you already got it, so you don't need anything from me.
Yeah, but he's just asking you if you could show him.
Yeah, we went through this already.
Is it going to take a long time for you to show him?
Miles. Yeah, much further than 50 miles.
He's going to keep spiraling into.
Yeah, use that too.
Yeah, he's going to keep spiraling into.
Use that answer too.
Do you get it? Oh, you don't get it.
Which one is it? Because you go back and forth like you're swatting flies.
I have a firm position on this, Crit. I'm not going back and forth.
Okay, so you don't need anything from me then. If you have a firm position already, there's nothing you need from me at all. Zero.
And nothing you can give.
Okay, so that conversation went nowhere.
Yeah, Chris, if you already get it, it doesn't work on a flat Earth and it works on a globe, and you've got it, haven't you?
Yeah, then why ask me anything?
You can get another hobby.
Yeah, that's where it's going. It's going to the point where if you get it, you don't need me. If you don't get it, you still don't need me because you don't listen to the answer anyway.
But this is the point of this. Isn't this the point of this server? Is for us to challenge each other's ideas, right?
That's what you see the point.
It seems like you feel threatened.
Wait a minute, hold on, guys. I want to point something out. This server specifically, if you read the rules, is absolutely not to challenge each other's ideas in that way. We are not to demand proof from the other people of their ideas. They're supposed to be allowed to simply share them and not be demanded that they prove them. If you talk to Geo, the owner of the server, he'll let you know that this particular server is not for the demanding that people prove that their ideas of like the cosmology and stuff like that.
Like on the spot, you know? If they so choose to, if they feel like it and they want to do it, that's one thing, but you can't just demand them, you know? I'm not saying that anyone here is, but I'm just saying in general.
Yeah,
right?
Even more so if the person won't even listen to anything you say and they got it all figured out already. Either answer is already a bad shit.
I listen to everything you say.
Yeah, I would go back to the first conversation. How far away was that cloud? More than 50 miles or less than 50 miles?
We don't know.
Based off the numbers. Run the numbers. Which one was it? More or less?
Well, we don't know. So we'd have to find out exactly how high certain clouds form. And then we'd have to guesstimate exactly how far away those clouds were. And that will give us a specific angle above the horizon this cloud should be. But we don't know how far they were, right? All I was going off of is the fact that the horizon is eye level and the cloud is at eye level. And the horizon is cutting off half of the cloud. That's it. And in my belief, because I believe in a globe, of course, I believe that it's the curvature of the Earth that's cutting off the cloud. That's it. And I can draw a diagram and show exactly how it works.
Beautiful. I've got some black candles that bleed red apparently when they burn. I'm going to try it now.
That's cool. It'll be ultra sick if it it's like glow in the dark candle wax. Ooh, that'd be so cool. It'll bleed red, glow in the dark. Ooh.
These are called vampire tears candles. I think in the middle of all that, Crit did even say how it works. He helped you a bit. Yeah, it's clouds must be further away when they're getting chopped off.
Yeah. Just that simple. And then to challenge that, be like, I'm going to challenge Crit's idea that clouds must be further away, and then agree with it at the end of the day. And be like, wow, like, it was your idea that got challenged, not mine. I just stated facts. Just pure facts. And you got there on your own.
Are clouds actually far away enough to fit with flat Earth, or are they? Sorry, I'm talking. You're being quite rude, Crit.
No, I was hot micing. Sorry.
No, I was talking to Crit. He was.
Yeah, baseline, Lori, baseline. You know all
yes,
answers.
But Crit, even if it's baseline, you don't need to overtalk me and be rude. Like, try to actually follow the server rules and act according to what the server is supposed to be.
Yeah, you can.
So if you want to trigger and spiral down and do the whole old bullshit and baseline and that stuff, you can still wait for your turn and then say that.
Yeah, you should
because
be
that's
able
the
to
server
understand
rules.
that already.
So I'm just
set your own
challenging you to
baseline.
follow the server rules here.
Yeah, you set your own
be too hard.
baseline.
It shouldn't be. You're still over talking me, Crit.
Yeah, you set your own baseline already too. You have said, "Oh, I've got Crit muted and blocked."
Yes. My baseline is simply I come to flat Earth every now and then when it's kind of boring, and that's where my baseline is.
Yep, and baseline.
My baseline with you on this server, and I will give you a hint so you can try to adjust your tactic. I'm actually trying to. My tactic is to follow the server rules. I know that given our history, you are most likely to not be able to do so, and you will bump into the server rules, and you will get annoyed. So my choice of tactic is to simply follow the rules as close as I can, and then annoy you and troll you by you not being able to do so.
Yeah, and last time you tried that, you got issued autistic retard roll, and then blamed me.
That's actually a lie, because last time that I did that, I was here, and you got muted.
Here, I'll get it. Gem Panda. You basically posted.
Last time we were here, not on Gem Pandas.
Yeah,
we were here.
No, right here.
No, I didn't get assigned autistic roles here.
Yeah,
you're making up lies. See, this is interesting, Crit, that you have to make up lies like that.
No, I'll post it.
There's no need to post it. Like, everyone knows it's a lie, so why would you expose yourself by posting a lie?
Maybe we should be doing some debate for this.
So I saw McTurn mention in the comments that Emma's servers were shut down. I just wondered if anyone knows if that's true.
This is a little boring.
Yeah, I haven't heard about that.
What was that, Don?
McTurn says in the text that Emma's servers shut down or something. I don't know if that happened ages ago or recently.
There it is right there. At this point, I am just baiting you to spam long enough to receive some consequences. Keep it up, triggered C word. What was the consequences weren't for me. The consequences ended up being for you. You did you.
I don't even know what you're talking about, Crit. Sorry.
Yeah, the screenshot of what you said is posted right there.
Yeah, but
so
hold
you
on.
think you're cloaked.
Thank you, you're on mute. Bye-bye.
Sorry, what happened? I wasn't listening.
Lori's trying to bait.
Nothing much. I put Crit on mute.
He's trying to bait again, and it fell. He got the same consequences he got last time, but he was running scared now. So that's all it takes.
Yes, indeed. I am running scared. I am so afraid. I actually just watched Alien Resurrection, and it got me so scared, man. Like it's a scary movie.
And baseline.
Irrelevant, Crit. You can repeat the baseline till the cows come home. Who the fuck cares, man?
Right there, because all you did was get triggered about conversation.
Irrelevant, Crit. You're going back on mute.
Had nothing to do with you. And you posted dozens of false claims about me, all which would have to be cleared before I would even consider anything you say beyond baseline. Or just agree to the baseline, which is easy to do.
Let's talk about clouds. Actually, no. Just remind me of something now that I think about it. See if everyone remembers it.
You're roboting, Arma.
You're roboting badly.
But
yep. Yeah, that's not understandable, Arma. You're roboting too hard. So, Glory, I actually had a question about the concave Earth and the glass above it.
Okay.
And I know I sort of trolled you in the text chat some time ago, but I'm trying
I don't
not to
mind.
troll now.
I don't mind answering questions. If I know it, I know it. If I don't know it, I'll tell you that. And I'm just going to explain to you what I think the concave Earth model says. So go ahead, because I'm cleaning right now. So you got me at a good time.
Yep, thanks. So what I have been wondering is, like, as far as I understand, the concave belief, if there is such a thing, but roughly speaking, you and other people in your group often seem to say that, for example, the Nubian glass that's found on the desert is.
Can we just pause 1 second? So I'm not in a group.
Yeah,
I'm not a quote unquote concave earther. I know a lot of models, and concave Earth happens to be one of them, and one of the ones that I would lean more towards if I had a chance. So
sure, fair enough.
So this really isn't about me. I'm just gonna be the facilitator and provide the service of sharing what I know about concave Earth. For you to do as you wish to help you in whatever manner it helps you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I know my phrasing might not have been completely perfect there. I've just kind of been listening into people talking about concave Earth, and one idea that gets thrown out is Nubian glass in the desert.
Yeah, that Libyan glass.
Yeah. The idea is that that's pieces of the glass dome or the glass sky shattered by meteorites. So
I don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my question relating to that would be, if there is a glass dome or a glass sky or glass something structure out there, that's then shattered by meteorites, how come we cannot still visually detect it? Like normally when glass gets hit by something, it shatters.
So
Let's say
apparently, there's two things that happen. The majority of the meteorites, what they do, and this is in globe Earth science, what they do is they hit a specific part of the atmosphere of the ionosphere called the sporadic E layer, and they report this as literally like it's almost like hitting a windshield. For the ones these are typically for the smaller ones, the ones that are not going as fast or don't have the correct trajectory angles. Some of these other ones, though, that are much bigger or much faster, what it seems to do is it literally, according to this theory, it melts through the glass. It melts through the glass, and at that point, that may that may like break it up and kill and like destroy it, or it'll literally still have some shape to it if it's big enough and fall down.
Is that me or?
It seems to be that these meteorites, they're real genuine ones, and not these fake petrified wood ones. The real genuine ones, they're covered with a layer of like almost like molten glass or something. But I don't know if that explained it for you, like in terms of the meteorites coming through and not. Most do not. They hit a portion of the ionosphere called the sporadic. So you might have to look this up, depending on one's curiosity who's listening. It's called the sporadic E layer, right? So if they have, you're looking at their scientific papers and you're looking at a chart and it's showing you the charge based on altitude. You'll have a literal line in the fucking atmosphere where these meteorites are stopping dead in their tracks. So that's just one thing right there.
Yeah, that was sort of in the ballpark, but for me personally, I still like there's a very, very big hurdle for me to believe in any glass structure that cannot be seen, and even when hit by meteorites and shattering and melting, still cannot be seen. Doesn't smudge, doesn't develop any kind of. I don't think I can, but sure.
I'm gonna show you a video. At the end of this video is gonna have about like 2 minutes of meteorites either hitting the glass or going through it, and just try to observe it with different eyes. Maybe it's real, maybe it's not. Who knows? Here, I'm gonna send it. It might take like 2 minutes to upload. It'll be at the end of it. All it is just different cameras people have recorded around the world, like in Russia and stuff. Meteorites going through the atmosphere, and there's a point where it gets really bright, and it either gets really bright, like it's like smashing a glass, or it'll go through. You'll see. I don't want my words to pervert your raw watching. You know what I'm saying? So.
Also, another thing is glass is actually kind of a hard thing to make. Like it's not easy to manufacture, and even if it does happen in nature, it's not the perfect clear glass that we have, but it's always tinted somehow. And getting a clear glass that doesn't have a tint, isn't even visually appearing to be there because it's so clear and doesn't have distortions. That all to happen naturally. Of course, you can then answer that by, well, I believe in creator, and sure, fair enough. But
I mean, when you're looking through your telescope, what do you think you're looking through?
A telescope.
Yeah.
A telescope typically is maintained, like it's not really comparable. First of all, most telescopes are quite small. They are made by humans. They are inside buildings. They are maintained. They are not comparable to a vast naturally occurring class structure that we are supposed to believe that exists out there. That's not really a good comparison, I don't think.
So the way you're going about this, I respect, and I don't have anything to say against what you're saying. But
sure.
the way you're going about this, I'm not interested in like providing any rebuttals or any counters, because in truth, the real way for one to get introduced to a topic is to hold their judgments and beliefs, and hold your judgments to the side, look at it for what it is, and learn about it. Learn the concepts. It's not going to be done in one sitting. Learn about it, learn the model, and then attempt. But what happens is most people, they have their baseline current structure that is great, everything works out, they have the answer, and they entertain these ideas just starting by picking it off one by one by one. It's not that picking it off one by one isn't important, it shouldn't be done, but this person ultimately like denies that their mind, denies the entrance of alternate ways of thinking and the reasoning behind it, because what we're doing is we're creating a gatekeeper out of. Okay, I want to stop rambling, guys. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, I do.
All I'm interested in, or what I can do, is I have all the sources for the best concave Earth material on the whole web. I've scoured the whole web, and there's so few concave Earth creators. There's like 4 or 5. It's scary almost. If you Google this shit, you can't find it.
Sure.
I also have a link from a Dropbox, or not a Dropbox, a Google Drive that I share. It's not mine, but it has a whole bunch. It's like a community concave Earth thing. But you guys can do it. But initially, like learning about an idea and just immediately starting it off, and boom. Okay, great. You learned a lot there.
I don't think I was coming too hard. Like I threw a couple of questions. Like I threw 3 and 2 questions. I don't think that's too hard. And I was not hammering you with anything. So I don't think I was being too critical.
No, you weren't. I'm not accusing you. And you don't have to go about the way that I think I should go, or I think is best.
Sure.
Just the way I do it. If the theory is sufficiently not a waste of my time, I will suspend my judgment and I'll give it a chance.
In my opinion, I'll give how I view things. There's a hard balance that one has to keep in my philosophy, because it's not good to be close-minded. It's good to be open-minded and think outside the box. But also, much of what is outside the box actually is cat shit and dog shit. The reason why I say that is simple. Most ideas that people can come up with, like there's an infinite amount of ideas, most of them are wrong. For example, let's say I want to figure out.
I'm lost in ultimately like what you're trying to say. Like I don't know what this is about.
Yeah, I'm just.
Well, I was just going to say, basically, what you're saying is, if I'm getting this correct, that you have to keep an open mind, but you can't be too open, because there are a lot of bullshit ideas, and so if you're too open, then obviously you're not going to find the truth. You're going to find bullshit.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I'm trying to say is it's a balance. You have to have an open mind, but also asking questions.
Real men balance. You don't need to fucking tell me about it. Real men, philosophers balance ideas. Get to your point.
Yes, but you're kind of being rude. Like I was.
Bro, you're not. You're just running your mouth. You're trying to tell me about balance.
I'm not running my mouth.
I'm gonna go back to cleaning, dude. You can say what you want. I'll probably still listen, but I'm not gonna respond to this.
Well, that's actually pretty fine with me because you're getting butt hurt over nothing. So I'm actually basically able to troll you into triggering without even trying because I wasn't trying.
Trolling.
Yes, but you got trolled.
You're not even cut from the same cloth as me.
You're over talking me and you're
All
being
I
rude.
do is clearly come out and say
You're
I'm a
correct.
truth
I
seeker.
am not
I
trolling.
don't know the answer, but I'm seeking
because
it.
I wasn't
If you
trying
have
to
a
troll,
problem
but you
with
got
that,
trolled because
or
you
you
got
don't
triggered.
ride with that, then
So
that's
you
not my
trolled in
problem.
yourself by misinterpreting what I said,
listen.
getting triggered by what I said, even when I
What
didn't try to
what's
troll you.
gonna
I was having
happen
a decent conversation, but you got butthurt
is you
for
are now
nothing,
muted.
for no good reason. If you want to troll yourself
You are
like
now
that, go
muted,
ahead.
bud.
Like I wasn't
Look within.
calling you an idiot. I wasn't saying
Be
that
aware and
you
conscious
cannot.
of your own inner energies right now. It's you that's trolled. You're the
By no
one
means,
that
by
types
no
up.
means, sir. Like
You're the one that
I
can't
just
stop
don't see
speaking.
where you see the problem here.
Don't
Why you got
reverse
so
your
butthurt
reality
and
on
angry.
me. The energy within you is you, not me.
Yes, but you got butthurt, and that's your energy. I'm pointing the finger at you, so I'm calm. There's nothing in me that got butthurt here. All I did, I asked 2 questions, and then I explained the point, and I was taking too long, so you got butthurt over me taking too long to explain a point, and then you got started like, yeah, but get to the fucking point, man. You're calling me an idiot, and yeah, I'm butthurt. I'm gonna run away now. Yeah,
Well, I'm
sure.
with him. I have no idea what the heck you were getting at or where, like, ask the question. What are you getting at? He doesn't know. I don't know. I don't know if
He's
anyone
too
else
late.
knows.
He's muted now.
Oh, that's weird.
You see what? That's a baseline. A real
What,
time.
I'm
You
muted?
saw multiple baselines.
No, you're not muted.
Relative muted to him, like he has you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get what his problem is. Like, he got butthurt over nothing, I guess.
The best things is when these nerds. The best thing is when these nerds like Sheep Professor initially try to come off as like a reasonable guy and try to like come off like they're coming at it in a reasonable sense.
Well, I'm just waiting to understand what Sheepherder's getting at. I mean, like, come on. I don't understand what he's asking. He's not asking. He's just
He's
going on and on.
unconscious. He's unconscious. He's not present. He's not aware. He's riled up within his own energies, and he's projecting it onto other people and saying, "I'm trolled." What a joke!
Oh.
What are you talking about?
Glory, do you have me actually muted? Because you're gonna have to unmute me because we're gonna overtalk each other. Because I want to respond to my but I'm not gonna be able to if that leads to a shit show and we overtalk each other. So.
Well, that would be his problem, not yours. So don't worry.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Like to me, I don't see how I got triggered and like he's shouting, he's angry, he muted me because he got butthurt, and then I'm projecting. What?
No, you've said that multiple times. Like I said also, and I can imagine other people don't have the foggiest clue where you're going. Like, what are you getting at? That's what he was trying to ask you.
I'm not getting at anywhere. Like the conversation basically stopped because he started spiraling. So I'm not getting at anything anymore because the conversation stopped because he got too mad.
No, you see, now you're talking we're talking past tense. Prior to that, you were just rambling and not making any sort of point.
That's what he does.
So
That's
once
all he
again,
does.
what are you getting at or trying to get at? That's his whole point.
So how much back are we going to then go into the discussion?
The moment before he came back saying, "Look, stop, dude. I don't have any clue what you're getting at." That's what he's asking. That's what I'm asking. I don't have any idea what's.
Like you had some idea what I said earlier because you clarified my point. Like I was trying to say that you have to have a balance in terms of thinking critically and having open mind as well. But then he got butthurt because he thought I was accusing him of not having an open mind or not thinking critically or something. I wasn't pointing fingers at anyone. And basically, that's where the conversation devolved, and it stopped being a conversation because he got. So, what are you confused about? You explained my point very well. You were clearly on that track by then, because you explained my point to the
That
word.
was
Like,
me. That was me. That was me. That wasn't.
oh yeah, okay. So, Oblivion, where are you confused?
Like I said, he has no idea what you're asking, what you're getting at. Yeah, open mind, yada yada yada. What's your point? That's what we're
My point is, you should have a balance, because he was talking and blabbering about how people should have an open mind and we should be open minded, and I had no fucking clue what he was talking about. So I then clarified, yeah, sure, we should have an open mind, but also think critically. If you don't understand what that is, how then are you able to understand his blabbering? Because he was blabbering more than I was. He was stating longer statements and he was making less sense than I was. So how is it that you're able to understand him but not me?
No, you asked him a question. He said what he said, and then you were asking. Look, let's just get past it because it's not.
Yeah, let's have a real conversation here.
Fair enough.
Do you guys have anything you want to talk about? Or do you want me to bring something up?
If no one has anything, maybe flat earthers, and globe earthers can debate on what it seems to be is planes. The faster they fly, the greater angle of attack that they have, like just baseline cruising, right? So the faster they go, it seems like the more their noses are pointed up. And I can provide evidence. I can provide evidence of this, at least for 2 planes.
Yeah,
Is that an
planes fly
interesting
nose
topic?
up. Yeah, I don't think anyone's debating that. Planes
Okay,
fly
that's
nose up,
cool.
right, guys?
That's cool.
Yeah.
Is that how they
I mean,
fly?
planes only work on a flat Earth, or on a globe Earth anyways. They wouldn't work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, we know. Left lane, nose up or what?
Yeah, just in a cruise, you've got a slight nose up attitude in cruise. But the faster you go, the less of that is required to maintain altitude.
So so you could be going 3 pointed down though, right?
So I have some material I could share. Sorry.
If you point the nose down, you're going to go down.
Yeah. So, but you could get away from pointing it nose up and just with speed. How fast are we talking here? Like jet fighter shit or?
Yeah, like the Cessna that I flew last week, just in cruise attitude, you call it level, flying level. You're just slightly nose up. And then, of course, if you come into land, you slow way down. And you've got your nose sticking up in the air significantly. But the faster you go, the less up nose you need.
So what's the point, Glory?
Is it flying level? Is it curving down, or is it curving up?
What do you mean?
Well, some people think the world is flat. Some people think the world curves down.
Yeah.
And also some people think the world curves up. So what I'm trying to figure out is, based on how planes fly, how it should only be working on one of them, and which one could it be? And we can talk about that.
Well, as far as the plane's concerned, on the curved Earth, the gravitational potential follows the atmospheric pressure follows.
Your voice just keeps like cutting in and out, like volume wise.
I'm going downtown Dallas under the bridges and stuff.
Oh, that's probably.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the curved Earth, everything curves with it, so the plane doesn't know anything about that.
But it has to fly nose up to maintain its altitude, its elevation, which is curving downwards.
Well, flying straight and level, it's not curved. Is not really something. I'm in like my 4th week of training, And the curvature, or none of that has ever been brought up. Coriolis, none of that.
Yeah, but what's happening in your mind is, or in the globe model, is that you're flying nose up to stay level, which is curving down.
Yeah.
So
yeah, a very large great circle.
That wouldn't make sense because you'd be hugging the drag. If everything was curving down, you'd ultimately want to tip your nose down.
No.
Because the idea is the faster they go, the more that the more of an angle they're tipping their nose up, the angle of attack. Just based on default cruising, none of that raising or landing shit.
But no, even on a waterboard like surfing, you want to keep pointing up so that you get the lift. Like even when you're going down a wave, you want to keep pointing up so that you get the lift and don't sink. But you go downwards, but you still want the lift so you don't go down.
We don't really want to use a waterboard here because that's a specific type of flying. We just want to consider a normal plane for east purposes, going consistent rate. What do they call it? Optimal cruise altitudes.
You can still have the nose pointed up and
during the cruise. So, for example, for an SR-71 Blackbird, during a cruise, its angle of attack is between 4 to 7 degrees upward, right? So if we have these three models of the world here, one's curving down, one's level, and one's curving up, we should at least be able to eliminate one of these based on the realities in this data that we have so far. I'm not pushing for which one, but maybe we could talk about that.
But that depends on the aerodynamics of the airplane, not on the shape of the Earth.
Yes, all you have to do to lose altitude is you can still point the nose up and just reduce power. That's all it takes. You don't have to change the angle of attack, just less power.
Well, Extremis, do you think okay, so my older brother, for example, if I were to bring this up to him, what he would say is that gravity essentially is pulling the nose of the plane as it's falling around the globe, pulling it as it's doing that. And that is sort of part of the mainstream rhetoric, is that's what they would say. So is that what you would say?
It's not pulling the nose; it's pulling the whole airplane.
Well, fair enough. Okay, I did. Well, there's okay. The whole I didn't. I said
it
nose.
Includes the nose,
yeah.
right?
Includes the nose. Yeah, the airplane. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but the thing is, if the curve that you're going through is of a very small arc, and it's very close to a line, then the shape of the Earth isn't that relevant. The aerodynamics of the airplane is a lot more relevant to determine how what's the angle of attack that is going to keep you at the same elevation.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, let's just say on a planar Earth model type system, let's say that you have a electrostatic force, not the same one of electrostatic like when you rub a balloon and your hair sticks up. Not quite, although that does sort of make your hair anti-gravity. So it is very interesting correlation. But I'm not saying that what we call gravity is exactly that, but clearly it's within I think it's within a spectrum. But anyways, let's just say that's the case. And so you have call it a force, call it everything you want, that's pulling everything down to the plane, everything that's heavy. So you throw a rock, it falls down to the plane. Not because mass is attracting mass necessarily, but let's just leave all that aside. But if that was the case, then one could say on a planar Earth, when you're flying your airplane, that gravity, quote unquote, is pushing that airplane down, wanting to push that wanting to have that airplane fall to the ground, so that the airplane has to then keep its angle to get lift to fight that, which essentially is what it's doing when an airplane flies. I mean, no matter what your theory or model of gravity is, whatever it's doing, it has to do that. So if you have a planar model with that happening, you still have to have a certain angle to fly. If you have a large globe type idea, or even a concave idea, whatever idea you want to have, and you have some different form of gravity, the amount of curvature is pretty minimal, overall, to where whether you want to say that on a globe Earth that the gravity is sort of pulling it around, it does seem like a fairly minimal difference. Either way, you would just have to keep the angle of the airplane enough to keep lift and keep flying forward.
I think
But
I mean, you can still come up with some aerodynamics in which you can even point the nose down a little bit and still go up, depending on how you shape the wings, for example.
Well, yeah,
Because
if you shape the wings really pointing like in a weird angle compared to the rest of the body, you could have it like that. Yeah.
So because what essentially keeps the plane away from falling is that the shape of the wing creates a smaller pressure area on top of it compared to the bottom of it, and that pushes the airplane up. So it uses air pressure.
Yeah,
Like,
you want lift, and you get that through air
exactly,
pressure.
exactly. So and then the direction that the airplane is pointing to, now that's gonna depend on the airplane as a whole. The whole aerodynamics of the airplane is gonna tell you, well, for this speed of the wind in that direction, this is how much you have to angle up just to keep the elevation.
Yeah, that's why I made the surfboard like analogy. It like the surfboard always has to be pointed up, or else it'll dive down into the water. The wing has to be always pointed up so that the lift is upwards. Because if it was pointed downwards, the lift would be downwards, and you would be going towards the ground. You'd crash.
As said earlier, the faster you go, the less pitch you have to have. Like he said, as he lands, he's going much slower. And if you look at any plane landing, the nose is pointed well up in comparison. Just as that analogy with the surfboard, same thing.
Pretty similar.
I just don't think planes flying proves anything. I just don't.
The only thing, the only thing about planes flying that proves something in my mind is the distances they do.
Flight times, you mean, right?
Yeah. Well, the flight times, distances and times are matched. Like they're correlated because of the speed of the plane, and it just shows the distances that airplanes fly. And if you combine all of them, it just shows that there's more distance between places than there would be on a flat Earth,
or less, depending on this. Like, because for example, the A map doesn't give you a scale, right? You can if you pick 2 points and use their known distances as your baseline, depending on which point or each 2 points you pick on the map, that gives you a different scale for that map. So you might end up with the opposite. You might end up with.
I mean, we're talking. Of course, you'd have to use an equidistant map to make sure that you're comparing distances correctly.
What do you mean by scale? I mean, it has a little legend and it says how much 1 inch is X amount of miles. It does have that.
So, for example, if you look at the Mercator projection, the big like square map, the rectangular one, you see that towards the bottom and the top, the rectangles get bigger than they are in the center. That literally means that the same like distance in real life actually has a different representation on the map. That's what he means.
Yeah, it has a different scale for every latitude.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that gets tough about this is that, and this is not to criticize anyone, but we are literally people sitting in our houses on Discord right now, and we are Googling things, and that's fine. It's not critical to anybody. Some of us have maybe traveled to a couple places, around the world, but none of us have really done any of, verifying distances, verifying, the extents of the Earth to make the kinds of claims that you guys are claiming. Like, I know that you guys are given this globe model that comes from who you think is an authority and who you trust, and that's your belief system. That's fine. But I'm just saying that you can go with them and say, oh, yes, we know these distances, and as if it's all verified and checked. And it's not. You may think it is. You may feel like there's an authority behind it. You may feel like there's a lot of strength behind the belief, whatever it may be. But and then just to say it doesn't work on quote unquote a flat Earth. Well, what does that mean? A flat Earth that you've made up, a Gleason's map that what does that even mean?
The one I've like, it's different than saying we haven't verified the distances. Well, that wasn't exactly what we're claiming. We're referring to testing them with flight times.
Well, yeah. So
but for flight times, you have to know. Sorry, Gummy. Okay, no. I was just gonna say for flight times, you have to know the exact flight path, and then you have to know the path that took over the Earth, the real Earth, not just a Google map, a Google Flugel. I'm talking about the actual Earth. So sorry, go ahead, Gummy.
Just assume straight lines.
Well, what I was like, the thing is that you can easily, just with your phone, because it has like GPS on it and it usually works at that altitude, you can tell that the airplanes are going at the speed they claim they are. You can also tell that you arrive at the time it says you are, because I mean that's the whole point. And if you just refer those two things, the speed and the time, well then you get distance. That's just how that works. So I get, like, of course I haven't personally like gone and verified every single distance and cross-referenced it and all of these things, but it's such a thing. It's such an easy thing to what's the thing, like, prove wrong. If it was wrong, you could just bring your phone on an airplane, check your GPS, check the time it takes, and then prove them wrong. But no one can do that because it doesn't seem like they're wrong. And if they're not wrong, well then my point still stands. You know what I mean? Like, you can, as a third party, you can verify that the speeds and the times are correct. Of course, you can say that, okay, well, they're taking a detour to make the times go higher, but I've never seen any proof that they take detours in order to make the time go higher. That would be
to me, it's not about detours. It's sort of like if you're a pilot and you're given a certain path to fly, and that involves certain coordinates that you're given, and then that's linked into the GPS system that they also give you. It's sort of like the old idea: the map is not necessarily the territory. So the actual real life path that they're taking, like if you were able to take like a subplanar point, the point right under the plane, if you were able to take that, every step of the way, so every half a mile you would drop a plumb line from the airplane in theory and then mark it on the Earth, and then every half mile mark it to where you could actually see exactly how that plane is flying. If it's a little to the left, a little to the right, whatever it's actually doing, and then match that to the actual Earth. There's a lot of steps in there, because these pilots, they're just flying. It's like they're on a highway and they're just on that highway. The equipment is fairly accurate, but they're not, because they're already following a GPS, they're not linking that to their subplanar point, or the point right under the plane, and how that links precisely to the Earth. And then when you involve the kind of the globe, and then some of these, it's the path is curved as it's going up around, whatever, it gets to the point to where the actual pathways that they're actually flying are not necessarily straight lines at the end of the day. And if that's the case, then this thing could be fudged in 7 ways from Sunday, because now they're taking various, and I'm talking slightly curved. I'm not saying that they're just flying all curved all over, but slightly enough within the GPS system that this could be fudged and faked very easily.
Well, so I agree that if they did such a thing, then that could fudge the flight times and therefore the distances. But like, if you use your GPS app on your phone or something like that in an airplane, do you really think, like, would that app be in on the trick and therefore tell you wrong information?
Wait a second. I think what Gio said, it's actually in going against him, because, for example, you pick 2 points, two airports, right? And then you create a straight line between them using the globe, and that's going to give you the claimed path, let's say, right? So that's so if you look at the GPS, it's going to be somewhere in that straight line, and if you happen to be in one of the subpoints of that straight line, you can just look to the sky and see when the airplanes go by. So that's easy to verify. Now, if you see where those 2 points land on the A map, another thing you can do is also make a straight line between those 2 points, right? And those are not going to cross the same points on the surface. They're not going to go by the same cities, right? But now, what the third thing you can do is you can project on the A map the whole trajectory of the original straight line of the globe. That's going to give you a curved line. But the problem is that curved line is going to add more distance. So, for example, as you go south and you get points that are east to west from each other, the A map stretches the distance. and if you try to do that, if you try to curve the line to match the path that we see the plane going, that would make the flight time even more off. So I think you trying to use curves to match the trajectory of the airplane would now make the flight times even worse for the flat Earth. Does that make sense?
Well, wait, no. Because the thing is, if the Earth is flat, it would take a short amount of time. If the Earth is round, it would take a little bit longer amount of time. So faking it by taking longer to arrive is like that would be going in the direction of faking it from flat to round. Or am I misunderstanding your argument?
No, I think that's different because like either you're curving to match times or you're curving to match the trajectory of a great circle route. If you try to make one, you make the other worse. So if you try to match the trajectory, there would be a straight line on the globe, just to, let's say, keep the lie of the globe alive. That would make flight times even more off. That wouldn't make them match.
Well, yeah. So the whole thing as well is if airplanes are faking it, then what's stopping an independent pilot from taking the short path, the real short path? So let's say for a second that it's true. These airplanes are taking a diverted path to make it seem like there's a longer distance. Why don't, for example, another airplane company take the short path to save money and be like, hey, we can get you there for less money. Capitalism, they're going to get all the customers.
Well, the short path on what? I mean, they don't know where. I mean, when you talk about massive sections of the Earth, they're following equipment that's given to them. They're following
that
GPS.
would be under the assumption that they're allowed to change the paths as they wish, which I would challenge you to actually show that any airline is allowed to simply change the flight paths as they wish.
So you don't think, as an independent pilot, you could fly from partially through the US by your own without the airplanes being like, no, you have to take this curved path?
Well, I think over small distances you could do that to some degree. You could verify, especially like if you knew, like, let's say you live in Illinois or something, and you know Illinois very well. Yeah, you could definitely track your flight. But if you're flying from New York to South Africa, I mean you're going over thousands of miles of open ocean. You have to depend on some GPS system to get you there. You can't just randomly I'm going to fly southeast and just follow a compass. I mean,
you have celestial navigation.
Even over the US, you would see a difference in the distances from a globe Earth to a flat Earth. So even over the US, this should be verifiable by an independent pilot.
I don't think so. Like, if you pick how much, like, you have a margin of error when you're using flight times. They vary a lot, even if you fix the distance, right? They vary by a certain percentage.
Yeah, like wind conditions are a big one that will affect your flight time.
Yeah, and if you get like let's say 4 more extreme points, right? And try to plot them on a flat surface. The difference is like a 50 kilometers, which, given the whole size of it, I think it's like 1%, 2%. I don't know. And yeah, I think the difference you would get from a circle Earth to a flat Earth, considering the area of the US, would be smaller than the error bar of your flight time. So I think that would be a good way to verify it. It's just like I'm remembering when me and Coach were doing checking the distances of 4 points on the US that are very far from each other, like at the edges of the US, and there was a difference between the diagonals if you try to plot them on a flat surface.
Yeah, well,
but it was a very big one.
I remember the diagonal, at least for mine, was like around like 40 or 50. It was either miles or kilometers, but yeah, it was around,
I think it was 50 kilometers.
Yeah, something like that. And so, I mean, you're kind of right. pretty close.
So yeah, I think you can verify that, but not with flight times.
Yeah.
Flight times are good when you have the Earth as a whole. Like when you try to combine very long distances and you have shared, like you have this single point connected to other 10 points, and those points are connected to other 10 points. When you try to cross all of those flight times, then you start to get a shape out of it. That's what I'm actually trying to do recently. I only have 12 flight times so far. Anyway, but it's not looking good for the map actually.
Well, I think we'll get to the bottom of all this eventually. I don't know if sitting on Google is going to do it at our homes on Google, although I mean that's fine. But you know, we're given information about what the Earth is, and you know, and yeah, I mean obviously it matches. I mean, you know, pilots can do their job and surveyors do their job. So you know, there's obviously a way. Like, okay, let's just say for a moment the Earth is a stationary planar surface, and this is a deception. And we're not just here wasting our time, that this actually is the case. If this is the case, it's obviously not something that's just so easy that, oh, I'm just popping on Google. Oh, look at that. I just calculated it all. Yep, the Earth here's the perfect, like, it's not going to happen that way. So it's like cracking a code, you know, this is like cracking you know, the safe, what am I trying to say? Cracking like, you know, a vault. That's the word I was looking for. Cracking a vault, you know, that has, you know, billions of dollars in it or whatever. It's like, you're not just gonna be able to walk up, and just guess the code. I mean, this is like a serious, you know, thing. And whatever these people who have done this, Earth-shaped deception, they have a lot of resources. They have a lot of, you know, behind it. So if they sat at a table one day and said, okay, how can we do this? And okay, how can we make this GPS system? I guess I'm just saying that, like, I think we'll get to the bottom of it eventually. And I still think all the conversations are valuable, but I just don't know if we're going to be able to really get the answers sitting at our home. We're going to have to go out on the Earth and start to actually, you know, find the discrepancies in the Earth rather than just, you know, sitting on the internet.
But I wonder what would it take for you to be like, oh wait, okay, maybe it actually is round. Like, what's the standard of evidence that you'd require to be like, oh wait, maybe it actually is round. The things we were thinking of were wrong. Because of course, someone proving that it's flat is just like, oh, look at these measurements, or look at this evidence. It's not round. That would be, oh, look, I was right. But what would it actually take you to be like, oh, wait, this is strong evidence and I'm wrong?
I think someone had a hot mic. Well, I mean, perhaps everybody would answer that differently.
Sure.
Trying to, it's like if I could answer it shortly, I don't want to do a whole long thing on that. I mean, I guess if I were just to say a simple answer, tangible, physical, verifiable, definitive measurements of any Earth curve, or any actual real scientific experiment that proved any motion of the Earth. I guess starting at those two.
So who would be, like, for example, I believe that I could find a surveyor that says that their measurements prove the Earth is a globe. And I'm sure as well that you
the
wouldn't
geodetics
agree.
only calculate that. They don't measure it. They even admit they don't measure it. They calculate it. So it's
Here
a
we
problem.
go again.
What do you
Playing
mean?
the same loop.
Why are those mutually exclusive?
Well, the planar surveyors measure everything from an elevation from a horizontal on planar coordinates. The geodetics take those measurements and then calculate them into Earth curves. So we don't have measurements of Earth curve from them.
Oh, but we have measurements of azimuths, right? Azimuths are directly measured. And if you compare them, you can already get some strong evidence for curve without having to assume anything.
Well, what do you? I'm not. I guess you'd have to describe more what you're referring to. I mean, we've talked about over the months and years several different tests that would be definitive. Of course, it would take the resources, the money, the time, the getting a crew together to do them. So it is possible to do. I have not seen it done. If you have, I guess you could show us that or whatever. But to my understanding, it has not been done to be
Which
definitive.
one
And that's
would be a definitive one?
What's that?
Which one would be definitive one that you would consider to be definitive?
Well, there's a couple that come to mind, but there's ones with water levels over long distances. Like, okay, one of the things that I've thought of would be, and that we've talked about would be this: if you had, let's say, a large section of land, couple thousand square acres or more. I mean, depending, but a massive amount of land, enough that curvature would be present, and so on. Ideally, if there's water on that land as well. And then, of course, you have the topography of the land, so you'd have to sort of survey it and know what you're dealing with. But if you could get a large enough section of land that you could work with, what I would find interesting to do would be to do this, to set up 3 points on that land in a triangle, essentially. So you'd have 3 like stations on that land. And between the stations, you have the potential to measure curvature. So you've got that. And then you have the spherical excess component. So if you were to then build, like, let's say with spherical excess, build a small triangle in the center of that land, or in the center of your 3 points, a small triangle that you could absolutely physically square up and measure with some kind of actual physicality, like a little wall or some kind of metal piping or something, to where you can actually measure that it is a planar triangle without any question of a doubt. So now you have that physical planar triangle. Then you can measure parallel lines coming off of that triangle. So you basically make concentric triangles, larger triangles. And the fact that you have the first physical one, now you have a larger, like going outward concentrically. So now you have a larger triangle, then a larger. And each time you do that, you're able to square up all of those 3 lines of the triangle, of the planar triangle. You're able to square them up with each other physically. So there's no optical, there's no guessing. It's like actual physically doing that. It's a little bit like forcing the curve, but forcing the spherical excess. And as you do that, obviously larger and larger triangles, at some point, a planar triangle is not going to fit on a globe. It's not going to fit on a sphere. And you would start to get that effect of the spherical excess. And that could be measured and calculated. And what would be interesting about the concentric triangles is that you would be able to see when the curvature comes in and how the additional triangles going out further continue to show that. So you'd be able to like make a graph showing, okay, here's where the curvature came in, and then there it is, and you'd be able to see whether it's the 8 inches per mile squared or, so that's just one of them with spherical excess. And you'd have like an actual demonstration site. Like people could come to that, and you could walk up and down those triangles. You could see that they're square. You could literally measure that all the way along.
Well, how are you coming up with physical straight lines? Because you're saying no optical, just physical, but like there's a method or a process that we have to go through to end up with lines, and there is usually where the problem is. For example, if you wanna, like, if you're able to create a straight line independently of optics, you can just put that over water and see if level follows it or if it drops. So I think just coming up with a straight line across long distances is already a very, very huge deal. That on itself you could solve that deal. There's even simpler ways to prove whether or not the Earth is a sphere or a plane.
Yeah, I didn't say it was easy, but if we're talking about being able to physically measure the Earth with an actual physical demonstration, then I mean, I hear what you're saying. We've talked about this for years. Yeah, how to get straight lines, how to verify straight lines. You know, Brian Mullen had the force the curve, force the line idea. I mean, but if you have like that's what I was saying. If you have a small triangle, that can be measured with all the equipment we have, laser levels. You know, there's a lot of equipment that can be used to verify that triangle is indeed a planar triangle. And then if you were to measure coming off of that, you could be as precise as you possibly could coming off of that. So, you know, let's say you make a larger concentric triangle that's 100 feet from the first one. You could measure 100 feet as accurately as you possibly could with physical tools. I mean, yeah, you get into the margin of error, and I mean, there's challenges to it, but that would be a real spherical measurement test. I mean, these ones with, you know, back in the 1800s and, you know, these claimed whatever, that's not definitive at all.
What is your problem with LIGO? Is that not a force the line?
Well, people have talked a lot about it. I mean, no one can go there to verify it, I guess is my basic thing.
What do you mean nobody can go there to verify it? Is it secret?
When was the last time you were there?
I don't need to go there. If you want to go there, can you go there? The answer is yes. It's not a secret location. It's not a requirement that I personally go there. If you want to make that a requirement for you, it's a requirement for you to personally go there, and you can do that. So have you done that?
Are they going to let us go up? Are they going to let us go up to the laser beam and put some water near it so we can see if the water is flat or not?
Why would they have to do that?
I don't. What's the point of having the beam then? What are we going to do with the beam?
It's not
You
the
said
beam.
this is some kind of force the line test.
It's the actual tube that it's in. Is a straight object. It's
okay. Are they going to let us go up to the tube and put some water near it so we can see if the water is curving or not?
Sure. Why not?
They are. I'm gonna email them right now.
Go right ahead. Ask them if you can put a water level next to it. Tell them you want to make it the full length. You're going to provide all of the material and all the expenses, and you just want to put a water level next to it.
Yeah, we'll see what they say.
Yeah, I mean, Bob, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I mean, if LIGO wanted to allow a group of researchers or people to come in and play around and do some stuff and you know, get in their facilities and stuff, I mean, it could be possibly useful. I'm pretty sure if you ask them, they're going to say absolutely not. This is private property. Get lost. But if you think they'll let you, I guess give them a call.
Well, go right ahead. You know, I mean, they let researchers there all the time. I don't know if they're going to let you guys there, for the simple reason that you're not researchers. But if you explain what you want them to do, I think that they would probably allow you to do that, because there's no way you would harm the tube that the laser goes through, which I might add is completely flat and conforms to the spherical shape of the Earth.
If they go in and pretend play flat Earth researchers, I'm sure they got it made.
You said it's completely flat and conforms to the spherical shape of Earth.
Absolutely, you can see the arch of the Earth.
If it's flat, how does it conform to the spherical shape of Earth?
Because you start at one level, and as it goes out flat and straight, you'll see that it rises above the ground, confirming the spherical surface of the Earth.
Like if you told me something conformed to the shape of something else, I would think that it was that shape.
Well, then you would think wrong. You know exactly.
Maybe we're using the word conforming wrong.
You know exactly what I said. It shows the shape of the Earth because it is perfectly flat. The Earth is curved underneath it.
But it doesn't conform to the spherical shape of Earth, right? Because then it would be curved.
Shape, yes.
It would be, if it conformed to the spherical shape of Earth, wouldn't it be curved?
It's not curved. It's
not conforming.
Then let's use the word confirms the spherical shape of the Earth. How's that? Does that make you happy there, Jeremy?
It makes more sense than what you said before, yeah.
Good. Go with it.
All right.
So why are you guys still arguing for this force the line thing when we already have it? And it, simply because it doesn't agree with your idea and your conclusion, why aren't you accepting that?
What do you have? You went on a website and read about LIGO and you think you have something? You haven't verified LIGO.
Yeah, the blueprints for it.
I mean, you're a Googler. I'm happy you're Googled, and I'm happy you're happy with whatever conclusions you've come to, but you don't have anything definitive when it comes to LIGO. Nothing.
Yeah, I'd be telling my kids that.
Got the blueprints of it. Got the construction documents.
That's really more Googling. That's more Googling.
I tell my kids
well, it's amazing what you can learn from Google, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying if that's what you think is valid, that's fine. It's just not definitive.
Okay, can I Google the flat Earth?
You can Google anything you'd like.
Okay, does that mean that the flat Earth is invalid because I Googled it?
I don't think anything is valid or invalid just because you Googled it. The point is that if you're claiming something that LIGO is a definitive X, Y, and Z, but you don't have any way to verify the definitiveness of it, then all you have is Google and rhetoric. Just like last night when you were saying that just because they documented and there was a chain of command of the moon rocks, that means
chain
the moon
of
rocks
custody. Chain of command is different.
Chain of custody of a moon rock,
like
therefore it's real because I Googled it. And if that's where you're at on your truth journey, go at it. That's you. That's all. I mean, that's where you're at. That's how you come to truth, is Googling an authority.
Well, if I can Google the construction documents and get the construction documents, now it's up to you to show that they're wrong.
Yeah, you broke them off with a line. I tell my kids. I'll tell them, I'm happy that you're happy.
Good for you. If you want to be ignorant, that's on you. But there are the construction documents. That's strong evidence that it is what it said, what we say it is. You can go measure it yourself if you really feel the need to.
So if I make construction documents and say that I have the construction documents say that the pipe, I put a straight pipe in here, but actually the pipe's curved, then what?
Go show me a curve.
That's usually that's not common, right?
I'm just saying,
sure, it's possible.
So is a construction document that doesn't show how it's constructed properly a true construction document? Or is it a made-up story that you made up?
You're presupposing it's true. So wouldn't that be
ignorant? Do I have reason to believe it's not? Do I have any reason to believe it's not?
Well, you just a minute ago said then you can remain ignorant if you choose, and then he proposed the question whether or not it actually.
Do I have reason to believe they falsified the construction?
Hold on, Bob. When he verifies it, he is no longer the ignorant one. Wouldn't you say you're the ignorant one in that situation?
Do I have reason to believe they falsified the construction document? Can you give me any evidence whatsoever that those construction documents are falsified?
Like he said, you're appealing to authority, and he wants to verify it. And you have
no. I'm citing a reference.
Criticize him?
No, I'm citing a reference. That's not an appeal to authority. An appeal to authority is not that.
Well, Bob, I would say that when you were saying, do you have reason to doubt it? I would say that would be subjective. If you have found reasons to doubt it, that would be up to you. Clearly, you're here talking about all of this, so you're clearly doubting a lot of things, which is fine. But I'm just saying that would be subjective if you personally feel like you have a reason to doubt LIGO versus the next person down the road.
I have the construction documents. That's all I need. All right. Now, if you feel the construction documents are falsified, that's on you to go prove. Go ahead and do it.
We've already established, though, that just because a piece of paper says something doesn't mean that that's what reality is, right?
No, we have not.
Is that correct, Bob?
No, we have not. Because a construction
so you think
document
just because
is a certified document, as you well know.
Okay, so you think just because something's on paper means that's what it is in reality?
I never said that to begin with. I said I had the construction documents for the site. And that site demonstrates that that tube is straight and it has to take into account the curvature of the earth. Period. That's it.
Okay, well, until we can get some water next to it and see. I don't even know how we would know if the... I don't even know how we would know if the...
Go right ahead.
I don't even know how we...
Go right ahead.
I don't even know how... Serious?
Yeah, go right ahead. Do it.
Am I lagging a little bit? Or
I don't know. You are lagging a little bit.
You're lagging, yeah. I mean,
you're lagging. You're interrupting me. I told you to go ahead and do it. Stop talking about it. Get off your butt. Get out of your basement. Go get you a water level and put it next to LIGO. Go ahead and do it.
All right. Nobody has to do. Hold on. Nobody has to do what you demand. The only thing I was going to please ask is that when someone's speaking, if you could try not to interrupt them, at least let them finish. But nobody has to do whatever you just said that you're demanding that they do.
Well, then I don't really care about their opinion.
Nobody cares if you care about their opinion either.
I know, because they don't want to learn anything, and that's fine.
Not from you, no. You obviously don't know much. Why would we want to learn from you?
I mean, I could go just
Googling something and then finding paperwork for it means that it's the absolute truth. It's absurd.
Interestingly, on some previous cases, for example, when NASA documents say that the Earth is flat, apparently then the paper is like an authority.
I'm not sure who made that argument, but I would guess that their argument is actually, why is your space agency, your authority that you appeal to, saying things like that? It's absolutely legitimate to bring up something that someone else claims as an authority and use that authority against them because they claim it as an authority. If you don't personally claim it as an authority, it's still fine for you to use it against the people who do claim it as an authority.
That document's been perfectly explained. So there's no reason to even worry about it anymore.
Hey, Flat Moon, here's a really good instance. You can download the alleged NASA documents as to how, the dimensions of the hatches regarding their lunar lander and whatnot. So people go to the museum and they ask the guide, "Hey, can I measure the width of that hatch?" They refuse to allow it.
So,
but they've scaled objects beside it to determine that it is not the same dimensions as they've described. And I think it has something to do with whether or not the suit could pass through it at the stated dimensions. So just as you said, go ahead and measure it. Go ahead and measure it. Yeah. They don't allow it. They refuse to allow anyone to measure it.
Refuse to allow is a bit redundant, right?
Yeah, they refuse to.
So what? It. So what?
Go measure it.
Maybe they just don't want to. They don't want to entertain you.
Exactly. So maybe they won't entertain them at LIGO.
How do you know? Have you asked?
You just said that they'll allow it.
Have you asked? Like, go measure it.
Why would we ask? What
I gave you an example where they won't.
Well, you didn't give me the example of LIGO. You haven't checked with LIGO.
I know. I just said, here's, for instance, an example where they refuse to allow it.
Well, I don't know that that's even a real example. But you know where LIGO is. You know how to contact them. Say, hey, I want to put a 1 kilometer water level next to one of your tubes. I'll stay outside the tube. I won't touch the tube. I just want to put this water level. I'm doing it at my expense, and I'll sign whatever waivers you want. Go ahead and do it.
Why would we do that, though?
Because you're truth seekers, right? You want to know the truth.
Yeah,
and
we do.
Part of knowing the truth is getting off your ass and doing it.
What a smug prick.
We already know. We're already
yes, we already know it's flat. We don't need to seek for truth.
Experiment to prove it to you.
Sorry, we're talking
it doesn't make any sense.
I don't
listen. This bald guy can hardly build a little fucking wooden model. I doubt he can read construction fucking blueprints for LIGO.
What up, God Scalpel?
Hey.
How's it
so
going,
you're not
going
to go look. I got it.
What do you think?
No, we're going to check them, email them.
Anybody to go do what you say because you want us to do an experiment. If you want to do an experiment, you go do it.
I'm emailing LIGO. I'm going to email LIGO tomorrow and see if they'll let me bring a 1 mile water level next to their tube with the laser beam in it.
I don't want to do it. You guys are the ones that are claiming that it's not what it says. Prove it.
Okay, let's say they do let me in, and they let me put the water level up to it. How do I know that their tube is straight?
You don't.
Well, what you would do is you'd have a look at the water level and you'd see whether or not it hit the same spot on the tube. So you'd fill it up to maybe midway up the tube on one end, and you'd see where the water level was on the other end. And guess what? It won't be midway up. It'll be about 1.5 feet lower.
You don't know what it would be.
Yeah, actually, I do.
You don't have a clue.
Yeah, actually, I do.
Well, did you do it?
Scalpel, you weren't
don't
in here.
Need to.
Well, you don't need to, then you don't know unless you do.
No, I don't need to. Because
did you fucking Google the answer? You fucking...
He knows how to use Google, so
yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah.
Hold on, guys. So Bob
is more than you do.
What do you think that blueprints prove, anyhow?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Bob, let's say I go in and the water level doesn't match the line, the tube. Does that mean that the tube's straight or the tube's crooked?
It means that it's not level.
And which you're saying it's
water
not.
level will be level, won't it?
You can sit here and talk about this shit all day till someone goes and holds a water level to it. You don't know shit.
Yep.
Even when we do hold the water level to it, I don't think that even shows it. It doesn't tell us if the actual tube's straight or not.
Well, at least then you'd have something to fucking talk about. Until then, you don't really have anything to talk about.
Because until then, you're just blowing smoke. That's all.
what you're doing, Bob, blowing smoke. What do you think the construction diagrams have anything to do with anything in this conversation? Go ahead. Explain it.
They have the levels on it. They have the elevation of both ends of the tube.
Oh, they drew a picture for him, so he likes that, right? Is that
more than you have?
That doesn't.
More than
that
you
doesn't.
have.
That doesn't prove anything. Like I don't even.
It's a hell of a lot more proof than you're offering.
No, it doesn't actually. Why don't you post what you're talking about then, and then we'll have a conversation about it. Why don't you do that?
Go pull them up. They're on Blue.
No, why don't? No,
Marble
listen.
website.
It's the information you're bringing up. What information are you talking about? You're the one that needs to post it to show us the
I'll be happy.
information. Okay, go ahead, so we can talk about it then.
Hey, Godscalpel, I've seen the 9/11 Commission report. Does that make it real?
Well, you even see what the fuck he's talking about. I mean, he can't even build a little wooden model on YouTube. It takes him 4 hours, and he pretty near cuts his finger off, and he's coming in here talking like some authority about construction blueprints for Lego. Like, come on, guys. Why are you even giving them the airspace to talk like that?
You're attacking the person, not the argument. It's I just wanted to notice that.
He's allowed to
Poisoning
make
the well.
dumb arguments, even if we think they're dumb. Okay.
Well, he can make them. I'm just saying, like, he's not a authority on construction blueprints.
Yes, but you wanted to. You were questioning why we are giving him the air. So you're at the same time you're saying.
Yeah, no, it was.
Yes, he should have airtime.
It was
but why are we
rhetorical,
giving
dude.
him airtime?
Relax. It was rhetorical. It was to make the point that he can hardly build a fucking little wooden model, and he's talking in here like he has authority about construction on Lego.
Sure, and I'm criticizing the point that you're trying to make.
What's your problem with my wooden model?
Huh?
What's the problem with my wooden model?
Oh, did I hit a nerve? I'm sorry.
No, what's your problem with it? You think
your
it's
finger? Is it better?
And you think it's a personal attack of some sort. So go ahead and tell me what you think your problem with my fucking model is.
I just thought it was quite. It was very entertaining watching you build the model. Actually,
good. I'm glad you were entertained, asshole.
Oh my! Apparently, I had a nerve. Okay, you got those documents that you wanted to talk about? Where'd you post them? I'll take a look.
I'll relax.
No, you won't. You won't look at them at all.
Yeah, because you don't have nothing, right?
No, you'll just
Jeremy won't send email to LIGO either.
I'll email him
you'll
tomorrow.
just hand wave them. You won't look at it.
Well, Jeremy's not the one coming in here making claims about it.
Yeah, you won't
Neither
look at
am I.
it. Look at any.
Well, where'd you post them? I'll take a look.
No, you won't.
Why? Why won't I? Because you're not going to post them?
Because you're afraid of the truth.
I'm not afraid of anything, dude. I said I'd look at them. Why don't you post them so we can see what you're talking about?
Got them right here. Hang on.
Okay, fuck.
You won't look at it, though.
Oh, my God. Why don't you just worry about posting them and I'll worry about what I'm going to do with them, okay?
Bob, are you
You're
taking up a practice of clairvoyance? Are you predicting the future?
No, it's just typical. Typical flat Earth behavior. You won't look at anything.
Well, it's good that I'm not a flat earther then.
There you are.
What is this, a video? Oh, it's a fucking video. No, I want to see the
baller behavior.
No.
They're all linked
You said you had the documents. I want to see the actual blueprints, dude. That's what you said you had, not some fucking YouTube video.
Did you click on it?
Maybe not.
I clicked on it enough to know it's a YouTube video. I want to see the actual documents.
Did you click on the video?
Yeah.
Okay. What's in the description of the video?
Let me look. Well, they want support. They want money. The original video. There's 2 links, one for the original video and one for money. That's all I see in the description. You want me to give this guy money? Is that the idea?
You see the construction documents in the video?
No, I want the actual documents so I can look at them.
They're right there in the video.
At least Alex Jones has the documents.
You don't even fucking have the documents. You're full of shit, Bob.
Glad you called him out.
He's got a video documents.
You got some fucking video. Big deal. I want to see the documents on a
They're right in
PDF
the
so
video.
I can look at them. No, I
They're
want
right
to be
in the
able to
video.
look at them for myself.
Imagine some foreman asking to see the blueprints and somebody pulls up a YouTube video of the blueprint.
I got him right here in this YouTube video, guys.
I got
Settle
them right
down,
here.
guys.
And if you look in the description, you can give the person that made the video some money on his Patreon account.
It's also not even the guy's video of his channel. It looks like it's a mirrored video from someone else.
Good job, Bob. Good job. See? That's why you don't listen to a guy that can't build a wooden fucking...
Here you are right here.
Oh, you got a new one? Good.
Yep.
If anyone has the email for LIGO, will you send me a DM, please?
Where's the... Did you recently post something, Bob? Because I don't see anything else besides the video.
Right there. Look in the
Another
description.
video.
Look in the description.
Another fucking video.
Yep. Look at the description and learn something.
What are you looking for, God's blueprints?
Yeah, well, what he's talking about. I want to know specifically what he's talking about. So.
Look in the description.
Is that how they're doing blueprints nowadays in video?
Yeah, I guess so.
Look in the description.
Okay, so
it was
no. The second
right
one.
there.
The second one. There
are 2 links right there.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Okay.
There.
So
that good enough for you, asshole?
Wait. Whoa.
Settle
wow.
down, Bob.
Where's all the anger coming from? Wow. So, where do you want me to look on these blueprints, Bob?
All of them?
Yeah, but where do you want to make your point from? You have some point you want to make, right?
You're from the blueprints.
Okay, which part of them?
All of
the
them.
Agricultural, the civil, the electrical, the general, the HVAC, the plumbing, the structural.
What do you think?
Well, I don't know. What did you? It's your. Hey,
which one would
listen,
have?
Bob. Listen, hold on. What you really need to understand right now is this is your point, not mine.
Yeah,
you can't ask me what I think. You need to show me. What are you talking about?
Where would you find the construction documents?
Where do you want to make your point?
Of the ones you mentioned, where would you find the relevant document?
Well, it depends.
Maybe under the civil engineering section?
Hold on. Do you want to talk about the Hanford Observatory or the Livingston one? Which one do you want to go to first?
Don't care. Your choice.
Yeah. Well, no. This is
go
your
under the construction documents in the civil engineering section.
Choice fucking test here, Bob. You have some point you want to make. Take me to your point.
They're right there. They're right there.
Oh my God! So you don't fucking know, really, is what you're saying. You're taking this. You're taking this fucking high road because you don't have a
civil
fucking
engineering
clue.
section is everything you want, right there.
Okay, so what's your point? Which section do you want? Which civil engineering section? Did you even look at this document?
The construction of the tubes.
So you want to go to the beam tube enclosure from the Hanford Observatory, that one, or from the Livingston Observatory?
Your choice.
No, this is your point, not my point.
There's 71 references to the word tube.
Bob, this is your point, not mine. It's not my choice. This is all
you
your
have
choice.
to do.
Well, you're the construction expert. You go ahead and read the construction document in the civil engineering.
You're the one that's trying to make the point. Go ahead and make your point. I'm looking at the document.
My point is that the tube is flat.
Clearly, I'm looking at the fucking document with you, but you're not directing me where you want to make your point.
I'm not here to hand feed you. I gave you the document.
So you don't really have a point then. You said I wouldn't look at the document. I'm trying to go through it with you. You said I was scared of the truth, And
I'm not going through
lo
it.
and behold, you don't want to fucking tell me what your point is within the document. Isn't
It's right
that
there.
fucking interesting?
You know what happens when someone lists a link to a video and they see that it's like a 45-minute long video? They go, "Give me a timestamp, Jesus." He's just asking for a page, for Christ's sake, an image or
Oh,
something.
I'm just asking him to make his fucking point where he wants to make it.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to.
List a
I
video.
don't think he knows. That's why. I don't think he really knows what he's talking about.
He's
Like I
scared.
said, he can't build a little wooden model, so I don't suspect he'll know a bunch about blueprints for a fucking 2 kilometer or 2 mile long tube, whatever it is, miles or kilometers.
I just think he won't look at it. He's afraid to. It's typical baller
I
behavior.
think he's scared as well. Like most of these globbers, they are scared. Ask like.
Oh yeah, just
none
like
of
I'm
them can-
scared to look at it, but here I am looking at it, asking him to make his point where he wants to make it.
Yeah, these
So he's not a
globbers,
very,
most of them, they can't handle debate. They are
as Gio
so
said,
scared
he's
they
not a
run
very
right
good
away.
flamboyant, that's for sure.
Well, that's one globber down. Nice to have him busted.
Well, it's
Guys,
not
all you
that.
gotta
It's
do-
if he wants to make a point, I'm more than willing to go through it.
Yeah, exactly. Like let's bust his ass.
No, I
all you
bust
gotta
his
do
ass
is-
because he's an ignorant prick when he talks to people. That's why I bust his
Yeah,
ass.
exactly.
I don't bust your ass. I don't fucking bust your ass the way I bust his ass, do I? Because you can be nice. You can be all right. I just treat people the way they treat me or others. That's all.
I've actually
It's that
noticed
simple
that.
with me.
I've noticed that about you.
Yeah, it's that simple. That's the way I am in real life too. If you want to be a prick to me in real life, you're gonna really see my bad side. If you treat me nice in real life, then I'll give you the shirt off my back. I don't care.
It might be a shock to his system for him to interact with people who show absolutely little or no concern whatsoever for the paper on his wall that says he's a good boy.
Well, he's actually not a good boy, but I'm not gonna go down that road. I know who he is.
Gio told him, "I'm happy that you're happy." I literally tell my kids that.
I'm happy that you're happy. Yeah. That's funny. I'll go back on mute. I'm just gonna listen to you guys. Obviously, he doesn't want to make his point.
Listen, even if we put the water tube up, even if we put the water level up to the tube in LIGO, okay, let's say it matches and it all looks level. Does that mean that the water's horizontal or the water's flat? Let's say it's not. Let's say it doesn't match the water level. Does that mean the tube's straight or it's not? Like, honestly, it doesn't even tell you anything. Because you don't know if the tube's straight.
Page 4 of 43, since you couldn't be bothered to read it yourself.
You feel me though, Bob? How do we know the tube's straight?
Did you just say
Page 4 of 43 talks about it right there.
Right there.
Bob, how do we know the tube's... Go ahead.
No, sorry, go ahead. I just actually closed out of it. I didn't know he was going to come back with his... So, where do you want me to go? The beam tube enclosure for the Hanford Observatory? On the civil?
What did I just say?
Wow.
Are you listening?
Well, before you said that's where to go before, so I'm just confirming that's what you
So
want.
where
Hey, listen,
did I tell you? Where did I tell you it
hold
was?
on,
You
hold
wanted
on.
a page
If you're
number.
gonna
What
be
was
a
the page
fucking
number?
cunt about shit, you can fuck off then.
What was the
Okay,
page number?
That's the way it is. Yeah, there's
Page
lots
4
of different
43.
on the electrical.
Second link, page 443.
Oh, now what do you mean by the second link? The second link on the video?
Yeah, the second link in the description.
Oh, well, now I got to go back to the video. I think it goes on the first link. See how confusing this could be, Bob, to try and figure out what your fucking point is?
All you got to do is read his mind. What's the problem?
Retard. Second link.
Do you guys hear what I'm saying about knowing if the tube's even straight or not? Like, just because of the construction, that might be good enough for some people, but, just because a piece of paper says something doesn't mean that it's so.
The 9/11 Commission report. Just because it says something doesn't mean it's so.
This is kind of funny. He didn't even know what he was talking about the first time, clearly. You obviously went and watched the video on fast.
There it is.
Page, so 1, 2, 3, 4.
That was a cursory 30-second review of the paperwork, which you couldn't even bother to.
What the fuck are you talking about, Bob? We were on the wrong link initially, and you didn't even fucking know enough about your point to know that, you dumb cunt. And
all
then
you got to do is
come in
copy
here
paste the
acting
URL
all
and say
tough
page
about it.
442 or whatever.
Yeah, fuck, are you stupid, man?
Not
How
link
did you
to a
ever get
video.
a fucking certificate on your wall, you dumb cunt? Like, you really are
Let's
fucking
not.
stupid.
Yeah, he's
No, hold on. Let's
absolutely
not call
dumb and
names.
he's retarded.
No, I'm
That's
sorry.
all he
You're right,
has.
Jeremy.
That's
You're
all
right,
he has.
Jeremy.
Name
If he
calling.
was standing in
He's a
front of me, I'd
child.
slap the fucking eyebrows right off his head.
All right. Let's not.
That's all he
Let's
has
not.
is name calling.
Let's not go there, please.
Typical child.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking moron. Okay, so what's your
Please,
point
God.
on... Sorry, man. It's such bullshit. Right. So what's your big point on page 4, then? What do you want to point out?
Read page 4.
Yeah, okay, so what's your big point about it?
Read it and find out. Or do you need somebody to read it to you? Can you read English?
No.
Read it to us. Bob, read it to us.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll go on mute while you read it to us, Bob. Go ahead.
Like a bedtime story. Start with Once Upon a Time. The mic's all yours, Bob.
And end it with, and they lived happily ever after.
Yeah, end it with happily ever after and start Once Upon a Time, please.
You asked for a page number, I gave it to you.
Come on, be a sport. Read it out to us.
This whole time I've been asking for your point, actually. So now that we got to the page number, what's your point about the page number? Besides, just read it.
I can help you along. What you want to look at is...
Actually, I was really interested in what Bob's point was. Not that you can't make a point.
Yes, what you want to look at is in the...
You can't read Bob's mind, can you? No, I didn't think
I can read the conversation. So what you want is mostly the last paragraph.
Yeah, so
you
you're
would
not
have
gonna...
to read the whole of it and not just,
So you're just gonna come in and save Bob for making his point. Good job.
I'm just helping the conversation along.
Yeah, I know. You're saving Bob. Go ahead.
Thanks.
Figured it out yet?
Bob, when I go into LIGO, we'll wait till he's done reading. When I go into LIGO with my water level, and let's say it doesn't match, how do I know the tube is actually going in a straight line?
How would you determine that?
That's what I'm asking. I have the water up to the pipe. It doesn't match. How do I know that the pipe's in a straight line?
How did you determine it doesn't match?
I'm in LIGO. I have a water level next to the tube. It doesn't match. How do I know the the tube is in a straight line?
Well, what does the water level tell you?
The water level can either tell me that the pipe's not straight and the water is, or the water's not straight and the pipe is.
Nope. That's not what a water level.
No.
What's a water level tell you?
Sorry, what? A water level tells me what level is. Okay, what's level? That's what we're trying to figure out by bringing the water level.
You don't know what
the
word level means?
Well, we have differing opinions on it, so that's why we brought the water level in there.
Does it mean the same elevation?
Sure, yes.
Great. Okay, so there you go. There's your answer.
Okay, now I bring the water level in. It's off
Yeah.
from the pipe. It
Very
doesn't match
good.
the pipe. The pipe's at a different
Very good.
elevation. Okay,
Correct.
now do I know that the pipe is straight?
How would you tell that?
No. That's why I asked.
How would you tell that?
I don't know. That's why I asked.
Okay, well, when you learn enough to figure out how you would interpret your results, then you've got something to talk about. All you'd have to do is perhaps measure the center point of the pipe to the top of the water level. If the water level is set at the center point on one end and it's off that on the other end, you would be able to tell the difference, correct? You'd be able to measure that distance. Or is measurement just a constraint?
So we have a water level with 3 points on it.
Yeah.
And it looks like the pipe isn't matching the level of the water, right?
Correct. Well, great. You've
okay,
got
now
2
how do I
points
know?
now. Okay, so stop talking.
How do I
and
know?
Listen to the answer. So you have 3 points now. The first one set at the middle of the pipe. Then the second one and the third one are below the middle of the pipe, with the third one being further below the middle of the pipe. So now you have a level line that mirrors the surface of the earth along that. You have an arc. And you can compare that arc to the pipe itself and see whether or not that pipe offsets that arc and is straight. It's a little bit of mathematics. It's a little bit of measurement.
We measured
and
it.
You have to think it through.
We measured it, and the pipe doesn't match the water level. How do we know?
I just explained it to you. See, I just explained it to you because you couldn't comprehend the explanation. Now you're just asking the same question again. I'm going to give you the exact same answer again. You put the first point on the water level at the midpoint of the pipe. You measure the distance between the top of the water level and the midpoint of the pipe at the second and third station. That gives you an arc, which you can determine. Then you look at the distance from the top of those water levels to the center point of the pipe and see whether or not that offsets the arc and becomes a flat line. So go ahead and do it.
So that doesn't tell us if the pipe's straight or if the pipe's curved, though.
Certainly does.
I don't know how you're differentiating that. Does anyone else know how he's differentiating between the pipe being curved or the pipe being straight?
Well, that's not my problem. That's your problem.
Hold on, I'm checking to make sure I'm not going insane here.
All right. Well, here, let's just make
anybody
it
else
for you because you're obviously struggling with this. Draw a straight line and then draw a curved line underneath it. Measure the distance from the straight line to the point on the curve directly underneath it. And see if you can calculate whether or not something's straight from that, knowing the radius of the curve.
Well, I can, if I draw a line on paper, I can see the line straight. I can't tell if the pipe is straight at LIGO or not.
Can you measure it and determine if it is straight?
Well, that's what I thought we were doing with the water
level.
How do we measure the pipe to make sure it's straight?
I just told you 3 times.
You told me by you putting the water up to it, but that doesn't differentiate between the water's curving and the pipe is straight, or the pipe or the water's straight and the pipe's curving.
And measuring the distance from the top of the water level to the midpoint on the pipe. All you have to do is just measure the distance and you can determine which one is curved and which one is straight.
I think you might be a little off on this one, Bob. It doesn't tell you if the pipe's straight or the pipe's curved.
You just don't know basic geometry. So there you go.
Well, I do, but this bringing the water level in a LIGO doesn't really tell us.
To a curve?
What's up?
Can you have a tangent line to a curve?
That's the only way you can have a tangent.
Can you have a tangent line between 2 curves?
I suppose so, sure. What does this have to do with anything?
Well, that's an advance that you've made, because it used to be you didn't believe that you could have a tangent between 2 curves. Can you have a 90-degree angle?
I told you you couldn't have a tangent. I told you you couldn't have a curve.
90-degree angle.
I told you you couldn't have a curve. I told you you couldn't have a curved tangent line. Tangent lines
Nobody
are straight.
ever said anything about a curved tangent line. Can you have a 90-degree angle to a curve?
Can you have a curved earth if everything's flat?
Can you have a 90-degree angle to a curve?
You need 2 straight lines to have a 90-degree angle.
No, you don't.
No.
Can you have a 90-degree angle to a curve?
I just told you no. You need 2 straight lines. You need 2 straight lines to have 90 degrees.
All right. So you don't understand that you can, and that's unfortunate. So until
I
you
don't know
can
what's the
figure that one
definition
out,
of.
until you can figure
Get
that one
back to
out,
Jeremy's
you're
water level
hopelessly
point.
unable to find a curve versus a straight line.
All right, let's
Sorry
all
about
calm down. Let's all calm down, man. They got us arguing about geometry and stuff, and let's just all calm down. It's okay.
That was awesome, Jeremy. Before, when you got the water level, you got the pipe, and you want to determine which one's straight or not. Is it the level or the pipe? He just led you
Yeah,
way away from that.
it doesn't tell you which one's straight or which one's curving. It's nonsense.
Well, he just denied the actual tool that is used to verify such a thing. Eh? He just totally denied the very tool that is used to do such a thing.
I just feel, honestly, how I feel is I'll be feeling bad for people that are frantically going through these conversations. Like when I hear, I just will be feeling bad for you guys. Like, just calm down, man. It's, jeez Louise. Like, my honest opinion is only one side is chill. And both sides get not chill a lot, but I'm saying only one side overall has the ability to just comfortably sit there and doesn't feel the need to frantically, impulsively implode.
Well, we get a little antsy in the pantsy sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm just saying, like, intellectual perspective. Like, one side is really just challenging the lack of evidence. The other side is just attempting to divert away from their burden of evidence and then just spam the other side with questions impulsively. But I know. I just all chill out, man. Jeez.
Yeah, Bob's definitely not worth it, eh?
Did anyone understand how we differentiate between if the water's curving or if the tube's curving at LIGO? Or am I bugging right now?
I don't know. He said LIGO. I heard Narnia. Yeah, I don't know. I just think this is what I had a recent revelation, dude. It's like when I heard that some people thought the Earth was flat, thought it was insane, super dumb. And then I saw observations where there were like hundreds of miles, and I was like, something's not adding up. Honestly, if that doesn't do it for you, man, I don't even think it's about the evidence or the specifics of hundreds of miles, guys. You can go do it yourself.
Talking about Canago?
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Oh yeah, the world record list there's like 10 deep that are over 100 miles, right?
Yeah, pushing 300, and then we have some from higher elevations much further. But honestly, like 50 miles is plenty. 50 miles. If you really understand what a mile is, and you can see out 50 of those from like 6 foot up or just standing on the beach somewhere. If you can even see anywhere close to that, like it's, I don't know. For me, when I first woke up to it, I'm like, wow, this sounds crazy. Then I'm like, dang, they maybe really did pull this off. I'm like, clearly they did. But it's just, I thought it was preventing people from seeing the information where I had never even heard of the idea. I never knew to look out 50 miles. I never knew to pay attention to the distance things were in the, I was being observed in the distance. I never thought about measuring it or what I should see. No one does. No one did. Only once you hear about this and you're told that it's a part of it. And so I thought that was the whole trick. But like, it's so weird. It's 2022 and like, it's not. It's like people breeze past that. So I'm like, okay, maybe we need to keep fighting. And then I found out when I traveled the U.S., actually, no, I was right. Just like it was the case for me, vast majority of the population doesn't even know to look at those things, doesn't even know anything about seeing mountains from almost 300 miles away. They don't even know what that means, that's a thing, anything. And so, outside of that, I think we should disengage from debate.
I was thinking that a while ago too, but what else are we gonna do?
It's beneficial in the sense that if I find out something I just come run it by some people I know are like, I don't know, will exercise zealotry for the globe, and then I can kind of learn. I like to really know both sides, you know? So, like, it's beneficial on that point, but outside of that, I think disengagement is the most beneficial, which is why I really like the idea of differentiating between, like, debate and discussion. I think that's a good idea, because I think if we're allowed to just hang out like it's a barbecue, flat Earth wins every time, bro. You know.
That's what Gio wants. Gio wants to have a barbecue up in here.
Well, that's
Jeremy, could I interrupt a second? Is Bob still here?
I don't know. I'm sorry I yelled at you the other day, Ali.
No worries. Don't worry.
Out of
It's
control.
easy forgiven. We're on the same side, bud. It's like a big family. We always fall out. The question I wanted to ask Bob is how did he determine on the flat Earth it was 1,050 miles to Minnesota or whatever, and on his so-called or there's so-called ball Earth it was 900. I was just interested in how he determined when he made the statement on a flat Earth it's 1,050 miles direct to Minnesota. Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, they do always say that on the flat Earth it would be, you know, the actual distance is 1,000 miles, but on flat Earth it'd be.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you say, well, how did you determine it would be that distance on a flat Earth? And do you know what they do?
These guys are experts on, because these guys are experts on what happens on flat Earth somehow.
Yeah, but
well,
what
that's
they
what I'm
do
trying
is,
to. That was the point I
is
was
they
making.
straighten out the curve, Jeremy.
Yeah.
That curved line that they've got, they just make it straight, and that's how they must have. It's the only way because otherwise, how could you determine the straight line to it unless you did that? And I'd just like to add one more thing, right? And this is pissing me off about this geodesic. A theodolite can't prove, it's impossible for a theodolite to prove a curve. Those geodesic or detic surveyors, right? One of the errors, right? One of the list of errors that you can make when doing that is if you don't add in the curvature. It says it. I've posted it about 5 or 6 times in this Discord channel. It says,
right.
You understand that? The implications of that, right?
Yes,
They
but
add
you
the curve after. They measure straight. Right, but wait a minute, let me finish.
Okay.
Go on, Bitsy, sorry. On you go. No, you go.
No, you're fine. I thought you were finished.
All right. But the point is, if you understand that is an error, it's an error. If they do not do that, they will not get a proper measurement. So they add, you look through your theodolite, you take your height, you stick it in your field book, you take in the refraction. That's also an error if you don't account for refraction. But that's not important. But the most important thing is if they don't account for curvature. So they measure straight, stick down all the numbers, and then they add the curvature after. So it is impossible to measure the curvature with a theodolite. And if people get that, that will be the end of this discussion about fucking theodolites, man. It's an error if you don't add in.
This is what's so important to me, though, dude. The conversations of theodolites and all this stuff. It's just zealotry that has even progressed the conversation to that extent. And so I think disengagement is the best war plan.
I agree with you.
Yeah, it is. Like, look, let me give an example. We've all seen pictures of the Earth. I just posted in the voice text. This is NASA trying to actually take the ocean topographic measurements and factor them into the Earth being a ball. Now, this objectively does not look anything like the pictures we see. So what that means, objectively, is that this is not accurate, or the pictures are not accurate. There is no other way around it. Now, 2022, there are people in these circles on the internet that will deny that. My point is, talking to the person that denies that is literally detrimental, and disengagement is the way. It's the more productive avenue.
It definitely is, I think.
Arguing with fools,
I totally agree.
makes you a fool.
Oh, sorry.
I was just saying, I totally agree, because arguing with fools just makes you a fool. I get that a lot. I find myself in a bit of a heated debate or something. At the end of the day, I just realise I'm a fool as well for doing so.
Don't give yourself such a hard time, actually, because do you know what it does? I have to say, I learnt a lot of. I loved science when I was younger, but I learned more about the science of what I was meant to believe about galaxies and stuff like that by debating people at the beginning. But I agree with Witsit and Jeremy and the other guy, Transcendence or whatever. I agree with you. I've been calling that for years, but in the end up, people that are maybe not as advanced or maybe been in it for so many years, it's good for them to have the arguments ready, or the argument, like what you said, you've learned the ball earth argument as well. So when you do go out in real life or whatever, you've got the tools to. I learned about the Socratic method just because I got into flat earth.
Yeah, I think we've become desensitized from the bigger picture, and when we first saw it, we grasped it intuitively very well. I think some of us are losing clarity, and I'm even saying myself, I am choosing now to disengage in that. For example, with this picture right here, this GIF right here that shows some of the buildings hidden, right? If you're the guy, we all started with a bias towards the globe. That's a very important part to really soak in. All of us started with a bias towards the globe. So when I go look into it and I see, oh my gosh, on certain days, I can see all those buildings, and then I see a GIF like this, I know instantly, but I already saw the one where I see all the buildings. If someone chooses to literally ignore the one you see all the buildings, or say that isn't actually the buildings there, then there is literally no reason in trying to reason with them. And I think this is one of the biggest parts. The second biggest part that Flat Earth has been distracted with is not acknowledging the downward electric current. And dude, I don't think it's by chance.
You could be right. You could be right, because if you find out, if you think about it, this electric universe thing, right? Okay, so they deny it, right? But let's think about this, right? To make a proton, an electron, a photon, or whatever, what do you need to produce that? How would you produce a photon, an electron, or a proton? What would you use?
Yeah, all of it requires motion within pressure mediation, so energy.
Electricity.
Well,
right?
yeah. What's the difference? Well, so yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, just for the. I'm not necessarily a proponent of the electric universe, but every kind of experiment or how they study protons or the quantum field or whatever they're going to measure, right? They always have to have electricity to what do you call it, as a catalyst to cause it.
Yeah.
So I just find it funny when they all deny they deny this electric universe, electricity, or that thing we call electricity. I think it plays a huge part in the.
So just to continue real fast, so like when you choose to go look at the Earth yourself, right? It's a kind of humbling experience, because you walk out there, like you walk out there from the bottom, trying to question such a basic understanding, and when you do it, you're like, whoa, that you realize instantaneously that the Earth is crazy in the sense that what you can observe changes drastically hour to hour, much less day to day, much less season to season. And when you start to see all the different types of ways that the Earth presents itself, certainly over the ocean, then you realize very quickly that this idea that how far you can see determines the physical geometry of the Earth is preposterous. And anyone that goes out and physically does it and still pretends that's real, it's way beyond. So I think that's kind of the point I'm making. Like, I think it's a trick. In a way, I've grown to know some of these people, and I'm pulling for them. But it's not really fair to the people that don't know yet to invest all our intellect, energy, and knowledge we've acquired collectively into a group that isn't in a position to be respondent. I think that's not really the move. You kind of let them catch up. So I'm all for the discussion thing. Like, isn't it interesting that everything throughout all of history assumes a geocentric Earth? You know, like, interesting discussion. Everything's electric. Can you think we can work together and find something that isn't? Like anything, any matter in all of existence that isn't? These are the type of things we shouldn't even focus ourselves on, because it's like if someone wants to tell me Christopher Columbus discovered America, it's like, dude, cool, bro. You think that.
I mean, what are we gonna do though if there's a new guy comes in and he starts debating them, the Globers, and he's getting crushed? Like, I feel like I have to step in and help.
Yeah, of course. But like, what's crazy is the people that come in new to it, they'll still beat the Globe Zealots of 5 years on the internet. See, like, neutrons aren't electric. I said matter, dude. Like compilations of matter, material, any material composition. And so it's like they'll still beat them. They'll say, well, why is the ocean flat? And then the Glober will say that flat means curved. And then you're like, so sea level, the water's level, right? No, well, yeah, but level means curved. Okay, well, it's horizontal. Well, no, horizontal means curved. Okay, so what is flat, horizontal, and level then? Curved. So then what?
Rumpus legit said earlier, there's no, because if geodetic surveyors are calling something that's curved flat, what do they call something that's actually flat? Do they have a word
And there's
for
no
it?
answer. There's no answer, Jeremy.
He said there are no flat spots on Earth anywhere.
Okay, right. So 70% of the ocean is what we were talking about, was the abyssal plains, and it's completely flat. And they assume literally to measure it's horizontal adjacent to the continent or the landmass. Not to get into the specifics of that, it's not the point. They have to just say things antithetical to reality. So it's like, really, what fruit can be produced from that?
Yeah, I mean, I feel you. We're chasing our tail with this, running in circles, getting all amped up over nothing.
This is the next step of the revolution, in my opinion, or the awakening, we'll call it, is the people sit back like they're in the king's throne. The people that have accepted and started to find a bunch of the truth, they don't know everything, but they accept the things they figured out, and they're sure in them. So they just sit back, and once it's like, oh, it's basically the cool kids club, for lack of a better term, and people can, reluctantly come in. That's the move, man, because I've learned that professors included don't know the specifics of this conversation, and I've literally lived that. So, I think it's time we aim our scope a little bit, because they'll react to us. They're doing this because we've brought something to the table. Their YouTube channels are discussing what we've brought to the table. Like, the trick is
The trick is what? You cut out. What's the trick? What's it? I feel like you're about to tell me the secret of life, and it got cut off. Is my mic working?
Yeah, he's been cutting out for me too.
Oh. Right, he was about to give us the secret of life, and he just got cut out.
Yeah.
I mean, I was in this mindset a long time ago that we're not getting anywhere. This isn't doing any good. If it wasn't for this, though, I wouldn't be who I am now, and I wouldn't know what I know now. So, I mean, maybe for the vets, fall back. I don't know. The new people need to go through this or listen to it or something, because if you don't hear it, you're not going to know.
Yeah, definitely. When I first started out, I was saying stuff that I didn't know what I was talking about when I first started out. I just knew what I knew. I knew there was something going on, and intuitively, I just knew enough to know that the people I was sort of debating with or arguing with, there was something wrong. There was definitely wrong about what they were saying. They didn't know what they claimed to know, and that's what I realized, that I just didn't know what I always thought that I did know. And yeah, when I first started out, I was saying stuff that I didn't know what I was talking about. But hey, you make the mistakes, and you learn from there. You just keep going and you develop them. I didn't mind being wrong. I got no problem being wrong. But until I realize that I'm wrong, I'm going to think that I'm right.
And that's how you learn things, man.
Yeah, you just always got to be willing to realize that you're wrong, when it comes along, or accept it.
Well, yeah, and so it's this weird paradigm where there are people that won't acknowledge, for example, that the blue marble was shown to the entire world. It was the default picture on the first generation of iPhones. It was seen all around the world, and never did anyone think it wasn't just a picture of the Earth. Everyone thought it was a literal picture of the Earth from space. Everyone thought that, objectively.
No question. Yeah, no one doubted that wasn't a real picture.
Exactly.
That I know of.
And then it got to a point where people looked into it, found out it wasn't, see that NASA will tell you that it's not, and then we progressed the conversation from there. To just breeze past the fact they intentionally let everyone think it was a real picture until forced to say otherwise is dishonest. To breeze past that is dishonest. It's like, you have to be honest, bro. Like, why would you ever do that if you could literally take the picture? You wouldn't have to.
It's not like they came out and was like, oh, guys, this is a Photoshop. It's not real. They didn't say anything till we saw the clouds were obviously not real clouds, because we kept seeing the same patterns and shit. So,
yeah, that's just the honesty of the interpreter there, right? Like, if you can pretend that never happened. So, like, regardless of the situation, that happened. That was a thing that happened. Let's just talk about that for a second.
Wait, well, we should probably figure out first. I'm not 100% sure which came first, but we should probably be clear on if people were asking questions about that first, or if Robert Simmons came out and said that first, and people used the fact that he said that as the peculiar. They started asking questions after he said that, basically.
Right,
Because,
but that's skipping the first step, which is my whole point, which is that it occurred objectively where everyone that saw that picture just assumed and accepted it was a real picture of the Earth from space. Everybody did. No one thought there was even the slightest reason to question otherwise. It was just assumed. Everyone thought that was a real picture. You have to acknowledge, as an honest investigator, that it's that easy for years at a time. Everyone think that something is a real picture depiction of the Earth when it literally is just a cartoon. And disregarding that occurrence doesn't make it go away. That happened. Why did that happen? Investigate that. I mean, be honest about it. Like, people just ignore it.
Yeah, but isn't the next part crucial? The part that, because regardless of how long that went on for before Robert Simmons said that, whatever the reason why he said that, whatever allowed him to say that, is evidence of either that was just a, it's an ignorance of most people because they just didn't know that it was made like that, or obviously NASA was intending people to be confused by that. But
Wait. So it's NASA's responsibility when publishing images like that to just be honest up front. So what would motivate NASA to allow the vast majority of public to be drastically misguided for years at a time if they're just telling the truth and it's actually a picture they can take?
well, a picture like that, usually like in a magazine or something, it'll have like the description and it'll say the caption and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it'd be difficult to find a caption like that. So that's what I'm saying. I'm wondering if it was just a lack of opportunity to, or necessity to explain where that picture came from up until Robert Simmons lately said it, or if it was purposely hidden. But it's hard to say because there's no caption. There's no place to allow for a caption in the background of the phone or whatever.
I mean, if there was truly nothing to hide, the government would come out and say that getting a picture of the Earth in entirety from space has proven to be very difficult. And so what we can do is we can use these composite images, stitch them together, and give the best realistic representation we can get. They did not do this. For decades, they pretended that taking the picture from space and proving the Earth is a ball with an exterior image or picture was just a fact that everyone accepted, and it was just so easily done, there was no reason to repeat it. That's a lie. Why would you have to do that?
Even people that had weather balloon like pictures and such, they felt the need, like universities and whatnot felt the need to show the image on science magazines or something with curvature when we know it's not curvature nowadays. 80,000.
Oh yeah, every time they showed that fisheye photo from the ISS or something, people always thought that was an accurate representation of space, right?
Exactly. Same thing with the Red Bull jump, right? Everyone just assumed that was what it looked like for him jumping that high. And they allowed that misunderstanding. Not only did they allow it, it's like they encouraged it. They set it up until called out. It literally makes no sense to just ignore that.
Exactly. If Flat Earth debate didn't come out, would Neil deGrasse Tyson ever got on stage and ranted on about, not seeing curvature from that height and such?
Right, but who set that whole thing up? It wasn't NASA. It was a Red Bull jump.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, I know, but why would it be Red Bull's responsibility to say that, that's probably what something looks like?
No, I'm saying, what is with the common practice of intentionally giving misleading imagery to the public about what the Earth looks like from space? If it's real, you don't have to ever do that, dude.
I personally don't see a pattern, but it's good because I'm not.
Okay.
Oh, so you ain't gonna believe what your boys told me earlier. I don't want to switch the topics, so I'll wait.
No, go ahead. I mean, I made my point. I mean, if you can just breeze past the fact they intentionally let the public be vastly misguided with imagery, supposedly of the Earth from space, then you're being dishonest with yourself. So pretty simple.
I posted this years ago as a pretty neat article, but regardless, it just goes over 28 images from space. Some of them are composites, I think, if I remember correctly, but a lot of them are just pictures from different missions of the Earth from space.
Okay, go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, I brought that plane thing to him in Gems earlier, right? Of course, I had to go to a separate room because they're fucking spazzing, but they told me that the curved path and the inertial frame, so the straight line on the ground, they told me that is the shortest distance path.
The curved path?
Then the inertial frame, the curved path.
Oh, yeah, I told you that too. I said that to you. That's exactly what I said to you, dude. I told you, in the inertial frame, the shortest path is the curved path, and is one that appears curved in the non-inertial frame. And the shortest path in the non-inertial frame looks straight in the non-inertial frame and looks curved in the inertial plane. Yeah. You got angry when I said this to you, but this is what I said.
No, they told me the shortest distance was when the plane takes a curved path in the inertial frame of reference.
Yes, in the inertial frame of reference, the shortest distance in the non-inertial frame is that curved path.
So when the plane flies in a curved
looks
path,
curved.
so when the plane actually flies in a curved path, that's the shortest path.
No, but you're saying actually. Again, where you say actually, that's what confuses shit. There's no actually.
Oh. When we throw a ball in there, I was having this problem with the word actually with them guys too. When we throw a ball off a roundabout that's spinning, and the ball appears to deviate on the roundabout, but then the guy in the inertial frame on the ground sees it go in a straight path. You're telling me we don't know the actual path of the ball?
I'm telling you, there is no actual path of the ball. I'm telling you, the actual path of the ball is dependent. The actual path of the ball is dependent on the frame.
That's crazy.
And what it's relative to. That's how motion works. Try explaining this the whole thing the other night.
Yeah, but we know the ball. We know we threw the ball straight, so we know it's really going straight, right? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So we don't know the path of the ball when we throw it off the Ferris wheel, the actual path that it.
There is no actual path. Any actual path, any path you want to describe, or any motion you want to describe, necessitates that you describe it in reference to something else, like a reference frame or another object or something.
I don't know. That's crazy. I always thought we knew that the ball was actually going straight, and it just appears to curve because you're rotating underneath it. That's not the case, though. The ball might be going in a curved path, even though we know we threw it straight.
That's right. Yeah.
Let's go, show. Come on, bro. That's right.
But no, hold on. Listen to my girlfriend sent me a note. Say that again, though.
To holler at your boy. Listen, do we not know how to throw a ball in a straight line?
Describe. What do you mean when you say that?
Do we know how to throw a ball in a straight? Can you throw a ball in a straight line?
Yeah, in your reference frame, yeah, sure.
Left to right. We know how to actually to the actual path of the ball. We know we can throw it straight, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so when you're on the roundabout and you throw the ball straight, it's actually going straight, right?
Yeah, and your reference frame.
Yeah,
I'm not paying attention to you right now. Give me a second.
All right.
Just so I don't have to pay attention for a second. Listen, the only thing that matters, the important thing to take away is that every motion you ever want to describe, whether it's speed, whether it's just motion and not, what the path it's taking, it doesn't make sense unless you describe it in reference to something else or in respect to a reference frame. Otherwise, you're not describing motion. You could be going 1,000 miles per hour in reference to, some stationary fire hydrant. But if you remove that fire hydrant and you remove everything from the frame, you're still going the same velocity. Like you haven't changed your velocity, but you're gonna be motionless because it doesn't make sense unless you're in reference to something else, speed or motion or anything. It doesn't make sense unless you have something to reference it off of. Just the way it works. Right?
Yes, and when we're on the playground in the merry-go and a roundabout, we have something to reference it to, right?
Yeah.
Nah, if you're busy, whatever, we'll do it later. I don't know. These guys are probably sick to death of this shit. What else you got?
Guys should look at what Earth is Life posted in Livestream, his video, and my counter to it. It'll be a worthy 2 minutes of your life, I promise.
Bro, B-Ball thinks that the triangle... never mind.
Check out his video. 30 seconds. My video is 2 minutes. It's a little mind opening.
Yeah, so dude, I'm actually working on. I was gonna finish it before I brought it up, but
watch it. It's fucking compelling, bro. That's all I'm saying.
I'm watching right now.
All
right. But yeah, I'm working on the Coriolis project regarding the ISS. Okay. Because ISS is one of those objects that checks all the boxes. We know the path, the future, and past. It's something everyone can witness. It is not affected by the atmosphere, and it's absolutely affected by Coriolis, its path. So I'm gonna see if I can make something that I'm gonna try to put it together so it's presentable in a way that shows exactly that it's 100% what you would predict with one of these ballistic paths, affected by Coriolis.
Well, Kosho, do you think airplanes are affected by Coriolis?
Yeah, sure.
In your model, they are?
Yeah. Anything moving across a rotating frame is affected by Coriolis, including you walking.
All right, there, Jeremy. Then I guess you gotta. There's I guess there's an opening in the door to debate that with Jeremy or with Kosho apparently.
Well, that would be a worthless debate. Meaning, for the reason that I just stated that, when you talk about wanting to experience Coriolis or witness it, you're going to want something that checks the boxes of not being powered flight, not being affected by the atmosphere, these sorts of things. That's why ISS would be a perfect observation.
But the thing is, Gio, I don't know if you heard just now or not. Kocho doesn't know what it's actually doing when we throw it off the roundabout. He doesn't know if it's actually going straight or actually curving or what, because you never know, because you can reference it and sometimes it's curving, sometimes it's not.
That's a dishonest way to frame that, Jeremy, because what I told you is not that I didn't know what it's doing. I'm telling you that it's not actually doing anything. This word actual or in reality, this and that. Yeah, it's not what it's actually doing. It's what it's doing in a specific reference frame.
Yeah, the ball doesn't have an actual path. Is that better? You don't think the ball has an actual path?
It doesn't have not on its own, not until you include some reference frame or some other object. But the ball on its own, yeah, its path is non-existent.
Even though we know how to throw a ball straight, and we know that it's going straight when it's in the inertial frame of reference. This is like a real sneaky way to try to get out of this, bro. I don't know why you're doing this.
Well, they
were doing this to me in gems.
You just stated it yourself. When you stated that, you added in inertial frame of reference. So yeah, when you add that in, it makes sense. If you don't add it in, it doesn't have meaning.
I think he's doing it because you're talking about something that he can't make fit the model that he believes in. He'd rather talk about things that are outside the ability to truly witness, in a sense, and verify. Therefore,
oh, dude, this
he can
plain
just
argument scares
say
him,
it
bro.
fits the model. Well, it's always about fitting the model, isn't it? That's all they want to talk about. Things
That's
say.
Interesting prediction this guy's just made. But no, I didn't invent 400-year-old physics just to make sense of what Jeremy's saying. Motion is not described the way in which there is no actual motion. There is no definite reference frame or preferred reference frame. Okay, so when you describe any motion, any speed, or any path, you have to include a reference frame or some reference point in order to be describing that even has a path or a speed. Otherwise, it's meaningless.
This plain argument scares him. We should have seen him the first day I pitched it. They were out of control saying all kinds of wild shit.
Yeah, it's all a relativity trick, Jeremy.
Right, they were out of control that first day, right? Perspective.
They run around in circles because it has to fit their model.
I had dudes telling me you couldn't fly a straight line for the Coriolis effect.
Well, depends on how. It depends relative to what. Straight relative to what? So what? That's the question.
The inertial, and the inertial path is the actual path the ball takes. Like when you throw a ball off a roundabout, we know that if you throw it straight, the ball's not curving. We know it's actually going straight. It just appears to be curving. That deviation is only apparent. It's not actual.
Yeah, but he's right that it is relative to the perspective. If the Earth were actually turning, then there would be different ways of looking at it. If you're on the ground, or if you're in space, or if you're in the plane. So that's how relativity works.
It's actually just how motion works. Yeah. All of you guys would agree with this if you looked at it in ways in which you actually experience. Like
I experienced throwing a ball off roundabout, bro.
Yeah, I know. No, yeah, exactly. You experienced throwing a ball. That's what I'm saying. Imagine there's a speed pitch competition in which whoever can throw the fastest speed pitch is going to win the competition. And you're on a cruise ship doing this. If somebody with a speed gun is on the cruise ship with you, and you're stationary in reference to them, and you throw the ball, they're going to experience the ball moving a certain speed. And if they're off the cruise ship and they shoot the same speed gun at the ball when you throw the ball, and you're no longer stationary in reference to them, the ball's going to be moving a vastly different speed. And there's not one of those.
Where do you think they're going to?
There's neither of those speeds is the actual speed. Okay. There's no actual speed. The speed's in reference to something else.
Relative to something else. See, it's all relativity. He's right, though.
It's crazy.
No, he's right. He's right. If the Earth was moving, he'd be right. But the thing is,
but we know how to throw a ball in. We know how to throw a ball in a straight line. We know it's going straight.
Yes. No, it is straight. It is straight, Jeremy. But the way that the trick works is they can say that it's straight, but not straight because the Earth is moving, but the plane's moving with the Earth, so you can't tell. if it's straight or not straight. So they could take the whole idea of actual out of it because everything's moving together.
That's just so they
That-
say. I've never experienced being on a moving object and leaving that moving object and maintaining the same speed as that moving object constantly, as they say happens.
It doesn't work. No, it's a trick. It's a trick, Jeremy, but it works.
Hold my beer.
Here's a question.
You know why they call it an?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was
You know
gonna
why
say
they
here's a
call
trick
it-
that you.
Go ahead, bro. Go. You go.
No, you please.
Go ahead. Okay, you know why they call it an apparent?
This sounds like a Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Do you know why they call it a what, Jeremy?
Do you know why they call it an apparent deviation? What do you know why? It's called an apparent deviation.
Do I know why?
Anyone. I got a pop. It's a pop quiz for the class. After this, I got a test to kill for Kosho's girl. Get it,
I'd say 'cause
testicle?
it's not really deviating. That'd be my guess.
Because it's not actually deviating. It's only an apparent deviation because
Yeah.
they know the ball's actually going straight. Yes, correct. You get a gold star.
Awesome. I never got one when I was in school.
Got one today. Kosho, I'm gonna need to see you after class.
Here's a way of visualizing it that can fuck them up. Okay, so let's say we take that same scenario, New York to Miami. Let's just say that there's a train that goes from New York to Miami, but that train actually is able to follow a straight path, even though maybe geographically that wouldn't make sense. But let's just say that there is a train that goes straight from New York to Miami. Now the plane takes off and it is tethered to the train. It has a metal rod, in fact, not even a string that lets the plane deviate. It's just stuck to the train, right? And the plane flies from New York to Miami in a straight line along with the train. Is that possible?
This is going to hurt your brain, but they say the Coriolis effect applies to people that are walking. So
I just said 8 minutes ago.
So, Kosho, would that be possible for the plane to be with a metal rod completely straight up in the air, tied to the plane, and then the plane would fly the exact same path that the railroad tracks lead to Miami with a straight line from New York to Miami? Would that be possible?
The plane be attached to it?
Yeah, the plane's attached to it, straight above.
It's possible. It would have to be experiencing changing velocities, though. But yeah, I mean, this is what we described. This is what we're describing when we're talking about Jeremy's straight path, because in the reference frame,
it's the best way to visualize it.
A straight line.
Right, so that would be possible, and then you could say that the actual path of the plane relative to the train was straight, right? But if you were in space, because the Earth is turning, it would look like a curved path. You understand that, Jeremy?
yeah, from the inertial frame, it would look like the plane is curving.
Well, no, from the space. That'd be a third reference point. Because the Earth is turning, it has to look
consider that
curved.
the inertial.
But you could say the actual path, according to the ground the plane took, was straight across. But because you're turning and you don't realize you're turning, yeah, right. Like you wouldn't realize you're turning to begin with. But because their model requires that you turn, they can say that it's not an actual path because from a third reference frame, it would look curved because it has to if the Earth is turning, even though it was a straight path in actuality. But because the Earth doesn't turn, the plane actually does go straight, as well as the plane. Everything goes straight, right? But because they say the Earth turns, they have to say there is no actual. That's why they.
That's what I'm saying, man. If the plane was constantly heading at the city it's going to, it's making a straight line on the ground, that means the plane's flying a curved path. They're in the air. They would never let the plane fly a curved path because why? You would want to fly in a straight line. It doesn't even make sense that they would fly in a curved line in the air.
Because it's stuck to the atmosphere in their model. They can't say that it can go straight because it's stuck to the atmosphere and the atmosphere is turning.
Yeah, but all they have to do is not correct for Coriolis effect, and now they're flying.
That's what I've been saying from the very start. But the thing is this: there's the model requires that you believe that the Earth is turning. So even though it's a straight path, just like it is in actuality, because the Earth doesn't actually turn, they have to say there is no actually.
Do you know how the plane would fly on a flat Earth? It would trace a straight line over the ground. It would trace a straight line over the ground and fly in a straight line towards the thing and go the shortest path.
That's the point, Jeremy. That's why we got them, because it does fly in a straight path, because the Earth does not turn. It always flies in straight paths. That's the point. We caught them. We got them. We got them with this. It's over.
I know, bro. This is a game over scenario right here. Like Earth's not spinning.
It's been over. Yeah, I've been saying
you
this
could still
for years.
debate if it's curved or not, but it's definitely not spinning after this because they wouldn't fly in a curved line. If you're in the air, you would always fly in a straight path.
Hold on. They can say, well, it is a straight path. They could say it is a straight path. It just depends on where you're looking
not
from.
According to the ground, though, you would fly a straight path in the inertial frame because that's the path.
You do fly in a straight path. That's the point. You're right, Jeremy. It does fly in a straight path because the Earth doesn't move.
So this is finally the game over.
Yeah, it's been
game
over. It's been over
for
since
rotation.
2016, bro.
It's fascinating. Like I said, I'm working on that Coriolis. I'm just deciding how the best way to represent it.
Does the ISS have an actual path?
The questions to the end of my sentence, at least.
Sorry.
Right. So I'm just going to be working on that. I just don't know how I'm going to present it or whatever. But yes, the ISS is making it's not powered except for when they raise it back up and do that thrust, but that rarely happens. So it's moving in it would be moving in a linear path if it wasn't for it being, pulled back towards the Earth. But regardless, this can be shown by just studying its path at any small interval of time that it's making a great circle path with the slight, what do you call that? The slight.
So can I just interrupt real quick?
Yes.
Can I interrupt? We've been talking about planes for the past 4 or 5 days now. Why would you use the ISS?
Wow, that's a great question. That was a great question to interrupt with. You know why, Jeremy?
Yeah, thank
you. You know why, dude? Because I told you when you fucking brought it up, dude, that the planes, the reason why no one describes planes when describing Coriolis is because you're not gonna fucking witness it. It's not something that you're gonna witness. It's not something that you expect to witness. It's a retarded thing to look at when you're trying to look to see if Coriolis is happening. You want to look at something that has a ballistic trajectory, something that's trajectory is not being affected by the atmosphere, that's not being powered in its path. Those sort of things are going to compound errors in what you're looking to find. If you're looking to see Coriolis, you want to minimize those effects, and you want to use something that is a ballistic trajectory, something that is not in the atmosphere, and ISS is a perfect observation, especially because most people.
Yeah, but you should have modeled a plane adjusting for Coriolis the whole time, and then a plane not adjusting for Coriolis and leading the city and flying in a straight line.
Sure. Why don't you go find someone to go do that? Go find a pilot who's going to do that. Okay. And once the pilot does that, we can take a look at those. But until we have that, we don't have that. Okay. We don't have pilots who are going to do that. So until you have a pilot who's going to do that, how are we going to look at that?
You're the guy to do that. You're modeling stuff in this 3D program, right? You're the guy we need for this.
I'm modeling something that's actually happening. So I'm modeling what the actual ISS path is, not some theoretical one, but the one that's actually occurring in real time. And we can see that it's going in a great circle path and how that path is affected by Coriolis. It could be the case that we find that there's no correlation between the path it's taking and what we predict would happen with Coriolis. But if it just so happens that the path that it's taking is exactly what a great circle path would be with the Coriolis affecting it, then only an idiot would have to look at that and not be compelled to think that that's what's happening. But I imagine that many people are not going to change their mind based on that either. So you'd have to think about that. But if you can make predictions based on Coriolis and a great circle path or a straight path, and that's exactly the path that it's taking, then I don't know where that would leave you, other than, same side I am.
I don't know why you wouldn't model the thing out. We've been talking for the past 4 days. It doesn't make sense. After the ISS, will you do the plane thing?
Dude, I'm talking about doing something that is in reality. You're talking about modeling something on what it should look like, right? Like that's what it looks like is what it should look like. A straight path.
Yeah, no, I want to model something.
A plane taking a straight path is the shortest path.
Model something where do one model where the plane takes a path in the inertial frame, and then another one where it takes the straight path in the non-inertial frame, and then see what's what.
Yeah, that's the animation I made for you a couple days ago, dude. The one that you wouldn't look at several times. Yeah, I know. I showed you. I posted several times. I'll download my phone.
I told you, DM it to me. I don't communicate well in voice text chat.
Well, I don't have that, but what I have right here is this animation somebody else made of the ISS making its great circle path, which would be a circle going over the same spot over and over again, except for the fact that the Earth's rotating, and so its path is constantly changing. And this is what you'd expect if there was Coriolis and the ISS was making a great circle path. And we'll see if this is what's happening.
Made me lose a thumbtack somewhere. I don't even know where it is now. Great. Some kid's going to step on a thumbtack tomorrow because they're wearing fucking socks or something.
Yeah, well, man, that's fucking part of the territory, man.
These kids are goofy. They be coming into school with blankets and shit.
Yeah, it's not good, man.
Could you imagine going to school with a blanket? Who the fuck does that?
Maybe it's like kindergarten or something.
Fucking high school.
No. Wait, is it high school? What?
This is in high school, bro. Huh?
What the fuck?
It's the same school I was at before, yeah.
Oh, yeah, where you were Goodwill Hunting, basically?
Where I was what?
Goodwill Hunting?
No, I am good. Bro, I'm smarter than MacGyver. That's not the issue, though. The issue is you need to model this plane thing out for us.
I'll say this in a nicer way, dude, because I was harsh to you a minute ago. But the plane, ISS is going to be working on anybody. It's going to be affecting anybody who's walking across the Earth, flying, whatever. Anything moving across a rotating frame. Okay. Now, if you're in the interest of observing that, definitely, like you want to make sure it's definitely happening, then you're not going to want to use something that is obviously affected by other things, like you walking or flying a plane where you can constantly make corrections. You want something that can't make corrections for its path. Something like.
Okay, I'm just curious. How well do you think this ISS? I'm just curious. How well do you think this ISS thing is going to go over with flat earthers?
With flat earthers, It's not. It's not nothing, dude. Like the other day, I literally proved the shape of the Earth, a geometric proof, and nobody, not a single person, nobody asked questions about it.
What is it?
It was your fucking thing. Your concentric circles, dude. It was done. Yeah.
Oh, Earth's a globe. That's it. We can pack it up.
Yeah, exactly. I showed everybody that.
Can you repeat that, man? I just got here, man.
Yeah, well, this is Jeremy's test, so I just want to say this is the name of the test.
No,
is
this
Jeremy's test, and he came up with it last
this
year.
Is Curve's test. This is Curve's test.
Regardless, here's the here it is right here. I took these stars. The list of them is right there. It's about 33 of them. I took the longitude and latitude using the almanac. So I took their exact positions. The spot that they were the spot in the Earth, they were directly beneath the stars. And I did it 10 minutes later. And the latitude stays the same during this time because they travel across the same latitude all throughout the 24-hour period. Anyway, so so I took their longitude and latitude 10 minutes apart, and then I calculated the distance between those, the distance between those two positions, those latitudes, and then you multiply that number, that distance, by 144, because there's 144 10-minute segments in a 24-hour period, and this is supposed to give me the entire length of that latitude for these different latitudes, basically. So you can see like 66 south all the way up to 89 north or Polaris's. And in miles on the right side, those are the circumferences of those circles. And so on a flat plane, like a AE map, you would expect Polaris to be the smallest one, of course, because it's near the North Pole. It's a small circle. And as you get further and further out, the equator would be a 24,000-mile circle, and then bigger than that, south of that would get bigger and bigger. But what actually happens is when you see, say what?
Sorry, nothing. I'm hot micing. Go.
You are hot micing because you're not looking at the picture. Anyways, the equator is the one in the middle, 24,000 miles, and as you get closer to the equator, you do get close to that number. But as you get further south and further north, their circles are smaller than the equator, which is impossible on any sort of two-dimensional planar depiction of the Earth, and is only possible on a three-dimensional. And if you match the numbers up, a spherical Earth. So it's a geometrical proof, actually. But again, things like this doesn't compel anybody to think anything of it. So
you use the stars instead of the subsolar point.
Yeah. I figured the star, because it's the same. It hit me the other night when somebody said it, something about them. But yeah, the sun, using the sun on the solstices, you're limited to exactly one day and only one location for each of those spots. And the almanac is a perfect catalog for where every single star was going to be, or is going to be, or was in the recent past. And so I just did it in real time. Like those positions is where they were the other night, whenever I did this. But yeah, so you can do them, and you can do them for multiple latitudes at the same time. So this gave me the distance around the latitudes for 33 different latitudes, and all of them were smaller than the equator on north and south of the hemisphere. So I don't know what that. I mean, there's the only thing left to do is to just not think about it ever, and then talk about airplanes again or something else. But that's what I'm saying. It's not really. I mean, I don't know. Is what it is.
So your thing proves that the circles are smaller on each side of the equator.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That the circles are, they're what's the word? They get smaller at exactly the same exact rate. So north and south of the equator at the exact same rate. Like if you take the number, what's the number? 51. So there's a 51 north and a 51 south. And if you look at the size, one's about 15,900, one's about 15,500. Yeah, so they're about the same size for the same distance from the equator. They start shrinking at the same rate, both sides.
How did you measure them? What was your standard?
I used their positions, and then I condensed the math, but it's in the same spreadsheet. I did the Haversine function.
But you used the positions according to what? The globe model?
No, the position is based on the almanac. The almanac that you can use to find your position.
Based on zenith angles from a given star.
Well, but not exactly. Well, yeah, not
like
the zenith.
Like the Mercator positionings.
No, not even the zenith angle, but the exact zenith point, like the GP. So it's exactly the GP of those stars at that moment. So the almanac, that's what the almanac gives you. The almanac gives you the GP for any star at any moment, or all those 56 stars at any moment.
And you'll notice that your distance from that GP is not based on a triangle, not based on a right angle like many flat earthers, particularly QE, has tried to claim over the past while.
I'll have to look at the whole thing and then figure out where the reverse engineering came in and all that, if there was any.
I mean, there's a very easy way to test for reverse engineering, right? Just simply ask yourself, hey, can't do any of these distances given the zenith angle, like given the angles to the stars and the GPs, do those match right triangle in the law of sines? The answer is no, they don't. Meaning that a flat adjacent, quote unquote, is impossible.
Yeah, if you wanted to see, if there was reverse engineering in that thing I was showing, what I did to test it, because I used the same, my bot and gem server. I have a celestial navigation function in which you just put 3 stars and their elevation angles, and it will give you your exact position. And it uses the almanac, the same almanac I used to plot these GPs. So the fact that it gives me my location, it gives me my exact location, and it works properly. It tells me that I can use those GPs to do this next.
And those equal angles of elevation, those circles are all perfect circles, right?
Awesome. Get them with the circles.
Yeah, and if you try to take 3 points on that plus the GP, and then ask yourself, okay, if all of these given distances with these angles were indeed on a planar surface, right? If like these are all coplanar points.
Well, it's done on a planar surface. That's how you do the perfect circles. You have it on a flat map, and then you wrap it back into a ball. And when you wrap it back into the ball, all the circles turn wonky.
That's how I'm trying to tell you can test for it, right? So if it truly is a planar surface that you're not wrapping into a ball, right? Then you're going to get actual measurements that will align to the law of sines, right? That you could actually just use Pythagorean theorem every single time to measure an angle from that star to your position to from the GP, right? But as you try to do that, none of the stars, if you try to take 3 different positions and 3 different angles that are actually measured, none of them measure out to the GP being in the same place.
Yeah, this is assuming that the stars are fixed. This is assuming that the stars are fixed because there's no parallax, right?
No, not at all. It's not about parallax. It's
Stay with the circles.
It's simply saying, can I take 3 spots plus this GP and use this almanac to draw at least right triangles that share an opposite side,
But can you use those three elevated circles, those three equal angles of elevation with a ball?
Yeah, and that's the interesting part, is that you would have to, then you would have what's called a unit circle, and you would be able to tell all of the distances between all points around that unit circle, and it would have to, if they were all coplanar, that unit circle would always conform to the law of sines or the Pythagorean theorem. Pythagorean theorem is the easiest one, and guess what? It doesn't.
Write it up. I mean, this is just the claims. I have to see it all down on paper and then review it with everybody and see where if there's a trick or not. I mean, there has to be a trick because we know the Earth doesn't move, so it's not a spinning ball. So how did the math work out? Well, we'll have to figure it out. I know the Mercator map is how they use those angles of elevation.
That's not how they use those angles. It's not. You're not appealing to a map when you're looking at these angles.
Well, it's on a flat surface. Those circles are drawn on a flat
showing
surface.
you that there's a way to geometrically prove it's not on a flat surface.
You have to draw the circles on something, right? You have to draw the circles on something, right?
No, you're not having to draw a circle on anything. You're just simply asking yourself, given 3 spots plus a GP, and the angles from those spots to there, does the GP work out to be the same as the known distance from that GP according to the almanac? The answer is no.
Do you need circles?
They never do.
Do you need circles of equal altitude to navigate celestially?
Yeah, a circle of equal altitude.
Okay, and where do they draw those circles?
You don't draw a circle, you plot a circle based on the angles of equal altitude. You don't
put a circle somewhere.
You don't have to appeal to any map. When you say circle of equal altitude, all that means is here are all the points on the actual face of the Earth where I'm going to get the equal elevation angle to that star.
Which means you have to put the circles on something, right?
No, you don't. All you're doing is saying there is a circle on this real Earth. No appeal to a map, where every one of these angles to the star measured from any of those points on the face of the Earth is going to be the same angle.
So you're saying we don't have to put the circles down on anything. We just draw them on a blank piece of paper.
You do them on a real freaking Earth, standing and looking at the damn stars.
Real fucking flat Earth.
No, and I'm saying that just take 3 of them, and you will notice that you can prove it is not planar, that these do not lay on coplanar points, it is not flat, because every one of those adjacents, given just 2 of the measurements, the third one would not work out ever to the GP.
So they don't have to draw a circle anywhere, you're telling me.
I'm just saying, just measure the freaking angle, and then ask yourself,
do they have to draw a circle?
Listen. Measure the angle, and given the known distance, does that follow the Pythagorean theorem? The answer is no, ever.
Okay, that's not even relevant to what I said. Do they have to draw a circle somewhere? Do they have to draw a circle somewhere?
I said that the circle only refers to the actual place on the Earth where everyone can sit and look at the angle to that star.
Okay, that means you definitely have to put a circle down somewhere, right?
When did you hear me say you have to put a circle down somewhere?
I don't know. Okay, simple question. Do you have to draw a circle somewhere to get a circle of equal altitude?
Circle of equal altitude only refers to actual places on the Earth where you can stand and look at that star at the same elevation angle.
I know. This is the yes or no question. When they're doing celestial navigation, they have to put a circle down somewhere.
I'm not going to repeat my answer 4 times, Jeremy.
I don't. It's yes or no, though. I don't. You're giving some convoluted answer.
When you actually speak with specificity and knowledge about a freaking subject, you don't have to do yes or no. I can give you the actual answer with how we actually do it.
If there's an actual answer, you either yes.
And you're trying to appeal
to a map. The actual answer is you either yes have to draw. The actual answer is you either yes have to draw a circle somewhere, or no, you don't have to.
No, the actual answer, Jeremy, is when I take all of the people who look at that star in locations that
so you don't know about the circles. It's fine.
Hey, Jeremy, listen. Then when
it's fine if you don't know about the circles. You could have just said so.
Why do you just keep talking over me, Jeremy? What are you afraid of?
I don't. You could have just said you don't know about the circles. It's fine.
No, Jeremy, why don't you listen to the answer? Or are you just
I heard
scared
your
of the
answer 3 times.
Are you scared of the answer, Jeremy?
No, I
Sounds
heard
like you're
your
scared to say
convoluted
yes or
answer
no.
3
Cool.
times.
So I'm going to tell you the actual answer. And the actual answer isn't a yes or no question, Jeremy. Can you handle it?
The answer is not a
Can
question.
you
You're right.
handle it, Jeremy?
The answer would be the answer to the question, not a question.
I didn't give him a question. I told him that any
He
person,
gave you a question.
any set of people, 3 people, or if you want to take 100 people, I don't give a shit, that are standing on the earth looking at that star in different locations but at the same exact altitude will form a circle on the face of the earth.
So the answer is
So
yes.
you don't know about the circles. It's fine. It's fine. You don't know about the
Do
circles.
you
You
have
could have
to
just said
draw
so.
a circle? Do you have to draw the circle on the earth for it to be a circle? No, you don't,
He
Jeremy.
doesn't want to draw a circle because he knows
on
their
a-
circles don't work on a globe, bro.
No,
You see
no.
why he's avoiding the circle thing, right?
I said, Jeremy,
Oh, they've
you
been
have to
denying the
draw the
circles
literal
ever
circle
since
on
I
the
saw
earth.
that
I know
video.
you're scared of it, Jeremy. I know. Cope harder, Jeremy. Cope harder.
I'm so scared. I'm so scared, RC. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead, RC.
Jeremy, you're the Cope daddy today.
I'm the what?
I know, right? So, Jeremy, just
I
because
didn't
you
hear
can
what
have
you
100
said.
people
Said
standing,
you were a Coke daddy or something? I
Cope,
don't know.
he's coping hard today.
What does that mean?
That means that he's trying to soothe himself by talking over me.
No,
I'm just trying to get a
asking
yes
for
or
an
no
answer.
answer.
I
When
know,
we're
and you
doing
just didn't
celestial
listen to the
navigation,
answer.
when
And you
we're doing
refused to listen to
celestial
the answer.
navigation, you either need to write, you either need to put a circle somewhere or you don't.
Then, Jeremy, I told you, if you have 5 people, 100 people, 3 people standing on the earth, the actual earth, not on a map, on the actual earth, looking at this star, the same damn star, at an equal altitude from where they are standing, those people form a circle.
Is that how they celestial navigate? They have 3 people standing on the actual earth, or do they draw a circle somewhere?
Oh my gosh, Jeremy.
I'm just asking about celestial
Jeremy,
navigation.
The way that it works in celestial navigation is you've had a lot of people stand in a lot of circles over the course of history, and everybody, as recorded in an almanac, have recorded this is exactly how far we are from the GP of the star every damn time. Does that help you, Jeremy?
No, I'm in a boat. I'm in a boat somewhere. Hold on. I'm in a boat somewhere. I'm trying to celestial navigate. It's just me. I don't have a walkie-talkie. All I got is my sextant. Right? Do I need to draw a circle somewhere?
You don't need to draw a circle anywhere, Jeremy. No.
You don't need to draw a circle.
You just need an almanac, because guess what? Because we've been doing this for, I don't know, a couple hundred years at this point, we know where you can stand on every point in the freaking earth and be at a circle of equal altitude on the actual earth.
On the actual flat earth.
No, in fact, I've already told you exactly how you can prove it's not flat. By just taking 3 people plus a GP and then asking, hey, if we all share an opposite angle, do our adjacents line up? Which it would have to if you're Pythagorean theorem or the basic law of sines. The answer is no, they actually never line up. Shit, fire, and brimstone. What's happening?
No, I got a question though. How do you chart your readings? You've gotten your angles and you've done your calculations. How do you put that on paper?
Oh, there you go, Last Lane. Way to step up, Left.
Now we can chart it. Absolutely, we can chart it if we want to.
And when we're charting it, do we need to draw a circle somewhere?
But Jeremy, do I have to chart it in order to find where I'm at? This is a question I ask everybody who's actually done freaking celestial navigation. Do you have to chart it in order to know where you're at? Answer is
yes,
anybody?
because those circles. Because those circles tell you. Oh, who's spiraling now? Who's spiraling now, RC?
You
yes,
are,
you
Jeremy.
need to chart it. Yes, you need to draw those circles.
Not at all.
Because those circles. All right, go ahead. I'll wait.
Yeah, all you have to do is look at the damn almanac, Jeremy.
Yeah, because the almanac's going to be it's going to have to have those measurements and distances recorded as if it were a globe.
No, it actually just has the actual measurements recorded. That's it.
Oh, so it wouldn't be a globe. The actual measurements would be on a flat surface.
No,
So when you're trying to figure out where you are on your when you're trying to figure out where you are on your map, you don't need to draw any circles.
if you want to use a map, sure, but I didn't tell you. I told you if you are actually doing celestial navigation, you actually don't need a map to at least tell your longitude and latitude.
But you're going to need a map to
You said tell where you're at. You didn't say navigate from one point to another. If you want to chart it, you can. There's not a problem with charting it. I simply am telling
we don't need to draw
you do
any
not. Hey,
circles.
Jeremy, stop spiraling for a second. I'm simply telling
He's
you.
not spiraling. He's asking you questions and you're
Calm your
spiraling.
tits. Calm your tits.
Yeah,
I'm simply
you're out of
telling
control.
you. You don't
You're
need
caught, dude.
to.
You're caught.
I'm simply telling you don't need to chart it in order to simply know where you're at.
So you don't need to draw the circles to know where all the circles meet to know where you're at.
All you need is an almanac.
And you don't no circles are needed for this whatsoever.
If you want to chart it, you can draw circles if you like.
Well, no, I
You
mean, if
just
we
have
don't need
to.
to draw circles, if we don't
You
need to
just.
draw any circles of equal altitude, then we don't need to draw them. I'm glad you said that. It's a big weight off my
No,
shoulders.
Jeremy,
You need to
I
correct
didn't
for
say
your
that.
distance.
What I said is that if you want to chart it, you can draw circles, but you can do it without charting it. You can find your location simply by using a freaking sextant and almanac.
You usually like don't need like the conception of the circle. You need to fix your position. So if you're further to the star than you should be, you correct your position towards that direction, for example. And you keep correction.
These guys must have seen that video perspective, and they know this
No,
circle
hey,
thing.
Jeremy,
So that's why they're like
watched
denying
that,
it, and
huh?
that's why RC's spiraling so hard right now.
Yeah.
Because
Jeremy,
I know.
if you
telling you how I. No, I'm
Jeremy,
just
if you
explaining how
think
I
that
do it.
the idea of spiraling is telling you how you find a freaking location on there, and the fact that
spiraling is when you're avoiding answering questions and trying to talk around the point.
I'm giving you even more specific answers so that you can't misunderstand what I'm saying, that you have to willfully misunderstand what I'm saying.
No, we just have to realize that you're avoiding the question.
Perspective. You are spiraling because you realize you're talking to somebody who actually knows how to do celestial navigation, and because you can't straw man me into your
Still the same
bullshit
thing.
misunderstanding.
Pointing it back at me doesn't help you.
Yeah, and because you can't straw man me in your bullshit misunderstanding,
I'm trying to straw man you.
then you can't actually misunderstand what I say unless you actually ignore what I'm saying. What, like Jeremy's there right now. So Jeremy, keep ignoring what I'm saying because it would be devastating to your argument.
I hear what you're saying. You don't need to draw any circles.
I feel bad for Kosho because
next time a Glover asks
he
me
stepped in and made him look bad.
Hey Jeremy, you can.
Next time a Glover asks, how I got my central. RC, why are you spiraling, talking over me? Please relax.
Oh, I thought that's what we did in this room.
Next time a Glover asks me how I get. Please stop spiraling, RC. I'm gonna have to temporarily mute you. Next time a Glover asks how I got those circles of equal altitude, I'm gonna just tell them I don't need to have any circles. Thank you,
Jeremy.
You've been a big help. Yeah, you said we don't need any circles.
Jeremy, I said that if you want to chart things, you can draw circles. But if you want
if you really want to chart things, that would be the idea.
If you want to find your actual position, all you need is an almanac.
Yeah.
Right, and we don't need the circles.
Yeah.
To celestial navigate, right?
If you actually want to chart it, yeah.
RC, we don't need the circles. Just so we're clear, we don't need the circles. RC, just so we're clear, we don't need the circles to celestial navigate, right?
RC left. Well, the thing
That
is,
was probably a smart move for him.
You're trying to find a position that matches your distance to the GPO of stars that you're getting out of the angle. And by doing that like implies a circle, but you don't have to like think of it as a circle. It doesn't.
Here we go again.
You don't have to think of it as a circle. What does that even mean?
It means that you want to correct your position to match.
Can I think of it as a square?
Can I think of it as a square? That's a complete straw man, Jeremy. I mean, you don't
have to think of it as a square.
No, I'm not saying you can think. Let me clarify what I'm saying. I'm not saying you can think of it as something else. You don't have to think of them at all. You have a distance and you have a known position, right? And you want to correct for that. that would imply a circle. So if you want to draw circles and find where they intersect, that's one way you can do it. Another way is just to get a position near the one you think you are that better matches those distances. That is the exact same thing. It is going to give you the exact same position, but you're not like picturing circles. You don't have to. But that
Well, why
implies
make the difference
circles.
then? Why
That's what I'm
make the
saying. It
distinction
doesn't.
then?
Because there's two
Why make
ways.
the distinction?
Because you can do it both ways.
Well, why would you care to do it both ways if it works fine with circles?
Because
why would you bother with the circles if you didn't need to? Why do I keep hearing I keep hearing Globers ask, well, how did you get your circle? I keep hearing Globers ask, how did you get your circles of equal altitude? And I find it weird now that Globers are telling me you don't need the circles.
No,
dude, you're
but
asking.
This is very strange.
Go ahead, Bacon. Go ahead, Bacon.
Right. So the way I'm describing you how to do it, in which you don't have to use the circle, it still implies a circle. Like you're not.
So there are circles. There's definitely
I wasn't
circles
finished.
somewhere.
Yeah. So for example, I'm at X distance to the Y point. So if I have a point and I have a distance, that gives you a circle, right? But you're not necessarily going to use the whole circle. You just want to find a position that matches the X distance to the Y point, right? That implies a circle, but not necessarily you're looking to the intersection of the circle.
Why imply the circle? Why not just use a circle?
You can do that mathematically. Let me be clear on what's happening here, because there might be confusion. But you guys asked RC Micey a very specific question, in which you're now framing it in a very different way, because you asked RC Micey if he was going to draw a circle, or do you need to draw circles? And now, when Bacon's saying that you don't necessarily have to use one or put it down on paper, like draw it, but you use the concept that there's a circle, you can calculate it mathematically without actually drawing anything. So
why
you don't have to draw. You don't have to draw
why
a
do you need to
circle.
have a concept of a circle all of a sudden? Why not just use a circle?
No. Yeah, you could. When I did my program, me and Bacon did our programs very differently. When I made my celestial navigation, I literally drew circles, whereas Bacon, I think, did it mathematically, or a couple different ways.
I did
but
both.
you can both those ways are valid.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay, so we don't need circles. Hold on a second. So we definitely don't need circles when doing celestial navigation.
Well, that depends.
Is that what I'm?
You
is that what I'm
think of
hearing?
it like that if you like, Jeremy. You can think of it that way.
Well, we definitely don't need the circles of equal altitude if we're doing celestial navigation. Yes or no?
Well, it depends on what you mean by that.
See, they have to run around the circle.
Depends on what?
On what do you mean by that?
What I mean by circles?
No, what do you mean by have a circle?
There definitely needs to be a circle somewhere, right? Or no? 3 circles so you can know where you're at.
3 distances and 3 known points.
So we don't need circles of equal altitude. So just for the record, we don't need circles of equal altitude to do celestial navigation.
That's too ambiguous.
Is that what I'm being told?
That's too ambiguous of a claim for me to agree with.
Excuse me?
That is a too ambiguous of a claim for me to agree with.
Bro, there's a thing called circles of equal altitude when you're doing celestial navigation.
Mm-hmm.
Are they mandatory or not mandatory?
They're a concept. They're not a task. They're not.
Are they mandatory or not mandatory?
They are not an action. So how can a concept be?
Yeah, no, it's a confusing question, man.
You're just phrasing in a way that it's very difficult to even understand what you're picturing in your head when you make that question.
Yeah, the circle of equal altitude.
I'm picturing somebody's doing celestial navigation. Here's what I'm picturing in my head. There's a guy who's doing celestial navigation. There either is going to be circles of equal altitude involved, or there's not going to be. It's one or the other. It's a dichotomy.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm trying to figure out.
This is a fairly easy question.
You guys, I feel like there's.
I mean,
go ahead. My bad.
Let's just say that you were, if someone was doing the triple jump, if the skip was necessary, well, yeah, I mean, hop, skip, jump. So the answer is yes, right? So what Jeremy's asking is, if you're doing this process, must circles be part of that process or not? Not can
the circle.
Must they be? So yes or no?
The circle. This is what
I thought that's what I was asking. You might have framed it.
This is what Bacon. This is what Bacon is. The same problem I would have with what you asked, Jeremy, which is I know what you're asking, and I know that you're not asking it the way that. So I'll just answer it in the way it needs to be answered, which is a circle of equal altitude is a concept, and that concept is extremely necessary when doing acceleration navigation. But that concept doesn't include the need to draw it or the need to have any picture form of it in any way whatsoever. But the concept of a circle of equal altitude is necessary. It tells you it's the same thing as when you're pinging your distance from a radio tower. That ping, that distance, is based off of a circle of equal distance, but it's not necessarily needed to draw it to give you what that distance is. It's just telling you that you're that distance away from that tower. So it's just a concept.
I think I can make. We can try to do a planar example of two ways of fixing your position on a Cartesian plane. And then after we do that, you tell me if both of them are using circles of equal altitude. And that answer can be then, it will be the same answer for celestial navigation.
I don't know. Just tell me if you can do it without the circles, guys, please.
That's something I want you to answer after you
Circles
see
or
what's
no?
being done.
We got them running around in circles, pun intended.
Understand why this is so complicated.
I just gave you the answer, man. Bacon's going to give you another way to maybe understand what you're even at.
The answer would be easy, Jeremy, if it was a ball that would be if circles worked on a ball. That the answer would be easy for them, but they realize it doesn't, so they have to run around.
What do you mean?
You guys are so dishonest, man. We just gave you the answer.
That's my guess.
The concept is needed. The concept alone, not the picture. The concept is needed.
So we can just
concept of what it is what's
think
needed.
about circles.
There you go.
So we can just think about circles of equal altitude, and we don't need to actually do anything with them. Just having the concept of them is good. Is that what?
Yeah,
I don't understand.
If you want to do math and figure out your coordinates, you have to understand what it means to be in a circle of equal altitude. Once you understand that,
figure out
your math can. You might not find any circle on the math. You might just find a correction for position towards certain direction that needs to be corrected because you're further than you should be. So you're not going to find a circle in the math, but the math comes from the idea of you're in a circle or you're.
So,
right, go on.
Because circles of equal altitude only work on a planar surface, they have to say it's just a concept. That's the reason. That's what we're going through here.
You have to demonstrate that.
It's like a cone.
How can you demonstrate that?
That was just completely wrong. So
yeah, I mean,
it seems to be the case.
Everyone,
why are you guys avoiding it?
I never find a single person that has done a single position fixing using using a flat geometry for the Earth. I never find anyone. And every instance of position fixing that I ever found were globe based. Everyone. The one I did, the way I did, the one Kosho did, the way you find in tutorials, the way you find people that actually navigate, all of them are globe based.
They do use circles, and they do use circles of equal altitude, right?
I'm trying to finish my point against what New Perspective said. That's a side point here. Let me finish what I'm saying. So if you think that it can work on a flat surface or in a flat geometry, then you show me. I beg you to show me that if you think that's the case.
It's like a cone of equal.
I'm just trying to figure out about these circles. What do you mean that's a side point?
Because
I was answering perspective. I wasn't answering.
Hey, Crit's trying to get in, please.
Say again, what?
I said Crit's trying to get in. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I thought you were telling me not to. Yeah, so I think what they're trying to do here is say a cone of equal altitude that makes different sized circles based on the height that they don't want to describe. Because they know once they give a distance, that would be something testable.
What are you talking about?
Hey, you win today, man. You win. That is the furthest from the point anyone's gotten so far. Yeah. Actually, no. Nobody's doing that. What Bacon is showing that it's correct is that celestial navigation using circles of equal altitude they are easily done on a sphere. The way I did it, it was literally just by drawing circles on a sphere. Every latitude line on Earth is a circle of equal to altitude from the North Pole, for instance, on a sphere. So you can draw these circles on a sphere. There's no problem in doing that. Yeah, that's it. And you don't have to draw them to do it, like to do celestial navigation.
So we definitely don't. So we definitely don't need circles of equal altitude to do celestial navigation.
No,
right?
Use the concept of them, which is either drawn or mathematically done, but you don't have to directly like draw a circle. Like the circles of equal altitude is the concept of a circle that is equal distant from that point. That's all.
Just like a cone.
I don't know. I'm not. I feel like I can't. I don't know. I like the way Crypto phrased it. When you're doing a triple jump, you need a hop or a skip or something, right? You definitely need to skip, or you definitely don't need to skip. Like it's a kind of like a yes or no thing. I don't know. I'm more lost now.
I already gave you the answer, dude. I already told you the concept of what the concept of a circle of equal altitude is absolutely necessary. It's needed. The concept of it. The concept doesn't include the fact that you need to draw it. It just means that you the fact that you're determining points and determining equal distance, like a region that is all equally distant from that point, like a plot of points all equally distant from that point. That's needed, and that plot of points is considered that circle of equal altitude.
Jeremy.
So yes, we definitely need the circle.
Jeremy, can you follow an example with me? Are you open to do that?
Does it have to do with circles of equal altitude?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, let me just finish the whole thing here, and then just so I don't do it for nothing. I mean, I'm asking now, so I don't.
I can't look at any pictures or anything. So if it involves pictures, no.
Oh, I'm. When can you look at it?
I'm at work. I don't. Probably tomorrow.
You gotta remember, Bacon. He's got one. He's got one eye.
I'm gonna
it's
save the pictures.
It's optically limited right now.
And I can't hear that good because I use part of my hearing to see.
He's like the opposite of Daredevil.
Oh, normally I would use all my hearing to hear with, but I'm using part of my hearing to see with. Listen, don't worry about me, Kosho. I always got one eye on a game like Fetty Wap.
That's right, man. I feel you. Hey, those Fetty Wap, almost every time I see him, he always has like one eye closed too.
Yeah, because he doesn't have a glass eye in there, and when you don't have a glass eye, there's nothing to prop your eyelid open.
Oh wait, he really only has one eye too?
Yeah, he's got what I got. Oh,
Shit.
his eyes! I can't even look at Fetty Wap. It's disgusting. Yo, I saw a TikTok. Some lady was about to stick a prosthetic eye in a baby. I couldn't change its thing quick enough. Not a baby, but like a toddler. I think they were like a toddler. Ugh.
How did you find the intersections of the circle in your app or in your bot, Kosho?
Well, that's what I'm saying is I've derived a way to do it mathematically, but when I was working on it, I wanted to work in a way that they were going to appreciate at least, so I just did it pictorially, which was much simpler. All I did was I found each GP and the angle, which gave me the distance, and I literally just drew a circle at that position of that GP of that size. I just drew 3 circles. That's all I did.
Right. It doesn't.
Did you use a globe? Did you use a round surface when you did that?
I did.
So do you output a position, or is just the picture?
No, my output is literally just the picture.
Oh, right.
But I've written how to do it otherwise, but that way works for that purpose. And it's accurate as hell. Anybody in here can give me any position on Earth easily.
But mine he plots the circles, but it doesn't use the circles in the calculation. The calculation is like a search. It's a search algorithm, so it doesn't find intersection of circles. But if it finds a position that matches the distances, which is equivalent, to find.
Right. I remember you talking about
That's
guessing
why.
Jack.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why, but they both overlap. Like if you plot the position that he found, it's always right at where the circles overlap, and you can see that on any projection, and you can also see it in a 3D model.
There's a there's a formula to do it as well. Obviously, just to do it mathematically. That's the formula I use.
Is it is it a numerical method used?
Yeah. Like it's just well, you have to I think you have to transform it back to XYZ coordinates, and then they have this three overlapping three intersecting circles on a sphere. Sorry, three intersecting planes on a sphere. Sorry. Three intersecting planes on a sphere.
So we definitely need the circles then, right?
It's like a cone. We need a cone. Like a dunce cap. It's like three dunce caps on the globe, and then where the circle of the dunce caps cross, that's where they think they are.
Exactly. The funny thing is, though, Craig, I know you won't participate, but it'd be nice if you did. If you gave me any location on Earth, I'll simply go to heavens above and look at what the sky looks like above that position, take three stars and their angles, and plot them in my program, and it will print out the exact same position that we started with.
So if you know a position on Earth, you can then know a position on Earth.
Now, if you have a position on Earth, and you know what the stars look like above that position on Earth, you know the angles to them, you can then find out what that position is. In our exercise, we needed to know the position in order to know what the stars look like.
Yeah, so if you have a position on Earth, you can then take that position on Earth and then know what position on Earth you are.
You can validate what he's saying.
Yeah, say for instance, you don't even tell me what position you're at. You just go to heavens above, you pick some random location, and you pretend you're there, and you look at what the stars look like in that position. Take three stars in their elevation, and you give them to me. All I have is those three stars in those elevations, and I put them in my program. The program is going to give me the same position that you only knew. I didn't even.
Yep.
And then to get the angle from the first point, you need a flat surface.
No, get the zenith angle. Just get the zenith angle. That's actually what's needed. There's no surface needed for a zenith angle.
For three.
Yeah, there's no surface needed for three zenith angles or zenith distances.
So now I need distance too.
Zenith
like
distance
it falls
is an
apart. Yeah, it falls
zenith
apart as soon as
is
you.
An angle.
Yeah, it falls apart as soon as you start thinking about this.
No. Once you start asking questions and we give you the answer, we say that you don't. The zenith angle is what gives you the distance.
The distance from where you are, your current location.
From where you currently are, which you don't know that position, and the GP of that star.
So that's the best part. You wouldn't be able to recreate this in, like, say, a planetarium or anything.
Maybe you would. Why do you say that?
Because that would be like your flat Earth model, a dome ceiling with a flat surface.
It's not using the flat
just
surface.
change. You could just project any sky you want into the sky, and up, and you still don't change the ground whatsoever.
If you were using a flat surface,
you'd have to physically change the ground as the sky changes for your.
you were using a flat surface, you wouldn't be able to use the fact that when you get that zenith angle, all you have to do is multiply that by a number and you'll get the distance. You can't do that with a flat surface.
What?
They can get how much. Anyways, perhaps nobody's particularly thrilled about the geometric proof I did the other day, and perhaps nobody won't be excited about the ISS Coriolis demonstration, but maybe if anybody had any ideas.
Yeah, I will be if you're convinced by it. Once you're convinced by it, then maybe I'll be like, he had something there. He actually did shoot a bullseye and then did a mic drop.
Well, it is the thing is because I haven't done it yet. I'm in the state that I recommend everybody be in, which is I'm not sure what the conclusion is going to be. I've never actually done it. I only understand the concept of what it should be doing, and not until I actually plot out its path and plot out what it's supposed to be doing, do the Coriolis, and see if it's actually following the path based on a Great Circle plus Coriolis model.
So, in conclusion, there's always going to be circles of equal altitude involved, right?
Yeah.
They have to be drawn somewhere at some point in the process.
No.
No.
Yeah, yes to the first question, no to the second.
So, if we're not putting the circles anywhere, how do we know where the circles are?
You know where the positions are, and depending on how you derive the location, you use different mathematical formulas, or you'll just draw a circle. Okay? They don't need to be.
Well, ideally, we verify these distances by more than just abstract calculation. We've placed the sun, for instance, 3 to 93 million miles away, kind of calling into question where, if at all, the sun is at. It'd be nice if we could walk up to the thing and see if it's a reflection off the dome and or an actual object that we can touch and reach.
When did QE and stuff bring up this celestial navigation? Do you guys remember the exact date?
2 weeks ago.
No, it's been over a year now. 10th Man's been on about this for a fucking year.
Yeah. 10th Man's been on it for a while, and Mitchell from Australia, he had a video for everybody to take a look at in late autumn.
I know, because it's really interesting from like some of these celestial navigation and like all these Wikipedia pages that talk about it, they remain completely unchanged until like a few changes in 2019. Then dozens of changes, starting 2020.
Things change. Observations are made. Better technology. It helps us understand better. There are things that are revised based on being able to observe it better.
What have you know about the revision of truth, Sean G, versus the revision of a liar? If they have to keep on changing their story, like in a court of law, eventually you wouldn't believe them. But when science keeps on changing its story, we think that it's scientific and objective science. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I guess you could say that at the point where science says this is how it is and there's no other way. But science doesn't say that. Science is completely set up to have to change its view on things all the time. Because as they do more and more research, they could do like research on one thing 1,000,000 times. And it takes 1,000,001 times for them to get a different reaction to whatever they're doing.
You're
Anthropomorphizing
science. Yes, thank you.
Am I?
All of this
making science into a person.
And guys, all of this conversation has missed Crit's point entirely, which is that there was a very specific time when lots of changes started, and it was very recent. Like, Crit wasn't saying, "Oh, why do things change over time?" His point was that it was 2 years ago that an awful lot of changes suddenly started happening. Now, can that be addressed, or is that going to be avoided?
A new advance in technology.
Well, let's not make any assumptions. Why don't we find out what were those changes? Can you give us a couple examples of
Yeah, check it out. Just do a little dive and look at it. Some of them seem pretty innocuous, like it just says fixed typo, removed external link, like things like that. But some of them, it's like they changed the word from angular and just called it angular measurement, or they here's one here. It says the celestial navigation can only determine longitude when the time at the prime meridian is actually known. Then they removed that. It said this is not accurate because the method described yields both latitude and longitude. Because that was when I went to the Smithsonian and did the sextant exhibit, they said that too, that you needed a clock. You needed a clock to determine your how far away you've traveled from Greenwich Mean Time.
Well,
that told you.
But I've said the other night, I claimed the other night, hold on, it'd be hard. I said, even though I could do celestial navigation with the clock and the almanac, if you just give me the almanac, I didn't have a clock, I had a sextant, I could figure out where it was. It should be a lot harder.
Yeah, they took out the word for practical. It used to be called practical navigation. Now they changed it just to navigation.
So these are kind of
another one talked about you could use lunar distance, and they took that out.
These are kind of impotent changes.
The use of like they're trying to scrub out the use of time. Anytime that they said you need to have a time variable for this. That's just the celestial navigation page. You could dive into like a zenith angle and some of the other keywords. You saw that too, like where they were doing that with Newton, like some of these hot button issues, like with Newton was superseded. They're big on these vandalizing Wikipedia pages.
Yeah, but when it says supersede, it's not throwing it out. It's a better way of explaining it, a more detailed way of explaining it. It's not like we don't use Newton anymore.
Except we got other sites that say replaced and shit like that. So.
Okay. Do they still use it today, Jeremy?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Those websites are still up. They still say that Einstein.
No. Do we currently use Newtonian? Do we currently use Newtonian's idea of gravity as it being a force today, and apply it towards things we do in the world today?
No, the current model of gravity is Einsteinian bendy space time, and it's not a force. That's the current model that they use to this day.
Let me ask you again: do they use Newtonian's idea of gravity as a force in applications used today?
I just told you the current model of gravity is space-time, bendy
But that's not
space-time
what
with
I
That's
asked
not what
you.
Einstein.
he asked it.
Of course.
It's
That's
not
not
what
what
he
I
asked.
asked. That's not what I asked you, Jeremy. Do they use and apply gravity as a force today?
No.
Yes, they do. And I can show you. I can show you many examples of where they do, where they use gravity as a force.
Yeah, I've
So,
watched a YouTube video that they perfectly describe it as not a force.
okay,
It's
I can
everything other than
show you,
Doesn't
again.
wait,
I can
which
show you
which
where
doesn't
they
counter
use
what Sean said.
gravity as a force today.
Okay,
Yeah,
and if you can get NASA and these science communicators and all these other people to change
You're
their
not.
words to
You're
your
just
words,
not understanding what they're saying.
one second. That response is not addressing what Sean said, because Sean didn't say if people believe that Newtonian model still holds, or if Newtonian model is the current explanation of gravity. That was not what he asked. He asked if the people still use it as they still use the way that Newton described it. And you pointing out that people claim that gravity is bending of space-time is completely in agreement on people still using Newtonian mechanics. People don't have to believe Newton's idea to be the more accurate representation to use it. So you pointing out NASA saying it's bending of space-time doesn't address anything that Sean's saying.
yeah, you misheard it. That's why. Because I'm okay as long as you use the belief word. There's no problem.
No, it's not
You
a belief,
believe whatever you want to believe.
it's not a belief once you're starting to use it, and when you use it as a force in your equations, your results are still correct. If it's not correct, it wouldn't work. They wouldn't even use it today, but they still do, because it's very well known in science that especially here on the surface of Earth, to get things off the surface of the Earth, on the surface of the Earth, Newtonian's idea of gravity works as a force. You can use it as a force. And
Just because we've been going over this.
People believe things.
My bad. I thought you were done.
The whole idea of how people believe things or not believe things, that makes zero sense. One, Bacon here could view gravity as the downward acceleration. Myself, I view it as a force. Why? Because at no time in any application of figuring something out with gravity do I need to look at it as an acceleration force. I can perfectly use it as a force, perfectly, and be correct still.
We've been going over this the past few days. Just because you say something and then something works doesn't mean that it's correct.
Okay, Jeremy, just because you think something somehow got thrown out and is incorrect, yet it still can be used, shows that it's not incorrect.
No, the scientific community clearly states that it's been replaced and Einstein is the new hotness now.
Okay, show me where when they're doing launch equations and they're do you want me to show you a citation there they use force gravity as a force currently?
I know they're using old shit then because the actual scientific community they're using old shit because the actual scientific community says it's not a force and it's been space-time and math.
Let me explain to you easily. So, for instance, when they launch rockets, whether you're talking a SpaceX rocket or you're talking an amateur rocket or even a rocket you buy at Walmart, if you wanted to figure out how much powder or thrust you needed to get to a certain height, you would use gravity as a force to calculate your thrust needed for the weight.
As a pull. You'd use it as a pull. Here's another citation I got.
Okay.
Because this is the thing, too, where gravity is an average.
Now, now, if you're doing the same things with all these different variations of rockets, trying to figure out how much thrust you need for the weight and all that, if you wanted to do it in Einstein's view of it as fabric space downward acceleration, you'd be able to do it. It would just be a lot harder to figure those numbers out, but it would all come to the same amount. There are situations where Newtonian works perfectly fine. If you want to expand the explanation and understanding of gravity, then it has expanded to Einstein's view of gravity not being a force, but a downward acceleration. But it being a force and acting as if a force is perfectly fine on the surface of Earth. That's why it's not thrown out. That's why it's not wrong. And that's why it's still able to be currently used today. It is.
So do you acknowledge that the scientific community has replaced Newtonian
No.
gravity with Einsteinian gravity?
Nope, they didn't replace it. They just they further used information and an explanation, but it does not mean that Newton is wrong, and it doesn't mean it cannot still be used.
And they don't even claim that the Einsteinian way to understand the universe is the way the universe actually is. In fact, they know that not to be the case because it doesn't fit with like quantum phenomena. It doesn't match. So we know this hypothesis as well as it can describe macroscopic things. We know that's not the correct way to look at the universe.
And here's a better way of looking at it too. Einstein, and whether it be 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, someone else will come up with a theory that will revise most of what we understand about gravity. But even still, up until that point, everything will still work. The only way we'll come up with new things if we add what we have now.
It ain't gonna be 10,000 years. Einstein's on his way out soon, bro.
Okay, it could be 50 years, it could be 100 years. But even if it's something different, if someone comes up with a new theory that works better than Einstein, works better than Newton, the thing you need to understand is that everything that they're doing is observations and science beyond what Newton and Einstein have done. Einstein and Newton, to whatever range that they got to, will still work. A great example is this. Einstein and his way he interprets gravity is not correct in situations. What situations? The observation of galaxies. We observe galaxies. The way we observe galaxies rotating, we should see stars and planets being flung the F off our galaxies all the time, but they're not. And why? Because there's not enough mass to do what it's doing. It should be flinging out. It shouldn't be held in. But so we know once you go past that point, like Bacon had said something about quantum. We know things are going to have to get revived. We know at a certain point things start breaking down. Doesn't change that inside that breakdown, they still do work and they can still be used. Pretty simple how that works. It wasn't replaced. It wasn't shown to be wrong.
So you're not willing to admit that the scientific community has admitted that they've replaced Newtonian gravity with Einsteinian gravity.
To what specific topic are you talking about?
Talking to the topic of Einstein and Newton's gravity.
Okay, are we talking about launching rockets? Are we talking about using GPS and satellites?
I'm talking about the science. I'll tell you what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the scientific community.
Okay, in what field?
The field of science.
Really? Because I can tell you, I can give you.
Science.
Would you like me to give you full examples of science and functions where it's used, applied as a force? Is that what you need? Because
applied science. Hold on, let me respond to that. Hold on. Applied science isn't science, right? That we have another name for that. Do you know what the name of that is?
What's that, Jeremy?
Applied science has a very specific name. Do you know what it's called?
What is it?
So you don't know what applied science is called?
I'm asking you, what is it, Jeremy?
It's called engineering.
Okay, and they use applied science to engineer things. Science that is known to be right.
I don't give a fuck what engineers do. I'm talking about science.
Yeah.
Not engineers, not applied science.
Okay.
Science.
Yeah, okay. So is rocket engineering or rocket physics, is that science?
Rocket physics?
Yeah,
I don't know. Give me the natural observed phenomena. Give me the natural observed phenomena in rocket science. I'm talking about natural science.
It would be orbital mechanics. It would be launching rockets. It'd be orbiting. All the above.
Just give me one. Just give me one natural observed phenomena.
Launching a rocket out of Earth's orbit or out of Earth's atmosphere.
That's your natural observed phenomena?
That's something that science would look into.
Oh boy.
Just practical application of the laws of physics.
Yeah. But he thinks that's not science.
That's called engineering. That's called engineering, not science. When you take science and you apply it to something, that's called engineering, right?
Okay. And if you apply science and you're applying
really bad.
If you're applying gravity as a force to your engineering and it works, that's how we know Newton still works. It wasn't thrown out. They still use it.
Okay, the engineers use it, yes, but the scientists have said they've replaced it.
Okay, so then when they get to the engineer, why hasn't it been replaced?
I don't give a fuck what engineers do.
Okay.
I could care less
You
about
don't
what
give
an
a fuck.
engineer does.
Okay, yeah, you don't give a fuck.
I'm interested in the natural science. I'm interested in the natural science of things. Yeah.
I accepted that one time. Me, Jeremy, and Bandsaw were talking. Oh no, me, Jeremy, and Chemo were talking about if Starman was an experiment or not. And I was saying yes, it would have been an experiment. And then Chemo was like, rockets just go into the water. And Jeremy was saying, well, it was man-made as an observation. And in this conversation, I had offered and said, well, if it's an experiment, give me the predictive model. Show me the path that Starman will follow. Predict where it's going to go. Show me, like, give me just point in a general direction where Starman is right now. And no one could do it. Some people wanted to frantically Googling websites and see where the path of Starman is. But my biggest takeaway was, in the middle of the conversation, people started making animal sounds to disrupt.
Well, that part doesn't make any sense. That part may not make sense, but what would be wrong?
Hold on, I'm almost there.
What would be hang on? What would be wrong with someone going and Googling some type of something that's tracking it? Because that's doing exactly what you want. You want some predictive science that would show where it would be at a certain time. Why not go to a source that is doing exactly that? Why do they need to know it themselves?
They could do it. They knew Newtonian physics. Flat earthers don't. Therefore, flat earthers dumb, and you should believe the Earth is a globe.
So did you say, hey, I want you guys to take all the data you got from the launch to the point where it was released and figure it out with all you know about orbiting mechanics, right?
Yeah,
that's what
and
you guys
just point. And my only standard was just point in the general direction, which way it would be.
If you wanted them to go from the start to where it should be now themselves, meaning using orbital mechanics, then it wouldn't take that quick.
No, you missed it. So they just basically got a point in the general direction which way it would be. You don't have to pinpoint it exactly. Give me the exact position in space
on the spot. Were they tracking it? Did they say they had been tracking it?
Yeah.
Okay. Then,
yeah. Okay. So then, it was all on Jampana server. So what happened though was people started making animal sounds as they were getting upset, and I had originally said like, "Hey, look at these guys are just making a bunch of animal sounds. They're acting like monkeys." And then Veach mutes me because that is my fault. Had I not said animal sounds.
Crit. I'm going to stop you right now, and I'm going to tell you. I want you to put your left hand out. Got it right in front of you?
No, I'm not. I haven't got through my story yet. So you're already interrupting me to tell me to do something else.
I know I am. Then I want you to take your right hand.
Yeah, if you're not going to listen. Okay,
I want you to smack yourself on the hand.
I'm not going to listen to you either.
Wait, do you go to Jim Panda's and think you're actually going to get somewhere? Are you thinking you're going to get somewhere there?
Everyone, you know that inside the conversation, we had 3 flat earthers hashing out what would be an experiment in the same topic. The only global response was animal sounds.
What do you expect going there? That's why I said I want you to take your one hand and I want you to smack yourself. Smack yourself, Crit, for going over there thinking you're going to get anywhere. Do it. Just smack yourself.
Okay, I gotcha. And that's what I'm saying. So is that what you can expect from the globe side? I would say yes. And I would say I could use that as a naturally observed phenomenon.
Have I done that? I'm not making animal sounds.
No, another funny part later on was
animal sounds just now.
Yeah.
Shut up, Jeremy.
Yeah. It turned out that Shroomy then said that he was only making pigeon sounds.
Oh, God. Jesus Christ.
I was like, dude, Shroomy, a pigeon is an animal. And he said, no, it's not. It's not an animal. It's a bird.
Now you're talking to Shroomy like you're having a regular conversation.
Shroomi's legit, bro. He's your top glober.
He's my boy. I love Shrewd to death, but he's not the guy I'm going to go to have a regular conversation about something.
A space cadet. I mean, but in a real sense, all the globalists are kind of on the Shroomy scale at some point.
Wow. That hurts, Crit. That hurts a lot.
Okay, I mean, but more of a term of endearment because, like, in a way, you're only harming yourself by not understanding content you think you've debunked.
But I do understand it. I've gone through it.
You don't understand, Sean. You just don't
I know.
understand.
I guess not. You don't either. You're concave, Jeremy.
No, if a flat earther tells you that, hey, look at this citation, they're calling gravity not a force in your own model, and you come back with like, oh, it's still a force.
I can use it as a force still.
It's a straw man. That's not what he's saying.
Or they tell you gravity is an average, not a constant, and you come back and say it's a constant.
Wait, what? When can you turn gravity off?
I put it in there. It says like here, nominal average.
Yeah, but
known as a standard gravity.
That doesn't mean that.
Quantum mechanics.
Yeah, speak on quantum mechanics, Jeremy. I would love to hear all you know about quantum mechanics.
I know enough to know that you don't know. That's all I need to know.
Well, I know enough to know I don't know shit.
There you go. So that's settled.
And that's because science even barely knows shit. I don't know how you could know more.
Morphosizing, or however you say that word, science.
You keep saying that shit. Why? What?
I got to figure out how to say that word before I start
said
using
that
it a
word
lot.
to Jeremy, and now he has to say
I don't know.
it.
I like it, though. I like it.
The only word I hope you never say is pedantic. I hate that word because of Brummy.
Brummy was in here yesterday.
No, I was here. Everyone was muting him.
I was another server. I got called pedantic because he said this dude told me that I'm claiming I know more than all the astrophysics and all the astronomers.
You do say that.
I don't say that.
You act like that.
You don't even know how to pronounce astronomer.
No, stop it, Bacon.
I said I make no claims to astro anything at all.
Okay, how many times has someone's depiction of what's going on have you said they're wrong?
Yeah, so then I tell them, this is what I'm getting to, right? I read the definition of astronomy, the study of everything beyond Earth's atmosphere. I go, my read of that, if you were to claim Earth is inside and outside of Earth's atmosphere at the same time, you're wrong.
Wait, what?
It can't be both.
Who said Earth is inside
clearly you don't
and
know
outside?
These guys, Crit.
Who
Clearly
said
you don't know these guys. It can be anything they want it to be. This is like reading Rainbow or some shit.
That's you, Jeremy. It
No,
can't be
that's
flat.
you guys.
It can't be flat and or concave, Jeremy. You got to pick one.
Right here, Sean. Look at. So the dude told me that I'm claiming that I know more than all of them. Right.
Okay, so everything beyond the universe, or in the universe beyond Earth's atmosphere, that includes objects we can see with our naked eye, like the sun, the moon, the planets, and stars. Okay, so where?
Okay, hold on. Before we move on,
Earth is on the outside of the atmosphere as well. Where's that?
Okay, Jeremy, go ahead. Sorry.
Before we move on, what is considered outside of Earth's atmosphere? Like the atmosphere must stop somewhere, and then there's outside
to
of it.
give it an area, I would say at some point beyond the moon.
So after the moon, no more Earth's atmosphere. There's the gas surrounding Earth stops.
Some point beyond the moon.
Gas. So there's no more gas.
At some point,
gas
there's
that surrounds Earth, right?
At some point,
Jeremy,
atmosphere.
It's somewhere over the rainbow.
Yeah.
Well, why are you peeking somewhere beyond the moon?
Because there are measurable amounts of Earth's atmosphere in the moon's area. Whether it be anything we could breathe, no, never said that at all.
Okay, so everything beyond that point would be the scope of astrophysics. Sure. Astrophysics is not inside.
Astronomy.
Yeah, astronomy.
Yes.
So I told him, if I'm only talking about Earth, am I using astronomy? And the dude's like, yes. Okay, let me read. I go, let me read this again, right? Astronomy is the study of everything in the universe beyond Earth's atmosphere. Am I looking at Earth while being beyond Earth at the same time.
I think that's in reference to the Earth being your reference. Like,
yeah, I would say you could use astronomy if you're from a different planet.
No,
if you're from Mars.
No. Yeah, what you said about like using astronomy for whatever Earth or whatever. Like, I don't know. I don't think that maybe the where you observe these things would matter being on a globe, but the study of astronomy doesn't even speak to the truth of globe, I guess you would say.
So
you
the
would only
study
be
of
able to
astronomy
pinpoint that.
doesn't include the study of astronomy doesn't include the moon because the moon's inside Earth's atmosphere. Then you're telling me, Sean?
It can, well, maybe the measurable amount matters. So at a certain point, they don't count it as in astronomy. I don't know. I don't do it.
Is
so
it? We know you don't do it. So is
do it, Jeremy?
Your girl told me you don't do it.
Bitch, your girl told me you didn't do it.
See, the same thing here too with astrophysics. Astrophysics is a scientist who studies physics of the things beyond the Earth.
Yes.
So I said, can Earth be also beyond the Earth?
No.
And then eventually they start saying, I'm just being pedantic.
No. Earth can never really be beyond the Earth. What the fuck?
Yeah, listen, when you're dealing with Globers, Crit, they can do like multiple things, have like multiple
you
different
do
things going
that,
at the same time.
Jeremy. You do that. I can use
never
optics.
do that.
I can use optics, but I can't use optics. You do that every day.
Yeah, you try to use optics in like this weird way that's like not
like the smart way, the real way. Yes, you're right.
No.
Yes.
Silly way.
Just not the silly way. You're silly, Jeremy.
You'd be trying to look 10 miles through an auto level and shit on some insane shit.
I wouldn't use an auto level to look 10 miles.
Well, why does B-Ball do it?
Because he likes looking through his fucking auto level. Leave the man the fucking alone.
Yes, and those going in there.
And you can. I mean, it's not you can't. It's depending on how accurate you want to fucking be.
So you can and you can't.
You can. Oh, absolutely. Jeremy.
This is exactly what we were just talking about.
Jeremy, I could show you a picture of me taking a picture with my iPhone and seeing something 60 miles away in the distance. Can I use that to accurately say how tall a building is? No, but I can still fucking see it.
So, you ever use an auto level at 10 miles?
Hey, time out. Left lane. I have to ask you something because yesterday you talked and you had said something and it scared me, but I'm convinced it was just a hypothetical. And when you were talking, because you were breaking up the crowd and you were telling us all to shut up, and you said you were a flat earther.
No.
Okay. No, you did, but I may have heard it the wrong way.
No, left lane's on our side now. All right, we get all the truck drivers.
Left lane. I'm very proud of you that you have established enough respect and decor to become a mod here. It makes me so happy.
Left lane's undercover for us in the Globe community. He's our undercover CIA secret spy agent.
No, that's Kosho.
Yeah.
Kosho's a flat Earth apologist and a lot of other things that he's on lists for, but that's not the point. Bro, who the fuck are those goons in your room, bro?
Okay, so
why's that dude named Jeremy trying to be an imposter?
Jeremy, I have no idea who that was, and he's not even verified for that reason because I wasn't sure if it was you and like a second account because you couldn't use your other account, but so I don't know where the fuck he came from. But he's in all of our servers.
Real Jeremy, my J is capitalized. I'm like, dude, that's not even a real thing.
I can't believe you had that conversation. You're talking about him, but you had the same conversation with him. Did he have you question? Did he have you questioning whether or not you are Jeremy?
No,
I hope not.
Dude. Okay, first thing you need to realize is a lot of your people are just straight up delusional. Like in an all-round sense of the word.
You're there, Jeremy, so you're correct. It's okay, Jeremy. We're all delusional. Every single one of us.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on with reality. You guys are here to just like try to like argue with people that apparently have these crazy ideas that are just dumb.
I'm not trying to argue with you, Jeremy. I'm having fun.
You guys got serious mental issues. That's all I
Yes,
gotta
we
say.
all have serious mental issues. Every single one of us in here.
I do, but in different ways than you do.
No. Yeah, we're all a little bit different. All of us.
Well,
Lemon, you're fucking just as crazy as all of us, and you can't
well,
deny
the only
it.
thing that helps with that is trying to accurately integrate reality. And reality appears to present to us a flat, motionless plane. So the first step toward sanity, as it were, would be to acknowledge that clear fact.
I can tell you right now, if anybody was 1,000% sure of everything they do, it's as bullshit as everyone. But the reality is we're all just as retarded being here.
Well, it does seem like one side is trying to get us to murder our senses a bit more than the other one. The globe is saying it looks flat and it feels like it's motionless, but ignore that, and listen to this authoritative source like NASA instead.
Yeah. Well, what you guys say is F NASA. Listen to 24/7. Listen to QE. Listen to Nathan Oakley.
Nobody's
listen to
saying that.
Yes, you guys. That's exactly what you're doing. Those are your sources. 100%.
They are not my sources.
Okay, weren't you just talking about what QE was talking about?
With what?
QE's not my source. I mean,
yeah. Well, not you,
circles
Lemon. I know
of
that.
altitude that you do and don't need at the same time consecutively.
Lemon, you fit in the category of 24/7 because I've heard you over there. When you go over there, they treat you like a god. No one interrupts. No people.
I don't know. You ever heard Lemon bring up the ether in front of QE?
No. I know. No, QE. Jeremy, you should understand something. QE is not 24/7. 24/7 tolerates QE at best. They hate when he goes over there and hijacks their voice chat.
Well, people like his copy pasta or whatever, so it is what it is. But the thing is, we just have to look at the flatness, and we have alternative explanations that are just as good, if not better, than some of the globe woo that's peddled by NASA and other heliocentrists.
Yeah, they got more woo than you do, Lemon. I feel you.
What the fuck?
We have to mix the true, the woo with the tried and true, with some good theories that actually make sense. This 23.4-degree axial tilt, for instance. Do we see this on any of NASA's fake photos? No, they simply infer it as true because of the necessity of their model. Do we see the amount of refraction that's necessary to bend light up and over a ball like Mick West's sugar water experiment? No, we don't. We simply infer it. I mean, the globe has a fair amount of woo, too.
Yo, why'd I see Mick West almost set his house on fire trying to show left to right refraction one time?
Oh, Lord.
I'm not even joking, bro. My man had a book. He had a laser beam book, and he had a lighter, and he's trying to fucking put the lighter next to the thing, and he had the shit dumb close to the paper. I'm like, yo, my man's gonna set his fire.
Wow. The desperation is, extreme, Jeremy, and I hate to get religitarded, but frankly, it's trying to atheize us all. If they can get rid of the pesky Bible and its flat and dome creation account, that's more atheists that, I'm so sorry, guys, are frankly going to be separated from their creator and in potential of going to hell. Separated from their creator. And so this is a battle for souls, ultimately, if it can separate people from the flat and dome creator and from ultimately Jesus Christ himself.
Stop at no price. I mean, they'll burn their own houses down, to do this. So,
yes, it's very apropos because we're all going to be burning in hell soon without the creator. It's so sad.
You know what I pray for at night, Lemon?
What's that?
This is no joke. This is no joke. I pray that people be better people.
Amen, brother.
That's deep, yo. That's real deep.
That's deep. That is deep. That's why we can,
your wife and your friends.
If everyone was just a better person in general, this earth would be a much better place.
Well,
think if Bill Gates and Elon Musk were just better people. They would give more money to charities. Nobody would be hungry or homeless. It'd be fucking great.
If you were a better person, you'd be as rich as those guys. But when you talk about being a better people, the only person that you have
the domain over as yourself.
Yeah, that's why I pray to God for it, so that people could be better people.
Even God.
Why don't
You
you
think
pray
God doesn't
to?
already want that? There's
Why
God,
don't you?
right?
Yeah. Why don't you pray for like to solve world hunger?
Well, that will happen if people are better people. Bill Gates could do that on his own, or Elon Musk, or Bezos. The
Hell,
Catholic
even the
Church.
Catholic Church, they got
The
millions,
Catholic
but do
Church
they
is
use it to solve world hunger? No, they use it to line the pockets of their crypto satanic popes, cardinals, and throw another drug-filled homosexual orgy in the Vatican church grounds or something like that to thumb their nose at God or whatever.
They can have
God has a lot of evil to
I mean,
deal
you
with.
forgot demonic lineage.
Oh
They
yeah.
can have sexual orgies if they please, man.
I mean, but if you want to get a real high quality, male prostitute, like the type that you see in one of those gay porn movies in, Hollywood or something like that, it's going to cost money.
Well, I mean, the Catholic Church is sitting on $60 billion liquid. $60 billion liquid. That's not counting the real estate, what's in their fucking museum and shit. None of that. 60 billion, just liquid.
Oh, I can't believe you just said that.
Just saying.
So good. We love you, Lemon. Buckle up, though. Buckle that seatbelt, Lemon.
I heart you guys too.
So, Jeremy, how we doing with the Doors Wheels war? We're still on top, right? I'm assuming so.
It's a wrap, bro. It's a wrap. As soon as somebody says Doors, I can change their mind within seconds.
Awesome. So it's only a matter of time till we stop having that discussion.
Eventually, I mean, as soon as you stop bringing it up, yeah. Any more DMs?
I'm fighting the good fight. No, Jeremy, don't fucking do that.
No, I'm about to bless you with some citations later. I got you.
Kosho, whatever Jeremy blesses me with, I'm blessing you with.
You got you, bro. You're going to get about 100 citations later.
Yeah, you are.
You want to keep it going?
No, I don't want you to. You need to. Kosho is antagonizing you.
You keep bringing it up. I feel like you want to keep it going.
I should focus on an argument worth having, Jeremy. Like I've given you today proof, geometric proof of the shape of the Earth. You wouldn't even blink an eye.
The thing is, you got the substellar points from a book.
No, I got them. Yeah, I got them from the almanac online, and that almanac that I use that comes from the internet, I also used to pinpoint my location or any location. So
you didn't do actual measurements. You just read a book and they told you, and now you.
No. I didn't read a book and it told me. In the book, it has the positions of any given star at any given moment. So if I can use those positions at any given moment to pinpoint my location, it tells me that those points it's giving me are correct, which means I can then use those for other applications as correct pinpoints. There's no reason why they work in one case and they wouldn't work in another. They tell me exactly what the GPs are, and you can use that to successfully locate your position.
Remember when Kurt wanted to use time and date to show me the solar point thing?
Yeah, what does that have to do with this though?
Okay, so he was going to get his shit from a website or a book or something, right? And that's the exact same thing you did. You went and got your shit from a book.
I'm using the GP for the stars. In order for you to take this criticism to its conclusion, you need to tell me that you disagree with the GPs and the almanac's givings.
I disagree with the GP's almanac's givings.
Where do you get your information, Jeremy?
Where do I get my information from? I mean, it depends on what kind of information.
Okay, where would you get with the discussion you and Kosho are having right now? Where did you get your information to know whether or not Kosho is right or wrong?
Well, you could look them up in the book or the almanac or whatever he said, and maybe they're right, maybe they're not. So to verify it, you would need to go check to see that it is the substellar point.
Okay, but clear that you can actually disagree with, because you said you disagree with the GPs of those stars, but I don't think you actually do because all that book gives you is the GPs for different stars, like Polaris, for example, or whatever star you want to use, and you can use the angle it is from you in real life and the position it is in the book to locate your position in real life. So somewhere in there, you have to tell me where you agree that happens, that you get your correct position based on that stuff. But what part of that would be the incorrect part? Like what part of that book is incorrect?
I don't know. I mean, we're just going to have to go verify that they are the substellar points or the GPs, as you keep putting it.
I'll tell you what I'll do. The bot is available for you at any point in time. You could literally just put in the 3 stars you want and put in any elevation. You can make them up, and it will just tell you the GP before it tries to plot it, and it'll plot the wrong location if you put the made up elevations. But you plot 3 stars, it'll tell you the GP.
Any 3 stars I want.
If you can confirm that those are incorrect, any star that you put in there gave you the incorrect location, then I will take that criticism as being any way valid. And I recommend you do the same thing. And I would.
Can I use any 3 stars?
I don't know why I wouldn't disagree with it unless you actually found it to be incorrect.
I know. Can I use any 3 stars I want?
Any 3 stars in the almanac, in my almanac.
Okay. Do you have the North? You obviously have Polaris in there, right?
Yeah, I'll show you the list.
Okay, that's gonna be. What's the one with the bird down south?
Cygnus? I don't know.
Cygnus Octanus. Yeah, we're gonna use that one.
I'll just show you I'll show you which stars there are, dude. Hold on.
Well, it's all the stars, right?
No.
Is it all the stars or no?
Hold on.
There's like a million stars out there, right?
Hold on. Anyways, here we go. I'm posting. All right, 1 second, and then do 3, and then 3. All right. Here's a list of them right there. You can use any of those stars.
Bro, this job is fucking killing me, dude. I gotta wake up at 6:45 a.m. I don't get to bed till fucking 1 or 1:30 in the morning. That's with me just going home real quick, eating a snack, and going to sleep. I don't even shower like a scumbag or anything.
I'm happy to hear you're working again.
Yeah, they called me. They were begging. My old boss texted me. They're like begging me to come back. They're like, "Please, you're the best worker we've ever had. Please come back and help." I'm like, I don't know. I just do part time right now. I got my wife setting a thing up for the kid, so I'll be able to drive my kid to school and pick him up from school. And they're gonna give me like $300 a month because they reimburse you for gas. Just a one-way trip, but he goes to school mad far from our house.
My girlfriend showed me.
It's like in a whole nother city. What's that?
My girlfriend showed me a program like that you can sign up for. It's like Uber for kids.
She's the one that showed me that. Oh wait,
Yeah,
what is it?
Good stuff, man. It's good stuff.
Uber
Bro.
for kids?
That's basically what it looked like because there's like you just take
Number
kids.
one, pedophiles are driving for that.
Jeremy.
Pedophiles take jobs where they're going to be around kids.
So, do pedophiles drive school buses? Are all school bus drivers pedophiles now?
All of them are. I'm saying pedophiles seek out jobs.
Are all school janitors pedophiles, Jeremy?
No. What the fuck? I'm saying pedophiles.
You should retract your statement.
Yeah.
My statement. Listen, hear me out. I'm saying pedophiles. Hold on. I'm saying pedophiles seek after jobs where they're going to be alone with children.
Not helping yourself.
After job.
Not helping yourself.
I got news for you, dude. You're probably right, Jeremy. But I think I could be wrong here.
Boy Scout leaders.
I imagine that they vet for things like that, dude. Okay. I'm pretty
what if
sure
you've never been caught?
Well, yeah, Kosho. Realistically, the only vetting is that they've gotten caught before.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they have to have no crimes in your record, not sexual. What's it called?
So if you're a pedophile who's never gotten caught, you're going to try to get a job as a Boy Scout leader, or in a Catholic church,
a janitor,
daycare.
Janitor.
Oh, kids. There's not even any kids here.
Yeah, you're
I
right
knew you
about
guys were going to try to flip that on me right when I fucking said it.
There are janitors during the day.
Yeah, but they're not alone with the kids. There's
Could
like
be.
classes going on.
You're right about
I've
that.
never been alone. I've never been alone with a kid at my work.
I believe you, but that's also what they would say.
Hey, I have a question for you. Do you think it's okay for the kids in the school to leave a mess because they pay people to take care of it?
That's
rude. What do you say, Bob?
Do you think it's okay for kids in the school to leave a mess because the school pays people to take care of it?
Hell no! I be telling my kids, I'm like, yo, don't make a mess when you go to school, because I don't work at the school my kids go to. And I tell them, I'm like, listen, those janitors got it tough. Don't make a fucking mess.
I would do that actually when I was at school. I would just not take care of something, and then I'd be like, yeah, they pay people for that. They got people for that or whatever.
Oh yeah, I used to fucking trash the school I went to. Absolutely.
Do you regret it now, Jeremy?
Yeah, those poor janitors. We fucking. Oh my god.
I realized that, like,
throwing
for a
food
while I
around.
was cleaning the school and some schools, and I realized that it's probably really annoying.
Yeah, it's always important to remember there is a somebody behind that broom.
Sweep right now. I got to sweep first because later I'm gonna mop the floor with you.
What the hell just happened?
I said I'm gonna sweep now because later I'm gonna mop the floor with you.
Try again.
What?
Try again.
No, are the beginning of my sentence cutting out?
No, I meant try again, like figure out a different joke and then say that one, because that one failed.
Why? I'm gonna mop the floor with you? That's not a good one?
That wasn't good. Maybe it was your timing.
That's not my best, but
that's for sure.
You know I come out with some bangers all the time though, bro. Out in this whole arena, there's no one's funnier than me.
And then there's that one that you didn't even say, apparently. Showing the calculations or the measurements to their mom. That was so good.
What was it?
You said that you were talking with the Globers and you wanted those measurements. You wanted the actual measurements, not just the median things or whatever. You wanted the real measurements, and they kept asking you, "Oh, what are you going to do with them?" And you said, you thought about saying, "I'm going to show your mom. Let her take a look at them or whatever." But you didn't actually say it out loud, apparently. You should have.
Yeah, I was on Jose's. I was trying to keep it civil. You know, I didn't want to start any kind of name calling or anything, so I didn't say it. But I wish I had now because it ended up turning into a shit show, obviously. But
take them to your mom's house. Let her have a look at them.
No, what are you going to do with the measurements? I'm going to give them to your fucking mom. What do you think I'm going to do with it? I'm going to give them to my math guys. I'm going to take a glance at them, not understand it, and then give it to the guys that know what they're doing.
Who are your math guys?
Don't fucking worry about it. They're out there.
Who are they, Bev?
Math guys aren't even in this arena.
It's not
You've
Bev?
never even heard of some of my math guys.
You sure it's not Bev?
No, personally, in life, real life.
Oh, okay. Who? I want names.
Why? You wouldn't even know them.
If I had names, would?
Sure, I would end up doxing myself because people already know what area I live in.
You already have doxed yourself.
I don't think so. I hope not, because you guys are fucking weirdos.
Bitch, I don't play that game. I've been doxed so many times. I just play it in a funny game. I don't even play like that.
I honestly regret telling people as much about myself as I did. I didn't know how crazy people were when I first came in here. I thought everyone was nice and normal. I was like, oh, these are nice people. What could happen?
Yeah. You're speaking to someone who has at least 35 memes in one server. So, yeah, I know what you mean.
Then fucking Atheist Rex threatened to call Homeland Security on me because I told people to read something that was printed in a newspaper. A major newspaper in America.
Atheist Rex is the biggest douchebag on earth.
I told people to read the Unabomber's manifesto, which was printed in the Washington Post one day.
I mean, it's not dox worthy, but why?
Why what?
Why would anybody read that?
You've never read it.
You know, why would I read it?
Some fucking great insight onto humanity and where we're headed.
No, where he's headed.
The fucking guy was crazy.
Yeah, it's where he's headed.
It's irrelevant, dude. There are
The fucking dude was a
there are
nut
people
job.
who read his manifesto.
I did. It's a bunch of fucking whack job shit. No wonder
No,
you
it's
like
not.
it.
There's a lot of scholars to this day that say
Oh,
that
come
it
on.
has a
Next
lot of.
you guys are going to
fuck.
start saying that Hitler was crazy.
Well, yeah. He wrote a manifesto too. I read that too. You should read that one. That's even worse.
People, why are you reading fucking manifestos, you fucking weirdos?
And I actually read it. I listen to it on an audiobook. It's not. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. The point is,
It's irrelevant. I want to know why you guys. That's like I want to know what Jeffrey Dahmer was thinking when he ate people.
Yeah, exactly.
Why?
That's sort of what the Unabomber. The Unabomber thing is actually not that long. You can actually stomach your way through it.
Why? Why do you want these things?
Scholars to this day.
Hey, maybe I want to manifesto the good that I want to see in the world.
Scholars to this day say that his manifesto is brilliant and it's
Really?
yeah.
Show me one.
I mean, I'm at work. I can't find citations right now for fucking Unabomber's
No one cares. No one cares.
I went back to work. They begged me. They're like, listen, you're the best worker we've ever had. Please come back. I told them I could do part-time. Just doing part-time right now.
Jeremy's wife was like, you need to get the fuck out of this house for some of the time.
Yeah, my wife was like,
you're taking shit apart.
My wife was like, go back to work.
You're taking shit apart. It's crazy over there. I know what's going on. I feel bad for them.
It was like, yo, you should probably go back to work. I was like, you think so? She's like, yeah.
Nah, her exact words were, Jeremy, get the fuck out.
Pretty much. I mean, that was like the tone of it. She's like, you drive me nuts. You should go back to work.
That's what you heard, but yeah. It's like I heard you tell everyone you put everything back together. You didn't put anything back together, Jeremy. Where are the batteries?
Dude, she didn't even know I took shit apart, bro. This shit was all. I don't do anything that can't be undone in 5 minutes.
You're like a little kid. He's just like, mom's not home, guys. No rules.
I had all the drawers out in the refrigerator and shit. I had the microwave thing all apart.
Hey, I do that to my garage.
But
my girl's pet peeve is open cabinets. So I let the cabinet monster in, and I open every fucking cabinet there is.
Yeah, I love doing that. That's one of the things I do. I'll open every door in the whole fucking house. The washing machine. I mean, anything, any door. That's how I know I got more wheels than doors, because I've opened all the doors, and there's still more wheels. All her dresser drawer. I mean, everything, dude.
I bet that woman cries sometimes. When you go to bed, she just sits up and just cries a little bit. Wakes up, smiles, starts over. She prays. It'll be a better day.
Oh, yeah, no, she loves it. We have fun, bro.
I know that. I know that, Joey. I'll tell you the same thing.
She's like Boo Boo and I'm Yogi.
I'll tell you the same thing I tell my girl. You're right. I know she loves you, Jeremy, because there's no way in hell. Someone who didn't.
Yeah, nobody would ever deal with this willingly.
Yeah, that's love. That is fucking love. There's no doubt in my mind. I don't think she wants a divorce. I don't think she doesn't want to be with you. That's love.
Yeah. She just take a life insurance policy out on me, and she watches a lot of Snapped. I don't know if you've ever seen that show, but it's pretty much constantly the whole show is based on significant other killing the other one.
This is what you got to do, Jeremy. When your wife gets home or you get home, ask her, babe, what do you think is the amount of money that you could survive without having to work again? and she'll give you that number. And then you just need to start worrying when your policy gets to that number.
No, she wants to work. She's always said, like, if we ever hit the lotto or I hit it big in crypto or something, she would still keep working.
She did not say crypto.
Yeah, no, she did crypto.
I don't think she did. I'd have to
like,
hear that out of her mouth. Otherwise, I
I
think
told
you're
him,
full
like,
of
what if I made $1 million or, $10 million or something in crypto? She's like, I'd still work. I'm like, you got
People-
something wrong with you.
No, because that's how I am. A lot of people are like that, Jeremy. Some people, I call it getting stir crazy when you sit in the house too much. You got to get out and do something.
Yeah,
But
go
see,
help people and make the world a better place. That's
well,
what I
does
pray
she-
for, is that
does
people
she-
are better people.
Does your wife love what she does?
She used to. Like, she used to love helping people because she was a bedside nurse, but now she's in, like, this risk management type role, so I don't think she's really, like,
Oh, I
that
bet she's.
thrilled about it.
But I bet if you didn't win that kind of money, she'd work, but she'd probably look for something she'd love to do, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not normal. So a lot of people are like that. Most of the people that you hear about winning the lottery and shit, and then like 2 years later they're bankrupt and homeless, are the people that that wouldn't work if they had that kind of
Well,
money.
those are the people that started a coke addiction.
Nah, man, that takes longer than 2 years.
Bro, my dad used to do 2 8-balls a night.
That is fucking a problem, Jeremy.
I know, he was a
Holy
psychopath.
shit! Yeah,
Yeah, he's a straight psychopath, bro.
I've done a lot of drugs, Jeremy. I can tell you now. There is a small spectrum of doing it. It's something I call recreational.
Yeah, when I used to do it, I would do like a little black toot up one nostril, and I'm good for the night. Like,
Oh no!
some people just get out of control and like fucking
Back in the
doing, like,
day, back in the day, it was easy. Like you do it like a whole night. It's a party a whole night. Then you don't do it, and you don't do these things during the week. That's important. You gotta. These are party drugs. Make it a party. Use them at parties. Stop making them an everyday thing. You're ruining it for everyone.
You're right.
Coke used to be good, and then like suddenly like people are doing 2 8-balls a night. It was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, my dad's basically the one that ruined everyone's fun. Like, ecstasy, coke, all that shit would be legal if people just didn't fucking go nuts with it.
Yeah, just fucking stay home, enjoy yourself, and then go do life after. Don't make it life. Jeez. And for the record, weed's not a drug.
They had it scheduled as a drug. Your mainstream people,
As bad as Coke.
listen, your mainstream big pharma boys, those are your boys, right? They don't want you healthy. You know that, right?
Why do you keep saying my boys? You think I trust them?
Those are your boys. The
They're not my
mainstream,
boys.
big pharma, big oil, global.
I'm against them, Jeremy. I know damn well there will never be a cure for cancer. It will only the best we'll ever get is something that helps a little bit. I know this.
Why? Why won't they ever cure it?
Because they're not gonna. Here, I say this for the same thing. Like when I talk about oil companies, fossil fuel companies, there's no way in hell these motherfuckers are ever gonna put themselves out of business. Creating a cure puts them out of business.
So you're saying it's wildly corrupt and there's a giant conspiracy going on.
It's wildly corrupt.
And there's a giant conspiracy going on, obviously.
It is
right?
wildly corrupt.
No conspiracy, though?
Sure, you can make a few, but no, not one big one.
Not one big one.
I'm sure there's some real big assholes. How do you think all that Oxycontin got into Florida?
the whole opioid pandemic, dude, that shit was fucking...
That was crazy. It was fucking insane.
That shit was planned from the jump, bro.
And you want to know why doctors didn't do anything about it? Because they made a lot of fucking money. A lot of fucking money.
Yeah, if you're a big pharma company, you want people to start taking your drug, you hire a doctor as a consultant. That's in air quotes.
Yeah,
and the consultant doesn't really fucking do anything, but there's this underhanded thing in place where, hey, try to prescribe people our drug.
Yeah, this is a new drug. What do you think? Yeah, exactly. They walk in like salesmen and they sell them their drugs. and they fucking pimp the doctors out to sell their drugs for them. Yeah, 100%.
Kosho, you listening?
Oh, he's not even here.
Oh, he's not here.
Anyone who thinks differently, you're a fucking moron.
For real, bro. They don't want you to be held. If you have a business and your customers are sick people, you want more sick people.
Now, I
You
don't
don't
think
want
they're
less
I don't think they're purposely making healthy people sick. I just think the sick people they need.
Yeah, well, they're definitely not trying to so everyone can walk around healthy and happy for cheap. They want you to be doing $100,000 chemo treatments and shit.
Those are fucking ridiculous.
You go see Spurs if you need that chemotherapy. By the way, once we
Fuck
figure out
that
there's
shit.
flat, he'll help you.
No,
Chemo will help you, bro.
I'm surprised you don't hold chemo in the same standard you hold David and Pete.
Dude, are you serious right now?
I'm so fucking Well, see, I've also known Spurs for about 5 years, so yeah, I'm 100%
Spurs
positive.
is on Dave and Pete's level.
Yes, he is.
Wow, bro, you are really more delusional than I thought you were.
I guess so, but that makes you even more delusional than I thought you were. Guess we're both fucked.
Dude, Spurs be bringing it, bro. Dave's on some other. Them guys are on some wacky lunatic shit.
Yes, chemo and all of them. They definitely are. You're right.
No, chemo brings it. To
Yeah,
you guys.
crazy shit. Yeah, he's crazy.
No, he don't bring it like
he's
crazy.
He's like Dave. He's seriously
He
like
gets a little loosey goosey every now and then, but I mean, you gotta try something out every now and then. You know?
yeah, every time. Yeah, definitely like
things
David
I tried on you guys, and I've ended up being wrong on. You know?
Yeah, and slowly, Jeremy, you're falling in that category.
I like to play it loosey goosey. I don't know what to tell you. So does chemo. The point is,
you're progressively getting crazy, and I'll even prove it to you. When you got here, Jeremy, it was a lot of questions, a lot of please explain it to me. Then you clicked. And it went.
I was very naive. Yes, I was very naive.
It went to evil Jeremy, who like fucking hated all glory. Like you had hatred in your heart.
I was like a confused little boy walking through the woods, leaving a trail of breadcrumbs, and then I came upon a house built of candy.
Then you became the hardcore flat earther that you are today. But then you calmed down. But then you calmed down a little bit, right? You calmed down. Then someone whispered "concave" in your ear. You're progressively
I don't even take that shit
downhill.
I just want to hear someone come with some concave shit like that rectilineator thing or something.
The funny part is since you started saying that, Jeremy, there has been a handful. There are a handful of concavers around now. All Glory is concave.
I know. I got into it with Gems earlier. And Gems earlier, I was trying to go over the plane thing.
Realm
and this guy kept jumping in. I'm like, dude, you're a concaver. The concave Earth doesn't rotate, right? He's like, yeah. I was like, okay, let me do my thing with these guys. And I had to jump down to a different room down.
Realm's a concave earther, though Realm is a very odd concave earther. His numbers and his idea of what's going on is just confusing.
He'd be hitting you with so many numbers, you don't even know what's going on.
He knows his numbers. He has no explanation, no mental or something you can look at. Like he shows you.
He wins by default, bro. You can't even follow what he's saying. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else can.
I don't think anyone can.
Listen, back to Spurs, okay?
No, why?
Spurs? What do you mean? Listen, Spurs. You can't put Spurs and Dave and Pete and Johnny B.
Yes, I can.
In the same category.
Absolutely, I can. He's just
that's like trying to.
The only difference between Chemo and the other guys is Chemo has perfected his troll.
No, I don't know if he's trolling. See, he is doing a show though. I don't think he's trolling.
He's the one who has perfected it. David comes in a close second because he has maintained that level of stupidity for years now.
No, you can literally hear Dave laughing.
Yeah, all the fucking time. He fucks up all. It used to be worse, Jeremy. You gotta remember,
he's literally laughing out loud.
Trust me. When you look at me, you look at Geo. You are a fucking newbie to this still.
Why am I top 10 then?
You're not. You're top 13.48. I keep telling you, man. I got the ranking right here. It's a real time ranking. All of you are on it. Jeremy, I'm looking at your name right now. 3.147. So you went down a point, hundredth of a point just now. Be proud of yourself.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm looking at the list right now.
Yo, don't copy my list. I got the list.
You have a list. I have real time internet access to it. You got a paper list that you keep writing down every day.
Post-it notes.
You got. I am
right
right top
very small.
of your hand. Every time you sneeze, you look at it and smile. Jeremy, I don't know. There's a lot of people ahead of you before you become a top 10.
Not many, bro. Not many.
Top 10. Geo is definitely top 10.
Oh, Geo's up there. Yeah. I'm in the bottom of the top 10, bro. I admit it.
No, you're definitely no. See, you're not even at the bottom of the list, Jeremy. But you're around 13. You're about 14 right now. I'm sorry.
I'm at the bottom of the top.
Yeah, you are.
That's like being like
put this way,
Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. I'm like I'm like one of them billionaire motherfuckers.
Okay, hey, Jeremy, you are definitely top 100.
Bro, it's like I'd be like LeBron or something if this was NBA.
No, you're definitely the Pippen.
Bro, you can't. Pippen got mad rings, bro. I'll take that.
Yeah. Whole lot of assists. Yep.
Who was the best assist? Who had the most assists in the NBA?
I have no clue. I don't watch it. I hate fucking basketball.
And bro, he was one of my favorite. Oh, you don't like basketball?
No.
Dude, you're not black, bro. Give it up.
No, I'm not, Jeremy. Just because I may have a dark complexion, but I don't consider myself a black guy. Sorry.
Just so we're clear.
Just so you're clear, I'm probably the most racist person you've ever met.
I heard this crazy racist.
I really don't like black people. Like, I really don't want to be around them. It's not fun.
I'm gonna tell this joke. It might be slightly racist. Okay, just you can say anything you want in comedy though. So you're ready.
Bitch, I live in the country in Texas. You think something's gonna offend me that you're gonna say?
Listen, I'm just saying for anyone listening. How do you know Adam and Eve white?
Oh. Bitch, I'm the only one not muted, so go ahead.
Oh, so because if they were black, they would have took all the apples and used the tree for firewood. How do we know Adam and Eve wasn't Chinese?
Go ahead.
They would have ate the snake.
That's
not good.
No.
Heard on TikTok earlier. I thought it was funny.
C for effort.
C?
C.
Dude, that's not even... Bro. Even if you say it's an A for effort, that's even insulting. If you're like, oh, I'll give you an A for effort. That's like an insult.
That's why I gave you a C.
That's even fucking worse. Can't give somebody a C for effort. The fuck? I never even heard of that shit.
Well, now you have. And when someone does it to you, you will understand what C for effort is.
I'm gonna break someone off with that next chance I get. I can't wait. Maybe you get like a C for effort. So insulting without basically saying it.
Everything that just went through your mind will go through their mind. Wait, I thought it was A for effort.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta break it. You gotta be real. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't make that up. My dad did.
So your dad wasn't black then?
He was very little black.
Was he little though?
Put this way.
Is that who you got your height from?
Actually, no. I am a mutt, Jeremy. And if we were just putting all what I am into little pieces, African American is probably one of the smallest parts of it.
Is it?
Yeah. Most of it.
Are you Indian?
Most of it is German, or I guess you would call European, and the other part is Caribbean Indian. Most
You're
of
a
my
German
dad's.
black man.
I'm not black, dude. I am cream color. I'm like caramel, sexy.
Part Indian. I'm part Indian from the
Yeah,
Smackahoe tribe.
it's Caribbean Indian. It's not the same thing as a Native American.
What's up?
It said it's not the
Yeah,
same thing as a Native American.
I'm part Native American from the Smackahoe tribe.
And there are no hoes left. I get it. I just wanted to let you know I'm smoking weed, Jeremy, because if you're at work, that means you can't.
Oh, it's so terrible. I know I can't. Even if you could smoke here, I still couldn't because I got to drive home, and I don't drive when I don't get high and drive because they'll bang you with a DWI for that.
How? They can't test for it yet.
I don't know. They definitely have tests that can tell. They have tests that can tell if you are high at the moment or if you have smoked. There's two different tests.
But they would need a baseline though. Still,
Tell if you're actively high, or and the other one can tell the regular one if you smoked within the past.
I don't think they can because all they can get is if there's the level amount of THC in your system. They can get that. The problem is how much THC was in your system prior to that, because you could have smoked on a Sunday, got pulled over on a Monday, and you're still gonna have a high dose of THC in your system.
No, it's something with the blood. It's something with the blood. They can tell.
But that's the thing; it stays in your blood. 2 joints stays in your blood system for a week. So that means that at the very end of that week, you would have a low amount. What if you just smoked a little bit? If you smoked a joint right now, your numbers would be the same as if you smoked 5 fucking blunts the day before on a weekend.
I don't know. I think they can check for it.
Because that was one of the big things in California, or better yet, Colorado, that started, was the idea of, now we have all these people that are legally getting high, but we don't want to do it driving. How can we enforce this? The problem is you can't, because it's a metabolite. It metabolites in your system for a long period of time. It's not like alcohol that takes 24 hours.
I know there's a thing with workman's comp where if you get hurt on the job, they can tell if you are actively high.
That doesn't. I can tell you for a fact because I owned a business and we had to issue workman's comp and all that. I've gotten hurt on jobs before. It's literally anything in your system.
That's it.
Yeah, anything. Does not matter if it's a low dose of fucking alcohol, you're fucked. If it's weed, you're fucked. Anything else, you're fucked. That's why, like, when you're in jobs are doing all that stuff, and they're like, "Are you drunk on the job?" and they'll test you. They know you drank within 24 hours. It's easy. It's a very clear cut test. But with marijuana, it's different. They have to have a base level. They have to know where you are at.
I still don't smoke and drive.
And some people don't.
I've been pulled over by a trooper when I was I've been pulled over by a trooper like right after I just smoked a huge cannon of a blunt. Like I probably reeked like it. He didn't even ask if I was high.
Yeah, that's happened to me. Well, it was before weed was legal, and they end up searching your car and taking your stash. But now,
He even searched my car. He pulled me over for my tints. I'm like, listen, it was a state trooper. I'm like, officer, I don't know. I bought this car. It had the tints on it. He was like, all right. He's like, just take them off when you can. I was like, okay, and then they just left.
I don't know why they fucking do that. That's so weird. Yet I had a fucking F-250 with blacked out windows in California and never once got in trouble or pulled over for it.
They're crazy with that tint shit in New York. I don't know.
I'm happy here in Texas they don't have it at all.
Yo, they made it illegal in New York recently to have any tints on your car at all.
Damn.
Well, you can't get no kind of tints, not even on the back windows, nothing. You used to be able to do the back windows at least.
Can't they search you for no reason out there?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it may have changed.
Maybe in New York City. Maybe in New York City.
Maybe that's what it is. How far are you from New York City?
Like 3 hours north near Albany.
So crazy to realize that New York City is not only New York.
Like people think New York, you just think New York City.
Yeah, that's it.
There's a whole other. It's not even the capital
at all. Yeah, it's just the best place in New York.
New York City fucks us so hard.
Yeah, because most of the state isn't even like that.
Yeah, we get screwed because New York City.
Say water.
What's up?
Say water.
Water.
Do you say it normal? Like my whole family's from the East Coast, and they all sound like when they say water, they sound like they're singing a fucking song every time. Water.
Bro, there was this thing to check your accent, and it had these Baltimore dudes trying to say Aaron earned iron thing, and it sounds fucking crazy, bro. Because they say all them words alike. It's like earn.
Yeah, people on the East Coast talk funny.
I thought with the water, I thought you were going to say when people say wooder.
Yeah. That's it. You say it better.
Wooder.
Yeah,
no, I don't say
weird.
it like that, but I'm
No,
just saying.
but you said it better. Yeah, you said it better. But like they're talking in a sentence. Sounds like they're singing it.
Sounds like they're saying wooder, like WUDDER. Wooder. Water.
That was actually a key word that helped the guy catch the Unabomber. Did you watch the Netflix series on? Not to keep bringing it up, but did you guys watch the Netflix series on the Unabomber?
No, I don't care about how those mentally deranged people think.
Bro, you didn't grow up in that time, bro. He had a ship to open packages in the mail.
Jeremy, I am the same age as you. Stop fucking saying that.
Why weren't you scared to open packages up in the 80s and 90s?
Because I was fucking under 10 years old.
Still
though. I was born in 81. So till the 90s, I wasn't getting shit. In the 90s, I was outside playing. If something would have happened, it would happen to my parents.
You weren't worried. I was worried, bro. I don't know.
No. And if I was worried, I don't remember being worried. It was too long ago.
It was too crazy, bro. You had the whole fucking country under siege, basically.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. It's not like I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm just not interested in knowing beyond what I've already heard about them. It does nothing for me to understand get into the mind of a fucking lunatic.
Yo, one of my friends' friends bought the Unabomber's old house, his brother's house.
That guy has issues. Why?
I mean, he didn't buy it on purpose. Like, oh, this is the Unabomber brother's house. He just bought a house.
He didn't sell it when he found out, right?
I don't know.
Because people are like, oh, I found out someone got murdered. We couldn't live there. Fuck that. Take the price down a little bit. Actually, I think it does. I think there is a murder clause in selling a home. I think. I don't know. Maybe it's something I heard somewhere stupid. Anyone know how the Pete Shea MC2 thing is going or went?
What?
Does anyone know how the MC Tune Pete Shea thing went or is going?
Pete Shea ain't even on my radar, bro. That dude's all over the fucking place.
So is Chemo.
Nah, man, Chemo's dude. Pete Shea will start talking about refraction and end the sentence with Aristarchus after a whole fucking paragraph of words.
Okay,
Chemo
so
will do that.
Yeah, he does. He just doesn't say the same shit.
Chemo's on point. He sticks to the topics.
Chemo is a fucking.
He is doing a show, so
he's fake.
So it may sound a little funny, but
so he's fake.
He's doing a show. He's doing a show.
So you're admitting he's acting fake?
No, I'm just saying.
The news does a show, Jeremy.
I know. I'm just saying he's doing a show, so it's like you know he's trying to
he's fake.
Be like a show person or something. I don't fucking know, dude.
He's being fake. You can say it, Jeremy. It's okay.
It doesn't feel like that. It doesn't
he's
feel
fake.
like that to me.
He's fake as fuck.
It does feel like he's doing a show sometimes, but it doesn't feel like he's
fake.
Being fake or
he's
anything
definitely
like
fake.
That.
He's fake as fuck.
No.
Yeah.
You can't put him in the same camp as Pete or Dave or Johnny
yes,
B or none of them.
Absolutely.
No way, bro.
Wouldn't even put Johnny in that category. Johnny's just a random drunk who no one understands. So I don't even know what he thinks because I'd never understand him ever. I know he's a flat earther, but that's about it.
Whatever, right? Like I don't even know
What are you arguing with about Johnny? Like, he doesn't even speak English. Come on, let's think
I
about this
went in
for
there one day and all them guys and gens were arguing with him. Like after I hadn't been in there for a while, I'm like, you guys are getting desperate these days, huh?
Fuck yeah, they are. They do the same thing with fucking chemo. They all froth at the mouth to get a piece of chemo.
That's
Chemo
because
disappears.
chemo's on point.
Chemo disappears, and everyone's like, "Where's chemo?" Hey, Jeremy. So you haven't been around that long, so you don't get.
I remember when chemo took a break for a while. Everyone's
Okay.
like, "Where's chemo? Where's chemo? Where's chemo?" I'm like, you guys fucking love chemo.
Yeah. Did you see Chris?
No,
When chemo, so about 3 or 4 times chemo's done this, where he disappears for a month on a time. He just not around at all. Chris freaks out, like freaks out, like he starts.
Something's wrong with that dude. Something's wrong with that dude.
For real. Oh hell yeah! Today he kept interrupting people to complain about people, and we all started laughing at him because he was just whining the whole time.
There are some people's voice. I'm not going to name no names, but there are really some people's voices. Normally, I wouldn't care, but since you're trying to argue with me, like I don't like the sound of your voice.
Pyro's one of them.
Not you, huh?
Pyro's one of them. Can't stand his voice. His voice irritates the fucking shit out of me.
Pyro's alright. I don't mind Pyro.
I can't stand talking to him.
I can't. Pure fucking irks me, bro.
I love Pure. Pure's my boy.
Oh my god, bro! Why does he say everything like he's narrating an action movie?
Because he's from Texas.
Come on,
Straight
dude,
up.
every word, every sentence he says, I feel like it's narrating a fucking action movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger or something.
He is intense. He is quite intense. He's not fake. That's how Pure is in person too.
Yeah, no doubt. I fucking can't stand it. And the thing is, I probably wouldn't have a problem with it. He's always trying to argue with me. Like I wouldn't even think, I wouldn't even think about it or judge him on that. But he is, so I do.
I think everyone has a person that they just don't want to listen to at all, ever.
I'll tell you what I do like though.
If Ali B's in here talking, all I have to do is make myself known, and Ali B will skedaddle.
I'll tell you what I do love about this though is all the English people's accents. I love them, most of them. I'm not too crazy about Brummy's accent. I'm really not too crazy about.
Brummy is the most annoying person, no matter what side you're on.
Yo, Rizla sounds like a fucking Grand Theft Auto character.
I love Rizla. Riz is awesome. Yeah. He made calling someone a cunt really fucking mean something.
Like Jem sounds so fancy and shit, and chemo. I love the English accents, bro.
But that's because they're all from different areas of that. Like Chris, oh man, Chris, like when he gets drunk or high on something, his Scottish, you can't understand a damn thing out of his mouth. Same with Shroomy. Shroomy has a fucking amazing American accent. It's fucking amazing. He sounds like he's straight out of California. It's fucking amazing. But
so listen, just for the record, you admit that there's a giant conspiracy going on inside the big pharmaceutical industry, right?
Definitely corrupt. Definitely corrupt.
Definitely giant conspiracy.
Definitely corrupt.
I can put you down as that as a verbatim quote.
Definitely corrupt. Definitely corrupt.
Have to be conspiring. What do you think? Just one guy in big pharma's corrupt, or do you think there's a conspiracy? It's got to be a conspiracy.
They're all fucking corrupt. They all want money. They are definitely corrupt.
You just don't want to get put in the conspiracy theory camp. That's what you got going on right now. I can tell. It's okay.
I'm not scared of that. I'm in many of those camps.
I'll keep your secret.
It's not a secret. They are definitely corrupt. I think we all should know
big
this.
Pharma conspiracy secret is safe with me.
Yeah, they're definitely corrupt as fuck. What it is, Jeremy, is I've learned over time that how you word something is very important. For instance,
no shit. I've never realized that as much as since I
check
came
this
to
out.
this arena.
So you hear some like one of the no words for me is chemtrails. Now I'm going to explain something, and I want to make it very clear. Chemtrails are fake as fuck. They do not exist.
I don't know about that.
Listen. Chemical trails, aerosol spraying, weather modification is all forms of weather of these things we call chemtrails. The problem is chemtrails has been drugged to the dirt so bad that only nutters use chemtrails. If you want to make a real explanation for it, you're going to use the correct terms, weather modification, where they do spray aerosols to make shit happen. Right? So I'm still part of that camp, but I won't use chemtrails. And I don't use 99% of the nutter shit they say they do with it. My favorite is they spray nanobots that get into people's bodies and give them Marjoram.
Or you know what I heard once? About chemtrails. They were putting what's the blood where you can give it to anyone?
O negative.
Yeah, I heard they were putting O negative blood into those chemtrails as a means of like giving stuff to people or something.
Yeah, and I want to slap those people because when I'm sitting here trying to talk about those topics and they come around, they make me sound crazy, and it's like you're fucking it up. This is really happening.
How do you think I feel about Pete and Dave and them? See?
Yeah, and chemo.
No, not chemo. Not chemo.
Yeah, is chemo one of your math guys?
No, dude, don't worry about who my math guys are.
You get super top notch. You get super defensive when I ask that question.
Bro, you know the black ladies that they made the movie on them? My fucking math guys, okay? You don't need to worry about it.
I think you should know what you're talking about before you say that reference. That reference made no sense.
They did the moon math.
It just sounded like you wanted to say those black ladies.
I did. I said those black ladies.
Yeah, what is that references that to me to have any understanding of what the fuck you're trying to say?
The moon thing with the black ladies. Everyone knows what that means. They did the movie on them.
Yeah, the orbital mechanics for NASA.
Yeah.
No clue what you're talking about.
You've seen that movie. You didn't see that movie?
No, I don't remember any movie that had 3 black ladies in it.
The movie they did 3 black ladies. They were like the math people behind it going to the moon.
Never seen it.
Oh my god, you don't watch shit.
I don't.
Never seen fucking.
I don't watch TV. I don't go to the movie theaters. If I go to watch a movie, I go to a drive-in because you can smoke there.
Why don't you watch TV?
Because it's full of propaganda bullshit.
Oh, another conspiracy. I'll keep
Yes, I told you, I am part of that camp. I'm not silent about it. I talk about it all the time.
Your secret's safe with us, Sean. Don't worry.
I tell everybody. Trust me, if we started talking about weather modification, I'd talk for hours. Worse than I already do.
Oh, you know you can buy $100,000 will buy you a day with no rain.
Yes, you can. It's called cloud seeding.
Yeah, 100 G's, bro. Guaranteed your money back.
They do it everywhere. It's $1 billion industry now.
Yeah, you know what makes me really sickening? This is a sickening thing. You know how much Americans spend on their lawn care?
Apple pie.
You know how much Americans spend on their lawn care a year?
A lot.
You don't know? $29 billion.
Yeah, okay. And?
You know how much it would cost to end world hunger?
Who? Jeremy. Jeremy.
What's up?
You live in America. You don't understand that people's properties and their own self matters more than some kid in Africa.
I want to.
I know that's what's so fucked up, bro.
You're right. You're right. But it's not like any of us are making the sacrifices to stop that. We just talk about it.
Don't you think we could just 1 year, if we just stop spending money on lawn care for 1 year, we could solve world hunger for 2 years?
Yeah. If we stopped buying the car we had to have instead of the car that we only needed, we could do the same thing, Jeremy.
How do I convince all of America to give me all their lawn care money?
Jeremy, you have an Xbox?
I mean, the kids do.
Yeah, why'd you buy that instead of sending that money to Africa or any country that needs to cure starving kids? You see what I'm saying?
My wife's in charge of Christmas, bro. I don't know.
Okay, well, that's what I'm just
That's not
saying.
the point.
We
That's
all
not the
no,
point.
it is the point because when we have these conversations, we put people like Bill Gates and all these other people to a certain expectation, but we don't put ourselves under that same expectation.
I know. How do I talk all of America into giving me all their lawn care money one year?
You start by not doing it yourself.
I
Like
don't
real
spend any
shit.
money on. I don't even spend any money on lawn care. I
So
kind of
you
do. I
don't
buy a
cut-
bag of weed. I buy a bag of weed and feed.
Yeah, and you cut your grass.
Yeah, it's
And
like $5 for the gas.
That's $5. Hey, how much food $5 can get a kid?
I feel you, yo. If everyone was like, yo, this year we're gonna not spend money on lawn care and we're gonna all pitch in and solve world hunger and world homelessness, I'd be like, all right, bet.
Okay, the only start would be that you do the same.
No, you need the start is somebody needs to organize that. Just by me not doing it is not going to do anything.
No,
People
you're
are
right.
going to be like, why does that guy's lawn look like shit?
Yeah, you're right. But you telling people to do it and then you still doing it is a kind of frowned upon in that situation, right?
If everyone to do it, I won't do it.
No. Okay, so wait. So everyone has to do it for you to do it. That's selfish.
It doesn't really do anything if I just give some.
Yeah, you could help one kid, Jeremy. No doubt.
I mean, I guess so.
Right? But I mean, seriously, right? Yeah. You could donate a certain amount and help one kid yourself. That's a start. That's how it starts.
I don't know if I would even. I don't know if I would even trust donating money to people because a lot of times, like donations, a lot of the money gets spent in administrative fees and shit.
But there are some that you can find that go directly to, or you could do it yourself. You could send it to an organization that's based in that scenario. You know, like there are countries that have their own little things that do help the people. You can find them. It's not that hard.
My mom was doing this thing one year, not 1 year, for a few years. She was doing this thing where she would buy like goats and chickens, and you could buy a well or some shit for like these villages and shit.
Yep. There's actually there's an MMA fighter that does that. He helps get aid and funding to dig wells in like random like Amazonian fucking villages and stuff where things are going real bad for them. Yeah. I mean, there are people that are definitely doing it. The thing is you can't the thing that puts them on a better pedestal is that they're doing it. You can't wait for everyone to do it. Trust me, world hunger will never be solved because everyone decided to do it. It literally will never work that way.
I don't know. I feel like Musk and Bezos, they could all chip in a few bucks and it wouldn't even hurt them.
I can tell you right now, they have enough money to still be billionaires and solve world hunger.
That's what I mean. If all it takes is like, I think the cost was like $14 billion to end world hunger. So all you need to do is get 14 of those billionaire, zillionaire, skrillionaire motherfuckers. They still got their billions. They just chip. Them giving $1 billion is like me giving like $10 probably, or $100 or something.
Okay, now here it goes. Here's the big question. Because they don't do it, does that mean they all just die?
It means they're not good people, and I pray that people are better people.
Okay, well then, why aren't you doing it? Because we know
I don't have $1 billion.
Yeah, I know, but we know you don't have $1 billion. We know they do. We know they're not helping to solve it, or they're not giving enough to just end it. Because they do donate. I'm almost positive they do. I can't guarantee you, but I'm pretty sure they donate a lot of money to a lot of different organizations. But the realization
you know what they donate to? You know what they donate to? Cancer, bro. George Lucas. You know what George Lucas did with the money he got from the Star Wars franchise when he sold it to Disney? Do you know what he did? I'll tell you what he did.
Did cancer research?
It. Yeah, he donated it to try to cure cancer. $6 billion fucking wasted.
Yeah.
Because of the conspiracy that me and you both.
I'm not going to say wasted. I'm not going to say wasted because I'm pretty sure they got something out of it that we use today. But at the same time, Jeremy, like I said, the world is corrupt. Everyone has their own self-interest before everyone else's. And if we want to solve world hunger, we can't wait for everyone to do it. Right?
Bro, I barely get by, bro.
Oh, hey,
Me and my wife, we live check.
Jeremy, do you barely get by, or do you barely get by with the means you set? So, for instance, are there things that you pay for now that you could go without?
Oh, probably tons of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So then, why aren't you putting that money to one kid to better his life?
So okay, here's what we do: we get every American to throw in $1.
Nope, you can't do that. You can't accept. You can't assume, and you can't force every American to do it. We've already shown that. We know it because our billionaires won't even do it. But that doesn't mean we have to just stop. So again, like I said, why not? If you want to fix it and it's your priority, then you have to be the first. You have to be the one to do it, not everyone else. Right?
Yeah, but no one's gonna follow though. They're gonna be like, "Oh, you donated $5 to a charity. Great, good for
You're
you."
a leader.
I mean, I don't know. It doesn't matter because nobody else does it.
It does matter because you can be a leader to that topic and do what you can. But if you're not doing anything that you can, then who are you to say anybody else should, even those billionaires? If you did, huh?
So you're saying if I give like $5 or $10 to help homelessness or hunger or something, I can then tell Bill Gates to do it?
Yep. You have every right to be upset that people with more of the means don't do it because you are. Yes.
Well,
I think everyone who wants to give an opinion about these things, about like certain things like that, and why aren't these billionaires doing it? If you're not doing it yourself, you kind of are in the same camp.
And you think if we're doing it, they're going to start doing it?
No. It shouldn't matter.
Well, how does that help?
Because it does help. Again, if you help one kid, Jeremy, it's helping solve world hunger.
That is true, yeah.
You can't look at it as if no one else is doing it, I'm not going to. Why? Because that's what we're doing already. We know that doesn't work.
The thing is, you can't just give people food because then they need food tomorrow and the next day and shit.
Yeah, it's an ongoing problem.
I'm going to ask my mom if she's still doing that goat and chicken thing.
But if she does, it's still, when she did, it still helps one family. That's the real part.
Yeah,
of
but
it.
it's
That's what
repetitive,
solves
though.
it.
The
It
thing
is.
is
It'll be forever, Jeremy. Do your kids get hungry?
The thing is, if you give someone a chicken, the chicken can lay eggs forever.
Yeah.
If you give someone a chicken breast, they eat it, and now they need another chicken.
Not forever, but hey,
Well,
you got to teach them that.
They can have the chicken can lay an egg, and now they have 2 chickens.
Yeah, and that's why do you think we have chicken farming? We figured that out. Some
That's
people
what I'm saying.
still haven't come to that point yet.
That's why I like the idea of giving people like chickens and goats and shit.
Absolutely. But again, your mom did something that helped one family. That's solving world hunger. Period.
I did it too. I bought some chickens.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is we can't depend on these rich motherfuckers to do it. That doesn't mean
Where's our Iron Man at, and our Batman or something? Like, where's our superheroes at, bro? Why is there no superhero billionaire skrillionaire person running around?
I have no idea. I can't answer. I'm not him. But we can't depend on them. We know that. It was fun talking to you, Jeremy. My girl's here.
Where you going?
My girl's here. She got pizza, dude.
I didn't think she was going to get there. She just left my house a little while ago. I didn't think she was going to get there that fast. All right, bro. I'll talk to you.
Your wife said put shit back together. Later, bro.
That was actually a good point. I don't really do anything to help homeless people or anything, and I sit here and trash Bill Gates all day and Elon Musk and shit. It's a little different of a scenario, I think. I mean, I barely get by, and Elon Musk is fucking getting on billions. The Catholic Church. I mean, Jesus, man. Is anyone here?
What do you do for a living, Jeremy?
I work part time I was unemployed like a week ago. I would just work part time as a janitor. It's kind of like a stay at home dad type thing. I get a couple bucks from cell phone. I got a cell phone thing going on and some crypto and shit, but I don't really make a lot. Like I barely get by. Most of my time gets spent like taking care of my family and shit. I wake up at 6:45. This fucking job is dragging me into the ground. I wake up at 6:45 in the morning to get my kid on a bus. Then I'm just fucking up. Sometimes I do go back to sleep, but sometimes I gotta stay up. I gotta get them I gotta get them on the bus, off the bus. Hopefully, my wife can get this thing in the works going because the bus absolutely fucked me today. I had to cancel a dentist appointment. I was so pissed. I called yesterday. The bus goes, "Oh, your official pickup time is 8 a.m. to 8:10 a.m. 10-minute window." I'm like, "All right, cool," because we're waiting a long time for the bus. So today, the bus fucking came at 7:50 to 7:55, and I'm in a school which is a whole city away because he's like special needs. What an asshole!
Is there anyone here?
Yeah, I mean, mate.
Can you see the picture I sent in shit? I sent in the wrong text channel. One sec. All right. So can you see the picture I sent in Livestream 1?
The compass? Yeah, I can.
Oh, I was gonna ask how you call this in English. So it's also called a compass, right?
Correct.
Is there any, because a compass is sort of ambiguous, right? I mean, you have the magnetic compass that points to magnetic north, and that
Magnetic east. That's out to RC.
Oh, never. Is there a non-ambiguous name for this?
Not really.
The
No.
ambiguous
I
name
think
for what?
Non-ambiguous name for the picture I sent on Livestream 1.
I mean, you might preface it with a drawing compass.
Right. Okay.
But-
Yeah, that's good enough, I guess. Thank you. That's all.
Oh, this is for your work. No worries.
No, that's actually for an argument.
It's a compass.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, yeah.
That
No,
thing you posted, it's a compass.
yeah, I know, but like a compass can also mean something else. I wanted like a non-ambiguous name for it.
What did you call it? What's the non-ambiguous name?
A drawing compass.
Drawing compass?
Yeah, because I mean, when I thought compass was just the thing that points to magnetic north. I thought that was what, like a compass would only mean that. And then I went to translate from Portuguese to English. I got the same word.
That's how you draw a circle.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Or an arc.
In Portuguese, this one we call compasso, which is like a very close. But the magnetic one, it's a very different word. It's bússola.
We're lazy. We just use the same word for everything.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, or preface it with magnetic compass or drawing compass, things like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's also. Thanks.
That's how you get that perfect circle. Not perfect, but close.
Yeah, the context in which I'm using is to explain how to draw circles of equal altitude on a sphere.
So you do need the circles.
You wouldn't be
I'm
using a
not saying
drawing
that.
compass for
I'm
that.
saying how you can do it using the circles. The circles is like the easiest way. No math.
That would be a big drawing compass, Bacon. Very big.
That depends on the size of your sphere. And also depends on the zenith angles you're getting. Like even if you have a big sphere, if you have like big elevation angles, the circles are going to be small, so maybe you can still draw them.
True.
I think that would be even more accurate. But not sure if you can. Yeah, I think the most accurate way would be to get the highest stars, because they're all closer to you and they're less refracted. I mean, if you have a star in your zenith, you have that's it. You know exactly where you are.
Yeah, but how do you find the center of mass of that?
Center of mass? What do you mean?
Well, so you're looking at a star. That star is obviously very fucking big, even though it's a point source to you. How do you be confident that you're lined up with the center of that point source of light and not just to the edge of it? Like the closer the light source is, more accurately you should be able to get to the center of it.
Actually, not really. Like, if it looks like a point, then like if I just move like an arc minute up, I'm no longer pointing to the star. So I'm gonna be, let's say, if that's the case, if moving an arc minute already gets the star out of my aim, my sight, then I'm within an arc minute of precision. Being far and
Yeah,
turning to
but
a point, like I think it's the best way to get a precise direction.
well, no, if 1 arc minute throws the star right out of your view, then your ability to have fine adjustment to get to the actual center point of that is removed.
Yeah, but the thing is, the difference between the center point and the edge is like a thousandth of an arc second, let's say, because it's
Tell them
just a
it's
point.
negligible.
Yeah,
Negligible.
exactly.
They love
Yeah,
that
but the
word.
further away the star, though, the more distance that represents.
Sure, but the distance we're referring to is not the distance to the star; it's the distance to the GP, which is completely independent from the distance of the star. Like, as long as the star is far enough that it has no observable parallax, then it doesn't make a difference. Yeah, it doesn't matter how far it is.
Observable parallax.
Yeah, like there's no way, there's no detectable parallax. Like if it's following 60 nautical miles per degree, then there's no parallax. Or as you like, let's say there's a star A, star B, and star C. I aiming at star A, right? And I'm sorry, I'm aiming at star B, which is right in the middle between A and C. So if I go to the other sides of the planet, and I look to those three stars again, and star B is still right in the middle of those two, then I mean I found no parallax. Either they're all at the same distance, and it happened that they kept equidistant, or there was no parallax. So, like, as long as there's no
Or
parallax,
it's
the angle
like
is
like
exactly.
those creepy posters in the museum where the eyes just follow you around. Here you go.
Oh my God, my grandma had a picture of Jesus hanging on a wall, and the eyes would just follow you everywhere.
That
I'm
sounds
not even
scary,
joking.
actually.
You ever seen that?
I think so. That's
Oh
sort of
yeah.
scary. It's like it's
The
a
stars are looking.
What if the stars are just Jesus eyes?
Always watch.
It's like a, how do you call it? A concave eye, right?
I
So if you
don't know
go
what
to,
I don't know
yeah, like,
how they did it.
yeah, I think it's just like a concave eye. Because as you go to the left, the middle point goes to the right, compared to the rest of the face. So it seems like you're going left, and as you see the face tilting left, the eyes still turn it. I mean, the opposite.
Yeah. So what if the stars got the same shit the Jesus eyes are made out of? What if that's exactly how the stars work?
Well, the Jesus eyes just gives you that impression because of the rest of the face. If you only had the eyes, like as you're walking near the picture, the angle is still changing. So it's not it's changing the opposite as the rest of the face, because you have the rest of the face as a reference. So it gives you that impression that it's looking at you. But the
I think
angle
there
to
might
the
have
eye is still changing.
I think with that, it might have something to do with have you guys ever had where like there's like maybe there's like a coat rack or something in your in a house, and you do a double take because you think it's a person, sort of because it's like shaped a bit like a person. There's like something about the human psyche that if it's shaped like a person, you recognize it differently than just an inanimate object. So I wonder if the eye, the kind of wandering, or the eyes that follow your and stuff, with that, like the brain is kind of registering that as a human, which and you're looking sort of at its eyes, and then somehow it's like your brain makes the eyes follow. I don't know. That's just kind of what came to my mind, that there could be something connected to that with it. It's like even though it's an inanimate thing, it's like because it like seems human, your mind sort of animates it in some way. Because if you put two little black dots on the wall, it wouldn't do that. It has to be like a little human face.
I don't know. There had to be something. The eyes. There had to be something like it couldn't have been just like a painting or something. It had to be like some kind of thing. I'm gonna Google that later. See if that's even on there. Because there had to be something with it. Like, you know what I mean? It couldn't have just been on a 2D thing. There had to be something more to it. Yo, how was it banging in here last night? This room was filled up, and now there's like nobody's here. What's going on?
I think they're in Flat Earth 24/7 because Quantum Eraser is in there. Nah,
Why would people be somewhere because Q is there? That
I
makes
was
no
just
sense.
joking. I was just joking.
Right. Well, your joke didn't make sense. Okay, that was me joking.
Yeah.
Jeremy, can you see pictures now?
I can't look at pictures, so I just got back.
All right, right.
I looked at your compass real quick, and then I'm back forward.
All right, no problem.
I just went on a quick little smoke break.
That's what I'm
Oh,
doing. I'm taking a smoke break.
You guys smoke?
Yep. This is my nighttime. Just drinking, smoking, watching TV. Came out for a smoke break. Jump in here and see what's going on. What time is it in your, in your place, Bacon?
Here it's 10 and 30 p.m.
Wow, it's only 9:30. Well, it's 9:30 here.
Yeah, I know. It's I guess your time zone is -4 then. UTC -4 or GMT -4.
Yeah, we just had an hour shift a couple of weeks ago.
That's the same. That's the same time zone where my girlfriend lives. It's also -4. I wished I live in UTC time.